My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. It is March 7th, 2025. It's 12:07 p.m. This is documentation of what is continuous psychological torture and stalking by third-party AVANATH Capital Management, who is doing so in concert with the third parties who are both residents and who are also maintaining presence on the grounds. That includes the third-party RGS Landscaping, in addition to the people of the state that come onto the grounds for purposes of engagement in federal group stalking and monitoring. And this is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment that I'm documenting. This is, again, prosecuting a corrupt company that's profiting off of domestic terrorism and psychological torture while maintaining the property and the basis of profiting while the pattern of conduct remains underway, and also monitoring. Remember, the entity is also aware of the fact that evidence is being maintained in order to prosecute them. So this is speaking to all the bases whereby you're going to literally purge the pockets of the third party. The third party represents nothing other than a means of punishing the entity and prosecuting the entity and all the ways in which it exists. And so this is speaking to removal of and loss of all the profits that third-party AVANATH Capital Management retains. The demons that are paying rent are gang stalking. The demons that are employed at the venue are gang stalking. The population comes onto the grounds to share in gang stalking, and they're all doing so with the state of California, which is also engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, as I'm documenting criminal interference with quiet enjoyment under the fake sun and an engineered light. So at 12:06 p.m., you will see my pointing up to the ceiling. This is speaking to the demon that's in unit 55, who is not the actual natural explanation for what is the amplified booming. That's speaking to what is monitoring that AVANATH Capital Management is going to compensate for the ongoing harms that are inflicted while I'm documenting it, and the evidence that I'm not making anything up is the fact that the fake sun is over me as well. And I took pictures, by the way, of the fake sun at 11:13 in the morning, where it remained yesterday as it immediately was covered up, which was not the operation of weather in the natural environment. That was the demonic environment and seeking to conceal that which sits over the same apartment building for over 9 hours every single day, which is already documented and in conformity to a pattern of conduct, including as I juxtapose it to what is happening this time of year, this day, even at the same time in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens. This is where the entity is surrounding me with the sound of loud booming inside of the apartment, and doing so with regard to whatever it is that I'm doing, psychopaths that are stalking, sex offenders that are stalking me, doing so as a community, coming onto the grounds and sharing in that sex offense, living and remaining at the grounds, being obsessed with just maintaining this ongoing monitoring system, and doing so as even the means of the corrupt company who employs gang stalkers, because that's what Linda Reyes is. That's what the employee, as you have seen, he's living in unit 41, and all the adult occupants in that unit, they're obsessed with gang stalking and not centered on what is doing what a job is of a third party that's not engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. And by the way, that's exactly what the case is, and nothing supersedes that. That's why the fake sun is over the place where they work, because they're engaged in gang stalking and not focusing on what their job is in reality. Okay, so nonetheless, this is documentation of what is federal group stalking and monitoring that's continuing on March 7th, 2025. This is documentation of what is impunity and malice, and also ongoing obstruction of justice. This is a sex offense that the third-party company AVANATH Capital Management remains engaged in while obsessively consumed with me. And again, all I'm doing is washing the dishes. And while washing the dishes, this is monitoring me while I am listening to content about the existence of God, the reality of Christ Jesus, the stalkers who are demon-possessed, who are violent sex offenders, is also obsessed with the genitalia between my legs, are triggered by the God that they are targeting and the God that is judging them and exposing and embarrassing them and prosecuting them. And that's who I serve. And they are engaging in what is psychological torture while they're interfering with my right to quiet enjoyment and stalking me as a community, as a city, and as an apartment complex. Okay, so you will see the fake sun over me as I'm documenting outside of the, right over the top of my head where it was at 11 o'clock in the morning, by the way. That's speaking to an hour that's passed by and the fake sun is still over me at the same front door. It is speaking to also the engineered light that's piercing while I'm inside of the kitchen. Where I stand is where the amplified noise surrounds me. And as I take pictures right where I stand, you will see illuminescing light piercing through the peephole while I'm at a distance away from it. And that is speaking to what is impossible light, the elements of monitoring, light activity, and audible activity. And so this is speaking to domestic terrorism and psychological torture, the gang stalking that's happening, and what is the relevant context inside of an apartment. What is at an apartment complex, which is not a private residential area, neighborhood. It's not a private residence at all. And this is a sex offense while I'm documenting that. And it's psychological torture, and it equals federal prison for Linda Reyes, for the employees, all the other employees at Woodside Senior Apartments. It equals damages when you are going to drain the pockets of the defendant, the third party, AVANATH Capital Management, and they're also subject to what is punishment as a criminal, gang stalking. It's a gang stalking company, so they're going to be punished on both grounds, and also the intent to obstruct justice and act with impunity and malice. These are bases to punish third parties, corrupt actors in the state. All of the businesses in California are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. They're all engaged in federal stalking under Title 18. And this is what AVANATH Capital Management is engaging in while it's gang stalking. And they're gang stalking somebody that is seeking to recover greater damages because I'm documenting. And I'm documenting the terrorist that continuously engages in terrorizing me. So that's speaking for greater damages. That's speaking for longer sentences in federal prison. These are the same demons that are going to federal prison. The demon in Unit 55, license 5WUB 715, she is going to a mental asylum. The demons in Unit 41, all of the adults. And let me go ahead and recite their license plate. They are stalking in the path while the fake sun remains over me and still maintaining what are the bases of psychological torture, harassing me, terrorizing me, and doing so while criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment, which is that's speaking to nothing other than an obvious basis for what is gang stalking at an apartment complex. So this is why you have the inability to have and exercise your right to quiet enjoyment, because you're being gang stalked. All right. And the evidence that is also corroborating that is the fake sun and the stalking by the government, who is criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment while they're gang stalking with the residents and the employees and the civilian population who comes onto the grounds when I'm documenting them delivering food to the demons that live around me at 8 o'clock, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you see that same fake sun over me. The population comes onto the grounds gang stalking me, and it's criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment, which the demons going to federal prison, the demons compensating damages, and the city, the government itself that's gang stalking is going to be prosecuted for. All right. But I'm just speaking to that. This impunity is they're all going to prison in units 33 through 48. They deserve to go to federal prison. They are they are monitoring the evidence of the documentation regarding their criminal activity, which is in furtherance of murdering someone. This is what a corrupt third party company is engaging in and participating and profiting from. Any profits that are garnered while an ongoing conspiracy to murder someone, which you are inextricably linked to, you're participating in it, you're not retaining those profits. Okay, your pockets are going to be drained, and in addition to that, and that shall be public policy, and in addition to that, you are going to be civilly punished. That is with regard to damages coming from the corrupt company that represents the position that AVANATH Capital Management is standing in while they're engaged in the criminal system of federal group stalking and monitoring. And the government is relying on gang stalking by companies like AVANATH Capital Management in order to keep American citizens under surveillance, in order to psychologically target them, in order to act in furtherance of a conspiracy to murder and kidnap them. The government relies on AVANATH Capital Management's criminal engagement in federal group stalking and monitoring. And there is no possible way that AVANATH Capital Management can ignorantly engage in the pattern of conduct with the state. It's impossible for them to ignorantly do so. All right. So this is speaking to on all bases. AVANATH Capital Management is one that is acting with tremendous and legally relevant impunity and malice, and is psychologically targeting somebody that is occupying their apartment. This is on a precedent basis also for prosecution under the Violence Against Women Act, while the third party company is stalking me in violation of that law. And so are its employees in violation of that law. And so are every single last one of the residents in all 144 units. And they continuously do so, speaking to their mental illness, because the defendants can't even control themselves in order that they can experience less consequences rather than more, less time in federal prison rather than more, less damages rather than more, less speaking to the identification of what is a city effort to gang stalk one person. The entity is so obsessed with me. The entity is so mentally sick that they are incapable of controlling their behavior. And what am I pointing that out for? I'm only pointing that out in order that you will recognize the national security threat of the demon possessed, who are more obsessed with the one whom they're stalking, that is myself, the one whom they're monitoring, that is myself, and also more obsessed with whatever it is that I'm doing and the way that I do it, or whatever it is that I'm consuming, and I don't mean just food, I mean content, and whatever it is that I believe, whatever it is that I strongly revere, like the name of Christ Jesus. And this is what triggers psychopaths who have no business. If you weren't stalking me, if you weren't engaged in violating my privacy, then you wouldn't be triggered with regard to stalking with amplified noise. Okay. Occurring again under the idle fake sun at 12:17 p.m. Okay. So I want to recite the license plate of the third party. You already know who they are, and speaking to the employees that are going to federal prison. One of the license plates, because there are a minimum of like 3 of them. Because the employee that remains in Unit 41, he remains with adult occupants who are all gang stalking with him, which is speaking to AVANATH Capital Management, engaging in and approving it. The third party parked in the employee parking spot is license 9CZC059. And repeating, this is again the entity that's gang stalking by helicopter. Just to give an example, gang stalking by helicopter under the fake sun while you're in the middle of capturing video evidence. And this is the state government that is engaged in what is openly terrorizing American citizens. And this is something that the rest of the world is going to witness, what the rest of the world is going to view and learn about regarding the disregard of the United States Constitution, the disregard of the rights of American citizens by its own government. And this is what is tragic. This is what is very sad. And this is speaking to the implosion of this country, by the way. And this is also speaking to the disregard of the state government as it relates to the federal government investigating and knowing beyond a reasonable doubt conclusively what the state government is doing to American citizens, terrorizing them and stalking them, seeking to hunt them down, murder and kidnap them, frame them for things that they did not commit, surround them with things such as diagnoses in order to kidnap them with conditions that they don't suffer from while they're gang stalking. That's the significance of amplified noise occurring while I'm documenting, engineer light shooting through an apartment while I'm documenting, the entity flying over by aircraft from an airport where there's no terminal such that you're flying over at that elevation. There's a whole series of facts that coexist with what is nothing other than crossing a path. Even if the Ontario International Airport were not so idiotic and you have what is flying at a greater elevation where you don't see it and you don't hear it, it's still gang stalking. It's still crossing a path. They're monitoring in the sky space. But the Ontario International Airport provides greater and more obvious evidence against the demons who are all going to prison, and all the demons that are losing all their housing benefits, meaning they're all moving out of these apartments. They're all going to be kicked out. And also the third party company that's being prosecuted is not participating in any federal housing benefits as a domestic enemy that is stalking its own occupants and residents through its employees and residents and with the government. They're not participating in any government programs. They're in violation of the very laws whereby they want to participate and provide housing benefits to those that are remaining on their property. They're not going to participate in anymore. They're in violation of them. And this is also speaking to the rest of the properties that AVANATH Capital Management maintains in California. And also AVANATH Capital Management's attitude toward how unlawful its conduct is while it's continuously doing so with impunity and malice, engaging in more of it while I document the third party. That's speaking to how it's going to be treated, because AVANATH Capital Management is not only a gang stalker in Ontario at Woodside Senior Apartments, via Woodside Senior Apartments, via its employees and residents in concert with the state. It is doing so in companies, at other properties in the state of California and throughout this country. And that's what, again, Chairman and CEO Daryl Carter, this is speaking to the prospects of this company going forward. And this is also speaking to disincentivizing any actor within the entity, that is the people of the state who provide their businesses and their properties and whatnot, to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring. It's serving to disincentivize that, the way that AVANATH Capital Management, including speaker companies, are going to be prosecuted and punished civilly and criminally. All right. It is currently, by the way, 12:21 p.m. where the entity is 12:17 p.m. That's where the entity is repeating amplified noise, and doing so prior because of my reference to the Lord Jesus. I want to make sure that that's clear while they're stalking. Okay, you're admittedly a sex offender. These are the same demons that you're recalling as I spread my legs apart and as I am necessary, as the demons that are monitoring every word, everything that I believe in, everything that I'm doing, obsessed with me while I'm washing merely the dishes. All right. They're also admittedly a sex offender as an entity, obsessed with my genitalia as well. That's also the part of it that they're admitting to. That's also the part that they don't want to be spoken about. And that's the reality, because that's why that which is engineered light and not sunlight covers all of the grounds. That's why that which is not the sun, but a fake sun, is hovering in an idle position over the same apartment building, over all the defendants who are going to federal prison. Demons in units 33 through 48 are going to prison, and 49 through 64, every adult occupant, no matter whether they move away or not, are going to federal prison. And the demons that I've documented in units 41 and 55, and the demon in this unit, Tracy Banks of 51, are going to mental asylums. And the demon's going to a mental asylum in unit 41. One of their license plates includes license 9CZC059. This is the entity that is gang stalking with the while in custody of minor children as well. And every other gang stalking household in custody or having access to children, while I am literally speaking to their criminal engagement and what's sexually violating together as a community. You're not just a predator, but the predators are collectively engaging in this conduct together as one. You have a bunch of psychopaths and sex offenders who have made an agreement amongst themselves to engage in sexual violence together. This is a whole other unprecedented basis of sickness by a community, and they are the people of the state of California. Okay, that's just speaking to what the government is filled with in the state of California, and it's not limited to Ontario, because you already know that, because on this day in 2024, the entity is keeping a fake sun idle over me at Alvarado Gardens, which is also how you know that this is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment pursuant to psychological torture, and it's also done with impunity and malice, which is why demons like the ones in units 33 through 64 and every other demon that I've documented by license plate, gang stalking with the police, coming onto the grounds, repeatedly gang stalking like RGS, landscaping, coming onto the ground and acting with impunity, engaged in criminal acts of retaliation and intimidation because I document you. And then the entity is returning moments later, for example, engaged in acts of retaliation with the gang stalker police who are going to be disbanded. All the bases, in other words, of federal prison at Woodside Senior Apartments that are already on the record. Everybody's going to prison for even longer. Okay, they are always engaging in what is adding to their inevitable punishment with regard to prosecuting them. Terrorism and sex offenders as a community targeting one person. And that whole secret system is exposed, and the elderly aged sex offenders in Ontario, the elderly aged gang stalkers in Ontario who cannot even pay their rent, who are sitting around all day long in their apartment stalking somebody who is telling on them. And not only telling on them, I'm prosecuting them, and I am suggesting additional laws to further prosecute whom they cannot do it without. And that is the state of California, and that is corrupt companies like AVANATH Capital Management. And all angles of that sex offense and all angles of that system of domestic terrorism is going to be addressed in the prosecution of all these defendants who are gang stalking under the idle fake sun. You'll see those images uploaded to the Google Drive. You're seeing what is ILA, not sunlight, through the peephole, and it's all ILA that's covering the sidewalk where demons are pacing in and out of their apartments. They're driving all on the grounds. They're engaging in landscaping on the venue. They're doing so while they are maintaining aerial surveillance. They're doing so while they're driving all around a relevant position on Vine Avenue, on G Street, maintaining all manner of activity while they're all focused on stalking me. And filling this apartment with amplified noise is the entity that's engaging in psychological torture. And you're going to federal prison for engaging in what is the unabated program of psychological torture on behalf of the government that's keeping an American citizen under surveillance in concert with a hitman. And the hitman in my case is Tracy Banks, and they are doing so in concert and on behalf of this hitman that conspired to murder me in order to get away with stealing my money and my property and defaming me in doing so. And they're also doing so while the entity is doing so on behalf of the entity that is corrupt, that is the city of Ontario, is maintaining this system of surveillance through the unemployed elderly at Woodside Senior Apartments and the employed gang stalkers who are working for AVANATH Capital Management. Okay, those are all the aspects of the people of the state gang stalking, engaging in what is the sex offense. All right. The criminal interference with quiet enjoyment is pursuant to engaging in the sex offense of federal group stalking and monitoring. All right. It is currently, by the way, 12:26 p.m. This is speaking to the entity that's both going to prison for enhanced terms and going to mental asylums for enhanced terms, as their mental illness is also exhibited, literally spoken to while the pattern of conduct is being documented, and it's going to inform their medical examinations, how they're treated when they are subject to literally being placed in those padded rooms and being placed in mental asylums, which is, again, I'm not laughing at it because it's funny. I'm laughing at it because it's justice. And this is the entity that is ironically exposing its own mental illness, while the entity's pattern of conduct in California is supposed to falsely depict an American citizen as being mentally ill in order that they can kidnap you and perhaps steal, if you're a celebrity, steal all your money. If you're a successful person, steal all your property, steal any inheritance or perhaps any will and testament that's entitled to you, while they falsely depict your mental state, your character. They falsely depict you as some sort of criminal in any means, in other words, to have you kidnapped by this entity that is targeting you maliciously and then wanting to falsely depict your character. I do find it funny, while the demons are going to suffer the very consequences that they set out for another and that they've done to other people. Okay, so they're serving justice for what these demons in California have already committed before, and they are going to sit in mental asylums for what they sought to, as they reveal their own mental illness, the psychopaths that are gang stalking in California. This is documentation of Tracy Banks, who's sitting somewhere gang stalking. She's still engaged in federal stalking. She's aware of every word that I utter. She remains a part of the entity, and the entity is documenting her while this hitman is gang stalking, and doing so while the people maintain criminal surveillance at her apartment. Where the fake sun is remaining over me, and that is not at the same time remaining over Alvarado Gardens. Look at what I documented today, March 7, 2024 at Alvarado Gardens. It's speaking to the prosecution of AVANATH Capital Management, AVANATH's employees, and all the demons gang stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments, where they continuously add to what is their time, inevitable time that they will be spending at their advanced ages in federal prison, okay? Probably until many of their own expirations, all right? It is currently, again, 12:28 p.m. This is pursuant to the ongoing pattern of conduct that I remain subject to. Documentation of psychological torture, documentation of what is domestic terrorism and psychological torture with malice and impunity, posing an impermissible threat, while documentation is underway, which this entity is also keeping under surveillance in violation of the federal stalking statute, and also in violation of the Violence Against Women Act, 34 U.S.C. Section 12291. Technical abuse is underway, and also stalking and psychological torture remains underway in violation of that statute. This is P.O.C. All right, just as a reminder regarding the pattern of conduct, on February 28, 2025, at this same apartment, Unit 51, where I stand, I'm documenting the same demons who are engaged in psychological torture and stalking by residents, stalking by trade, which is what AVANATH Capital Management engages in, and RGS, for example, engage in, and what the people of the state arriving, providing any services, etc., to the demons at Woodside Senior Apartments. They're gang stalking commercially, okay? Making a delivery, for example, engaging in the elements of monitoring and aiding the demons that are working and living at the venue. That's why they're going to prison, and the population is being is speaking to what the system is engaging in as a city effort, as a state effort. So you will recall on February 28, 2025, the fake sun at 7:26 a.m. is over me at this same apartment, where the entity is gang stalking, and at 12:07 p.m. So that's speaking to 5 hours of idle presence. It's over the same apartment building, and that cannot coexist with what is, for example, the fake sun that's over me in 2022, where Ontario police are gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square, and the fake sun is remaining idle over the apartments. As you compare the sun's location, same time of year, same time of day analysis, from 7:26 a.m. until 7:27 p.m. 7:07 p.m. is why I took an image of the fake sun over the top of my head at the same front door. That is speaking to the sun that's not over the Ontario Town Square. It's not moving in the position east. The Ontario Town Square is east of the demons in units 33 through 48, where the fake sun is residing over me while they are stalking in the path. And the fake sun is over me at the Ontario Town Square on March 6th. That was yesterday, 2022, because the Ontario police, like they are now, but they were directly engaging in it under that fake sun that was over the top of my head, as I'm documenting that at 9:40 in the morning, and again at what is 11 o'clock. 11:11 a.m. There is no natural environment that includes that. That's why I took a picture of the fake sun so you can see it clearly at 11:14 a.m. That is not over Ontario Town Square, and that is not standing at the Ontario Town Square, even in the same city, is not going to maintain that same angle underneath that hovering light source at that. Okay, this is not the sun. It's identifying stalking as I'm referring to it and reminding you about what you already know. Woodside Senior Apartments is engaging in, and very foolishly, while you have a body of evidence that's conclusively establishing the ways in which communities are stalking together with the police, with the government, and then you are witnessing, again, you already know that they're mentally ill by doing so, but you are able to see. And by see, I mean you can see as you are witnessing the decisions made and the behavior that they engage in while their mental illness is put on full display by not only engagement in federal group stalking and monitoring, but then continuously doing so when you are going to prison for it, when you are going to a mental asylum for it, when you are sacrificing custody of your children for it, when you are walking away with a criminal record as a terrorist in the United States, when you are being deported out of this country for engaging in it, et cetera, et cetera. This is the entity that is speaking to their mental illness. That obsession, okay, supersedes everything in their life. And that is a national security threat. And this is, again, based on what is demon possession. These are not healthy people, and they are walking around every day, many with no criminal record, and they are very, very sick, targeting you, and you're not even aware of the fact that you're being targeted. And then as I remove that secret, there's no secret stalking. They're all on Front Street, if you will. They're all in plain view now. And so is their mental illness. And the fake sun is remaining over the same apartment building that it was at 7:26 in the morning on February 28th. That was just days ago, okay? At 7:26 in the morning until what is the current time, it's 12:32. It's over the same apartment building in alignment to me, which is a conformity to a pattern of conduct where I documented the fake sun rising through my living room window at the hillside in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens. And I also documented it setting in alignment to me while I am at a 60-unit apartment complex. It's even smaller than Woodside Senior Apartments. And that's where the fake sun remained all day long while the entity was gang stalking me through the hallmark of which is nothing other than the government telling on itself. While I pointed out this is the hallmark, and in the specific environment, they're all stalking, to put it very succinctly, identifying the P.O.C. And this is what is gathered with regard to documentation, which you're going to compare it to when on its face, it's not the natural environment. As you could just recall, the fake sun is rising at the same apartment building where criminal interference with quiet enjoyment is maintained while they're all still stalking. And the entity would rather continue stalking and monitoring, doing so while they are witnessing their public exposure and what is, again, a matter of time until they're raided, until they're arrested, until they're prosecuted publicly and embarrassed even more so. And then they're going to federal prison just like I told them that they are. All right. They're going to be subject to damages, compensating for the ongoing harms that I went to the extent to document in order that it could be appreciated and you can begin to try and quantify, because you cannot quantify psychological torture. What the ordinary target individual is subject to is that which will cause the ordinary person to sit around ruminating about suicide, to sit around hating their lives. And they have a right to not be subject to that, especially when they are typically very productive, healthy, talented, gifted individuals. And this is why, especially while they don't serve Satan, they're not demons. They haven't given over to the wicked things that apparently these old, decrepit demons have, and they're envious. All right. And while they serve Satan, they target people that are vital and energetic and encouraging just in their own spirit, minding their business, in other words, and the entity is engaging in that which is seeking to destroy a human being. You can't quantify that type of harm, and their envy is speaking to their desire to target somebody that they don't even know, that they have no legitimate reason to do so. And remember, it's not just some bullying fest that's being prosecuted, it's government action. Okay, so this is pettiness that has risen to the degree of domestic terrorism, and that is again in service of Satan. And they're doing it under the fake sun, as you can look at documentation prosecuting the entire venue of Woodside Senior Apartments in AVANATH. The fake sun that is rising over the same property, a scientific impossibility, at 7:26 a.m. on February 28th, 2025. It's published on the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it's published on the P.O.C website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com. And you will see the fake sun rising at 7:26 a.m. You will see engineered light appearing and disappearing all around me on the walls and on the sidewalk while they're pacing all around like the sex offenders, like the demons that they are. And I have gone to the extent to capture it on video so that everyone can see what is the horror flick that are the demons that are living around gang stalking an American citizen. They're going to prison for that. That video is evidence of psychological torture. And so is the documentation that I'm capturing now of what is 5 hours later, and the fake sun is still over the same apartment, speaking to the fact that they're stalking. AVANATH Capital Management is stalking, and the entity is doing so with impunity that I continuously capture. All right. This is for purposes of draining the pockets and also for purposes of sentencing at every single last one of these defendants' trial, because they're going to prison. And they're also going to all lose their housing. They're not staying at Woodside Senior Apartments. And prosecution, the documentation supports removing AVANATH altogether as a corrupt venue because of its criminal engagement, because of its identification, proven by evidence of being a stalker of its own occupants. That's literally against what should be public policy. And the government is relying on corrupt actors like AVANATH Capital Management, who provide too great of a threat, because an American citizen has a right to live where they want and not have to worry about their landlord gang stalking them and furtherance of murdering them. Where else do you have to go but home to get away from the predators outside? Okay, this is speaking to the removal of AVANATH Capital Management as a landlord in Ontario, and it is inevitable with regard to the rest of the properties where AVANATH Capital Management is also a threat to American citizens in this state. But it's also speaking to the rest of the country. So, like I said, these are, you're aware of all of this while the fake sun is remaining over me from rise until set in Los Angeles, which is what I documented again on March 7th, 2024. Remember, there's a greater body of evidence. It's time of year. So if the entity is covering up the fake sun in the morning, like I documented yesterday, for example, you already know that it's rising and setting in Los Angeles. You've seen that. You've seen the sunrise in March of 2024, for example, and you've seen me at the same apartment, and the sunset is happening there. The entity engages in things trying to break that apart, like someone is forgetful, like it becomes natural if you just have one of those phenomenons happening at one address in one day, as opposed to both happening in one day. This is the asininity of the highly unintelligent and merely obsessed psychopaths who are just stalking. All they do is stalk. They don't have any brains, and all they're doing is stalking and monitoring at the command of the demons that are on them. And this is again challenging the lack of intelligence and sophistication of those who are just engaged in bullying and criminal conduct, and the inability to confront evidence and logic and reasoning with regards to all the ways that you should be punished as an entity seeking to target somebody that ordinarily doesn't have evidence, that ordinarily doesn't have the wherewithal. And that's not because they're lacking in some way. It's because it's not designed, this sort of targeting by a government and a population is not designed for somebody to be able to stand up and confront it in any manner that is. And even if they do, you're not talking about in a manner just going off and cussing everyone out and harassing and defending yourself and fighting people. That's not what this system requires. Okay, it requires someone to confront under the law, and also perhaps to speak to what laws need to change, because this is what the government is abusing in order to do this against other American citizens. And as celebrities that have been subject to this P.O.C., and as professionals like myself, a licensed attorney, and the entity had the audacity, this high school graduate, hitman, Tracy Banks, these unemployed elderly people have the audacity to challenge someone. And how do you have that sort of audacity? Because you have the corrupt government that is backing anything that a bunch of unintelligent gang members claim together. So if the gang members' conduct, this groupthink behavior is that if everyone says that you're mentally ill, so be it. And that's all the corrupt courts need. That has to change under the law. And it shouldn't be a basis for anybody to lose their property, to lose their real property, to lose anything that they are due, for example, under a will or an inheritance or money, income that streams to them. Because this is in California, this is how they're stealing people's property. They're falsely depicting their character as one where then those people that claim that the so-called target individual is mentally sick, and then they can take all of your property, exercise control over it, also compensate themselves by it while they are maintaining this ongoing act of criminal defamation. This is the very system that is speaking to the fact that these laws have to change. It's also a basis to kidnap American citizens in these facilities by the state, where they're engaged in psychological torture in the prisons and in the jails in California. These demons that are working as deputies in the jails and so-called mental health professionals, they're demons, and they're engaged in the pattern of conduct. You know what the pattern of conduct is. The ILA, the amplification, the stalking, and the path. And this is what they're doing in the facilities. They're psychologically targeting those whom they're also claiming, oh, they're mentally ill and they need to be kept in our facilities. And all they're doing is psychologically torturing them day and night. And while maintaining a program of forcing them to take drugs while they suffer no mental illness. This inhumanity in California is why many laws must change. And the mentally ill are going to suffer the fate of those that they sought to target, because they are actually, in fact, projecting their mental illness onto another. All right. And this is, again, I want to be clear. This is all that you are capable of knowing, literally by virtue of the fake sun that's over this apartment building, 7:26 a.m. on February 28th, 28th. I'm sorry, 1st, 2nd. Yeah, so 7 days ago. That was literally a week ago. Last week, the fake sun was rising as I documented it on video at 7:26 a.m. This is the same time of year analysis. So what the sun did on February 28th is what the sun is going to do on this day as you're documenting stalking under that fake sun. And the entity is doing so as an ongoing community effort. And the community that lives and works at Woodside is going to prison for it. All right. And you're going to drain the pockets of this domestic terrorist, AVANATH Capital Management, whose property is the facilitating venue where where an entity is stalking someone, as evidenced through the fake sun remaining idle over Woodside Senior Apartments from 7:26 in the morning. You also are aware of the fake sun setting at the same address, but we could just use what we have on February 28th to the present. It's 12:41 p.m. and the fake sun is over the same apartment building. That is to the exclusion that sun ever reaches Mississippi. All right. But you're aware of the specific environment, because in Mississippi, if you look outside of your front door and you see the sun, you know that that's not the natural environment. It's impossible. It's impossible. That evidence, that common sense aspect of the P.O.C. that everybody in this country is a witness to, is putting the demons at Woodside Senior Apartments in federal prison. They're all going to federal prison, units 33 through 48. And you are all witnessing the demon-possessed gang stalking at an apartment complex. As a community, as a citywide effort, you're all witnessing that. You're all witnessing the asininity of the criminal conduct that they engage in as a statewide system in order to falsely depict the character of the one whom they're targeting. They all want to be me. They all serve Satan. That's why they're obsessed with me. And they engage in things like psychological torture because of their hostility toward the fact that they cannot be me. And that fact, that's not a compliment. Their condition is because Satan has possessed their entire vessel. It's also not a legal defense, though, because you're going to prison. They know what they're doing. They continuously choose to do it. And because you have a hard decision whether you quit your job and never come back, you move out of your apartment and you never come back, those are the hard decisions that you make. And of course, no demon is going to do that, because they are fully engaged in a pattern of conduct. They have no intention of ever aborting the mission. Their intention was to murder and kidnap someone. And those are the type of decisions, however, that you're going to make. The rest of this country is going to learn. You ought not engage in federal group stalking monitoring with the government who incriminates you and the population that incriminates you, because it's not a secret what you're doing and how you do it. And because you go to such extents in doing it with the government in furtherance of murder and kidnapping and stealing from American citizens, you're doing so by living somewhere. You're doing so by repeatedly visiting somewhere. You're doing so by working somewhere. You're going to prison for that. Okay, because the government is relying on such terrorists in this country to keep American citizens under surveillance, stalk them, and psychologically torture them. And the fake sun is remaining over the same building for over 5 hours, as the documentation captured at 7:26 in the morning on February 28th, and today, March 7th, you'll see in the images at 12:07 p.m. That's speaking to the fact supporting everything that I continuously document on podcasts. These are the ignoramuses who are putting themselves in prison at this juncture in the evidence. Okay, but their mental ineptitude is speaking to the fact that they're demon possessed. Okay, so it's not just the fact that I'm dragging them and they're embarrassing themselves for trying to target the federal prosecutor. I'm here on assignment to expose you. You're not going to deter me from prosecuting and exposing you. I'm going to embarrass you more. And on top of that, every dime that you made while you were gang stalking me, I'm taking that money. I'm draining your pockets. And you're also going to be punished for engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring as a malicious commercial actor. Your employees and your residents gang stalking me are all going to prison. And I'm also going to make sure that you, as a corrupt company, that your name is known as the terrorist that you are, the threat that you pose to American citizens in this country and throughout the state of California, so that you can't do it to anybody else. I'm going to leave a mark on you you, and this is for the benefit of the rest of the people in this country that have a right to not be subject to it. Because typically they come up dead. Typically they end up locked up in some facility where they don't belong. And that's why the mentally ill that are gang stalking me are going to a facility. That's why the demons and the sex offenders and the predators that are gang stalking me are going into those facilities, prison and mental asylums. So I just want to remind you about that bit of evidence that you can look at right now, because that's what you will compare with the images that are remaining over the same apartment building. It defies nature. And there's no sun on the East Coast that's 3 hours ahead of us with regard to that little snippet of documentation speaking to the reason beyond a reasonable doubt of what is suspicious about Woodside Senior Apartments, and the suspicion is already substantiated with the body of evidence that is the P.O.C. They're a bunch of demons, number one, and their secret is that they're stalking. They're stalking as a community, and this community is going to serve what is the consequences of homelessness, and what is also federal prison and mental asylums for it, and they continuously do so because they are indeed mentally sick. It is 12:47 p.m. and the entity is keeping the fake sun over Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, which again, I had the presence of mind to document that. It's already sitting on the record so that you already know before you even get to comparing the fake sun from February 28th of this year to today at 12:07 p.m. You already know that they're gang stalkers because the fake sun is remaining over Alvarado Gardens, which is never over Woodside Senior Apartments in Ontario. This is P.O.C. It's 12:47 p.m. Okay, this is documentation regarding my accessing to video documentation on the venue of the internet at 1:18 p.m., where I did begin recording. Again, my device, is subject to monitoring by the state. That is also monitoring what I'm accessing online, and the demons that are stalking, the demons that are keeping me under surveillance online, doing so with the government. They are in the shoes of the government. This is, in other words, the public entity that has no warrant or probable cause is residing all around you at the apartment complex. That's what federal group stalking monitoring is. That's literally what the demon possessed, their role is. But legally, they are in the position of the state where they're maintaining presence and they're maintaining activity, and they're doing so maliciously now because they're being documented in real time while they resume and maintain this criminal system. Speaking to, by the way, the mental illness of the demon possessed who are stalking you for no legitimate purpose with regard to the government's engagement in the POC, and also for no logical reasoning when you have strangers that are stalking you and who are obsessed with your genitalia and who are triggered by what is your constitutional right to look up whatever you want on the internet. I mean, when you're not looking up something that's like criminal, like child porn or making child porn online, stuff like that. When you're looking up YouTube videos regarding what am I looking up when the entity is filling the apartment with an amplified boom at 1:18 p.m., that's the formula for what is demonic, pursuant to what is ongoing surveillance by demons who are engaging in a program of psychological torture. This is speaking to all the defendants in units 33 through 64 who are going to prison, and the employees at Woodside, including Linda Reyes, who is going to federal prison, because I am reporting them to the feds, and they are keeping everything that I'm doing on the internet under surveillance while they are stalking in the path under the fake sun, which is also the illusion whereby everything is covered in engineered light for their gang stalking purposes. So this is breaking down the whole reason why this illusion of a natural environment is present, and it's the admission of a bunch of sex offenders who are stalking as an apartment complex, and everybody's being put out of their apartments. Everyone that's working at the venue is being put out of a job, and everybody in units 33 through 48 and who are working for AVANATH at Woodside are going to prison. Okay, the entity is going to prison for even longer, as I document on an ongoing basis, which is what's happening at 1:18 p.m. while was simultaneous to accessing the video documented on February 28, 2025 at 7:26 a.m., where the sunrise is capturing. And this is what I'm going to include in the description box of the podcast for today, so that you can easily view the video evidence of what the demons are triggered by while they're admittedly stalking and monitoring online in order to engage in what is their formula for stalking with simultaneity to my movements and my operation of a communication device. That's the demon possessed that are monitoring. The demon possessed that are stalking while such monitoring conduct is maintained inside of an apartment, which is speaking to the government keeping you under surveillance where you live, as a means of what the government is routinely engaging in the state of California. So again, while I'm documenting the pattern of conduct that is speaking to federal prison and mental asylums for the defendants at Woodside Senior Apartments, you are being made aware of what is a violation of your constitutional rights because you are being kept under surveillance on the internet. You do not have any privacy, contrary to what you think when you buy that Norton software and nobody knows about what you're looking at, and when you're accessing your bank accounts on your desktop computer in your home office. That's an illusion. You are being kept under surveillance. It is not private activity. The government is not doing so with any warrant or probable cause. This is what the United States is doing, keeping American citizens under surveillance. This is what's happening in California. And while you are looking up in the sky space and you are paying attention to my documentation of a sun rising and setting at one apartment where I remain, you are aware of, because of the exclusivity of the sun, based on what we know, based on fifth grade science about the natural environment and the sun, there is necessarily more than one sun, because what you're looking at in an entirely different region, just to give you an example of what cannot coexist in Louisiana over you, when you're looking at the sun, that is not the same sun that's over me, that's over the apartment complex where the entity is stalking me with amplified noise in an apartment building. Okay, which is speaking to everybody that's stalking me together while that amplified noise is happening inside of this apartment building. But it also informs you about what you're subject to. And you are being kept under surveillance on the internet. It is not private activity. The government does not maintain any warrant or probable cause to keep you under surveillance. The government is doing this to what is American citizens throughout this country, and it is entirely un-American. It is hypocritical regarding what we have and what you're thinking you're walking in. Whether you're ignorant about your constitutional rights or not, you still maintain your constitutional right to privacy, and the government should not be keeping us under surveillance, but that's exactly what the government is doing. And while I'm prosecuting and documenting the P.O.C, you are thereby informed about what you're subject to as well in the specific environment, which is also how you know that we are sharing the common experience. The entity has conspired to murder and steal everything that I own in doing so. And as a result, I am exposing all of this criminal surveillance system, all the details, all of the actors that are engaging in it, and it is requiring a whole government operation, which I've also documented, as you have witnessed my documentation going from city to city and county to county, including as I went from California to Nevada, which is state to state documentation, where there's never any sun over Woodside Senior Apartments in Ontario. And I'm documenting daylight savings time is only giving an hour. It's never going to reconcile for the sun being over the top of my head at 12:08 p.m. during daylight savings time, while it's sitting stationary for 9+ hours at Woodside Senior Apartments over apartments 33 through 48. They're all stalking and they're all monitoring what you do on the internet, meaning the government itself, and the government is doing it through the demon-possessed population who fill this country. I'm prosecuting the state of California for practicing it, but it is a satanic system of surveillance, obsessed with everything that you're doing, including that which is well within the bounds of the law. The government, however, the public entity doesn't have any legitimate interest in keeping you on the activity on your devices under surveillance, even while, unfortunately, and I don't advocate this, I don't support it, but the reality is that the government has to have a warrant of probable cause to keep you under surveillance while you are maybe doing something quite disgusting, okay, and wicked, such as looking up child porn, or putting child porn on the internet that you are, I guess, in custody of or creating, which is a violation of the law. That's why I'm mentioning it. But however, the government does not have and cannot justify its criminal activity with regard to prosecuting what is, again, pedophilia, essentially. You still have to abide by the law. This is, again, with regard to prosecution under state law, fruit of the poisonous tree. You're not going to be justified in violating the rights of American citizens because you happen to catch a predator in doing so. The entity has no right to violate any of our constitutional rights by keeping us under surveillance where we live, because that's what the entity is doing while I'm being gang stalked, and I'm doing so, I'm showing the fact that gang stalking is occurring in this specific environment. You can remove the fake sun and all of the engineered light would remain. It's the creation of an illusion, and it's highly unintelligent. It's there so that you are ignorant and don't pay attention to the fact that engineered light covers everything, because what else would be the explanation to you were you to pay attention to the presence of the engineered light in the absence of the fake sun? Then you would be more obviously, you would be paying more attention to what is more obviously inexplicable. The fake sun is there so that you don't pay attention, that you never mind what is the engineered light that surrounds you. But you're also, even as I break that down, it is highly unintelligent, and it requires the entity keeping a fake sun over me everywhere that I'm going in order to be what is not an explanation for the engineered light. And this is why I show you things like inside of a building where the sun is not present inside of the building, and engineered light that's moving dynamic inside of that apartment, moving all over and appearing and disappearing inside of that apartment on the floor, upright on the walls and on the hallway doors and on the ceilings and behind the front door and through things such as peepholes. That's understanding what covers everything outside, and it's happening under a fake sun. And this is so that you would be ignorant about the environment that surrounds you, because you are being kept under surveillance, and it's integral regarding the engineered light that covers everything, and it's entirely satanic. And this is how the government is keeping you under surveillance on communication devices. The engineered light is directly tethered to the surveillance on communication devices. Your movement inside of any location, where their movement outside, they don't have to be inside of your apartment. They can maintain constructive presence by engineered light, however, and maintenance of noise with regard to your any minor movement, with regard to what it is that you're doing online. This engineered environment is key to understanding how the system of surveillance operates, and it's entirely out of hell. This is Satan's system, and the government is executing it. It is exposing public corruption, because the government, first of all, doesn't have a right to terrorize American citizens through using satanic methods of targeting them, while they're also keeping them under surveillance, a violation of your constitutional and human rights. And that's exactly what the state of California is doing. And while I document that, you are also benefiting, because you're being informed about how your constitutional rights are being interfered with, and you don't even know it. And if you had an idea, you suspected it, you're not able to prove it. This is what the entity is doing. Okay. And it's inherent to what's happening in the environment around you. And the environment around you is demonic. The environment around you is maintaining an illusion so that you never question what you're surrounded by. But it's a fake sun that's hovering over all of us everywhere, as I show you what happens when I sit at one apartment all day long, and also when I travel from state to state, even when I travel from venue to venue, city to city, and county to county, and it defies nature. And the reason why this fake sun is present is because it's not even sunlight, like the engineered light inside of the apartment proves. It's engineered light that's covering everything that is, and all of Satan's minions, those that are filled with the spirit of Satan, are serving Satan by keeping American citizens and each other under surveillance. And they do so, the demon possessed are doing nothing other than pacing in this engineered light. While they're pacing around, they do so with simultaneous knowledge about what targeted individuals like myself are doing physically and doing on communication devices. And the demon possessed don't have to know you. They don't have to know your name. They don't have to share the same space. In other words, be in the apartment with me. That's what's relevant regarding to what is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment. That's what's happening inside of this apartment at 1:18 p.m. with simultaneity to accessing the video on YouTube, where I am being kept under surveillance. And it's happening in the specific environment where engineered light, which I've already proven fills this apartment and is covering this venue, which is not sunlight. This is going to prosecute the third-party gang stalker AVANATH Capital Management. Because despite the fact that it is demonic, that it is spiritual, it is not impervious to a prosecution. The government is already proven to be gang stalking. I am prosecuting the people of the state that are also gang stalking with knowledge, in conformity to the way that this satanic surveillance system operates. In other words, you're going to be prosecuted for violating what remains constitutional and human rights, despite the fact that you do it through satanic methods, which you intentionally do because you want to falsely depict anybody that seeks to make any allegations where they cannot prove the spiritual that is invisible. But I have proven the spiritual through the physical, so that you know what these demon-possessed people are doing in violation of your constitutional rights. And the entity does that maliciously, because they are ordinarily kidnapping people and falsely depicting them as criminals and mentally ill, while they steal everything that belongs to you, because they know who you are, especially in Christ. They know who you are. All right. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. The entity is intentionally and ongoing mental illness is exhibited by these demons that are gang stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments, because as I access video on February 28, 2025 at 7:26, which these demons are triggered by, they do so because they know the content of that video. They also do so because they know what I'm doing on the internet. The ongoing formula, simultaneity of activity. That's what monitoring is, and this is also understand what monitoring is demonic, meaning people that are demon possessed are monitoring you. That's speaking to the Ontario Police Department. Recall what I documented regarding the 5:01 p.m. documentation of the entity gang stalking me. Let me go ahead and recite that video, the timestamp of that video. That was March excuse me, not 5:01, it was 5:50. That was March 3rd, 2025 at 5:50 p.m. While I am documenting the entity gang stalking in the parking lot under the fake sun that's still at this venue. By the way, you will see the fake sunset behind the demons that are gang stalking me with children, residing in unit number 41. You'll see the radiant sky along the same sidewalk. That's a pattern of stalking with light, and the entity is doing so as I am documenting the people of the state whose license plate I recited in that video. While I then go into the apartment, that's called stalking with activity with the intent to retaliate, intimidate through the demon-possessed gang stalkers who are the Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in surveillance online and on my device. And so are the people of the state who are demon-possessed, and they know a fake sun is there in order to hide their identity and hide their engagement in what is keeping American citizens under surveillance in this country, in this state. They're not ignorant about the fake sun and the engineered light that they're pacing around you in. These people are mentally ill, and so are the government actors. When I, on March 3rd, 2025, then went inside of my apartment, and on the podcast, you will hear me at 6:03, with simultaneity to accessing video evidence on YouTube. The same time that I accessed the video documented on October 9th, 2024 at 10:19 a.m. when I'm standing at 714 North Vine Avenue, where the fake sun is not remaining over the apartments 33 through 48, with simultaneity to accessing that on the internet on my devices at the same time. Helicopter activity is the means of monitoring amplified noise, in the same way that amplified noise with simultaneity to accessing this video documented on February 28, 2025 at 7:26 a.m. Documentation that the demons that are monitoring online are triggered by, and the supernatural occurrence of amplified noise. The simultaneity of that activity is supernatural, where the demon possessed are keeping you under surveillance, and the demon possessed include the Ontario Police Department, who are being disbanded. They are demons that use helicopters while they're stalking someone like myself, whom they're targeting in order to murder and kidnap me. Okay, and they're doing so with the demon possessed that are remaining at Woodside Senior Apartments. 1:45 p.m. ongoing booming occurring again while I'm capturing this, and the demons who are the Ontario Police Department are being spoken of. That entire police department is being disbanded. They are, again, the reason for this public corruption. In addition, again, Paul Leon, the reason for this public corruption. And you have a demon-possessed population that's engaging in the surveillance system, as you see it concentrated at an apartment complex where all of these old folks are losing their housing benefits. They're all losing their housing, period. They're all getting kicked out because they're being prosecuted. And all the employees at the venue are going to prison. And that includes Linda Reyes. She's going to prison, while amplified noise is occurring inside of this apartment under a fake sun that she's pacing around working at the job. She's a domestic terrorist. She's a violent sex offender. And she's engaging in what is ongoing obstruction of justice while I'm documenting her. She's going to prison while I'm documenting her impunity through this podcast, which is documentation against her. She's doing the same thing on March 3rd, 2025 at 5:50 p.m. where the police are gang stalking with her where she works. And she's doing so while I'm documenting her gang stalking with the demons remaining around me in units 33 through 64. And the entity gang stalking with the police are engaging in a documented act of retaliation, flying over me in the apartment where the fake sun remains, and the so-called sunset remains in alignment with the same sidewalk at 5:50 p.m. And she's also going to federal prison for the documented criminal act of obstruction while amplified helicopter activities sounding inside of the apartment, while I then reference documentation, accessing it online where I'm subject to surveillance, where you are subject to surveillance by a bunch of demons who are always pacing. All they're doing, it's not traffic, it's not living in just having to buy a house in a neighborhood, because the fake sun remains over me and a whole system remains in operation in California. For wherever I go, whatever neighborhood that I have become a part of, that's where the fake sun will remain. And that's where you're understanding the demon possessed it's a state full of sleepers who are engaging in what is pacing and engineered light, which is present day and night. Because at nightfall, when there are multiple shadows that I have that are perpendicular on the ground, that are upright on the buildings, that's the same engineered environment. The fake sun during the day is providing an illusion so that you're not paying attention to what is the cause for all this light that's covering all over the ground. And you don't even think about it. You subconsciously attribute it to the sun. The sun one that is necessarily more than one of them, while I'm showing you evidence of what is sitting over one apartment building for 9+ hours. These are the demon possessed that are keeping you under surveillance on the internet. They also exhibit their mental illness while they do so, and while I am exposing them, continuously engaging in that, because these demons are not just practicing witchcraft anymore. They're not just engaging in what is a failed sacrifice to Satan anymore. Now they're adding time in federal prison. Linda Reyes is not getting out of federal prison, and I hope Linda Reyes is not a natural born citizen, because that would be one less gang stalking immigrant in this country, because anybody that's at Woodside that's gang stalking is going to be deported after they sit in federal prison. That's what's relevant to the ongoing amplified noise while I'm capturing evidence of domestic terrorism that the state government is practicing in California. And the state of California relies on the fake sun over me while it keeps me under surveillance, which I've already shown as I go from city to city to city to city and county to county. There is never the actual sun, the natural environment in Kern County, like I documented, however, when I was in Kern County, in Bakersfield, and the entity was crossing path in helicopter while the fake sun remained outside of my driver's side window in perfect alignment to me. You can compare that with what is outside of daylight savings time, so go ahead, take away an hour, because it will never reconcile what is the idle presence of the fake sun over these demons who are going to prison in units 33 through 64. And while they are aware of the fact that they're being outed to the world and to the federal government and now being prosecuted for domestic terrorism and further to trying to murder me, they're going to prison for even longer if they ever get out. These old people are likely going to expire in their cells. And justice, that's justice. Yeah, that's justice. Nonetheless, this is speaking to impunity. And the entity that is gang stalking, the state of California, the city of Ontario that's gang stalking, is keeping me under surveillance on the internet. And a whole fake sun is for the purpose of that very system. Because the illusion is supposed to be that there's a sun over me, and that's the reason for the sunlight that's all over everything. Because if there wasn't a sun, then you would question, why is there light all over everything and there's no sun? How is this the case? But what the entity does not anticipate is that you would actually use a brain and common sense, because anybody that got past 5th grade would recognize that the sun does not sit over one location, one address, like I've documented at Woodside, where a bunch of 55+ pedophiles and stalkers and psychopaths are stalking at an apartment complex in a highly obvious and unintelligent manner. Where that illusion of being under the fake sun as the explanation for the engineered light, where all they're doing is pacing around all day long, stalking and keeping someone under surveillance, is fully exposed. And that's what you're doing when you're working under the fake sun. Linda Reyes is going to prison. And that's what you're doing when you're living under the fake sun. All the demons living in units 33 through 64 are going to prison. That's what you're doing when you're flying in helicopter where that fake sun is planted over me. They're going to prison, and the Ontario police are being disbanded. And you are aware of the fact that they are demon possessed as an entire department. That's what the Ontario Police Department serves. That's why they are in existence. It's not to engage in any lawful execution of duties as a legitimate police department. And the evidence against them showing the fact that they know exactly where I am because of that fake sun, and they are demon possessed. They are on Satan's payroll, if you will. They know exactly what it is that they are supposed to do as a demon possessed army of a population keeping one person under surveillance. That's the reason why a fake sun is over this apartment complex, and that's why a fake sun is over you, wherever you are in this country. It's creating a whole illusion, and you are going to need to use your brain because it's not rocket science. That's why that illusion is there. That engineer light does not require that fake sun. That fake sun is there to cause you to never question what is the substance of this environment that surrounds you. And it's not the natural environment. It is because you are under surveillance, just like I am, and I'm prosecuting the entity that has tried to kill me and steal everything that it knows belongs to me while keeping me under surveillance and gang stalking me and psychologically torturing in furtherance of that egregious and un-American offense of terrorism in the United States. And it's happening at Woodside Senior Apartments. Okay, so the entity gang stalking with simultaneity to accessing video documentation that it's triggered by, admittedly stalking and engaging in what is monitoring online, which is criminal surveillance by the government. Okay, the city of Ontario is gang stalking and is doing so with the mayor, with the police department, with every function of government in the city of Ontario. This is speaking to, again, all the ways in which the city of Ontario is going to literally be shut down. The airport, the police department, the fire department, the city of Ontario itself, the municipality, is a means of domestic terrorism in the city of Ontario. And that's just speaking to the wealth of documentation. I've literally documented every aspect of the city of Ontario because they've been gang stalking me for so long. And as I went to LA, which is why I have a body of evidence speaking to the very illusion that is created, the significance of having the fake sun over these demons that provide ongoing evidence against themselves. You're not just practicing witchcraft anymore. You're putting yourself in prison where you're never getting out, and you're already over 55 years old. You're already old. That's where you're going to expire because you're not getting out. This is what the entity is now doing to itself, and this is justice because the entity sought to murder and kidnap me and thought that they were going to profit from my demise as an entity. This is what the state of California as a demon-possessed entity practices, targeting American citizens, kidnapping them, stealing them, falsely depicting their character and stealing from them. This is the reason why. And you need to know that they're all demons in California. All of them are demons. You see them on the news putting out these fires in Los Angeles. This was the recent quote unquote emergency. The entity that's engaging in this hovering system of surveillance does not suffer any sort of quote unquote emergencies. Those fires were set by the same gang stalkers in the state of California. I'm going to tell you that right now. And then who went to put those fires out? The same demon possessed gang stalkers, the Los Angeles Fire Department, Los Angeles County Fire. I've documented these demons. They're gang stalkers. They put themselves on the news, and they didn't even depict themselves as heroes because they're not heroes. They make their own, they engineer their own emergencies, which I also documented. Reference the documentation at the Holiday Inn off of Key Point in Hesperia, California, where the entity kept the fake sun rising and setting, by the way. And the entity was gang stalking by Cal Fire at the apartments. And I specifically referenced how these are the same demons that manufacture what is keeping them in business while they're gang stalking under a fake sun and claiming that the weather, the climate is the reason for the annual fires throughout the summer. It's not even the sun. They're manufacturing emergencies, and then they're always asking for federal funds from the government to help them with dealing with these annual emergencies. These are the demons that are profiting off of these corrupt insurance agencies. I've spoke all of this already. This is what the same entity that was putting out their fires, they're the same demon, but they're doing so under the fake sun as you look at the news. Which, again, I published a video on YouTube. The demons, they don't want to reference that. They're keeping me under surveillance, and they're engaged in psychological torture while I reference it in my documentation. But they are intentionally not giving it any views, and they're hoping that you never pay attention to it. But they know exactly what it is that I'm documenting while they're engaging in what is monitoring me in this apartment under that fake sun. While they're putting out those fires in Los Angeles County is what they were doing under a fake sun. You are able to see it with your own eyes. And again, compare what they're doing under a fake sun. You're 3 hours ahead of us on the East Coast. What are you looking at in the sky space above you? It's not the natural environment. We are all subject to this system that is Satan operated. This is not to instill fear. It's to inform you. And those who are already walking with Christ, you need to understand that this is not the time to fall off in your walk with Christ. Satan is engaged in ongoing acts of desperation as he is being exposed. Like I am exposing him. He's being exposed through all the prophets that are speaking the truth of what God is doing and how judgment is coming. Satan is going to become increasingly desperate. Satan is going to kill as many people as possible. And Satan is also going to lie regarding what is the actual cause of death and what's happening. And it's speaking to what is an era of judgment. And Satan knows that he's running out of time, and more people are going to die. Acts of war and acts of ongoing chaos throughout the country and throughout the world. This is what's going on because Satan is being exposed, and Satan doesn't like that. That means Satan is running out of time. So this is inevitable, and this is something that those who know Scripture, those who walk with Christ, this is not something that you're scared of because you already know how it ends, and you already anticipated this. We are walking circumspectly, is what Scripture says. Aware of the times, okay? Taking advantage of the times that we're in, paraphrasing. But this is not something that causes you to fear. And you don't have any a reason to fear when you are secure in Christ. That's my position, letting you know right now what Satan is doing. What is the reason behind? I've been giving you this body of evidence about the specific environment. Okay, so I'm telling you, why is it there? Because these demons that are stalking you conspicuously in your face, and inconspicuously while you're ignorant about it. They're doing so in a whole cartoon environment. And the whole reason why Satan puts a fake sun over all of us is so that you never question how is all this engineered light appearing all over the place? And you would automatically be like, oh, it's sunlight. There's the sun and that's sunlight. And that's not the case. And the P.O.C. is the body of evidence proving that. That's why I can go inside of the apartment where the sun's not present, and you will see all manner of what is engineered light. That's what's covering everything outside. And that's also not the sun while it sits idle over one building all day long. And that's exposing what the government is engaging in. As I document the city halls, as I document the police departments, as I document the California Highway Patrol offices, as I document them gang stalking me on the roads and the highways, as I document them gang stalking through airports using commercial airline planes. This is a whole concerted effort. And that's all that the entity is doing while I'm accessing video that it is triggered by while it's keeping me under surveillance on the internet. All right, as I access the video of the sunrise, which I will be putting in the description box so you can see the evidence of an idle, fake sun that has nothing to do with the engineered light that's coding everything. It's there so that you never question how is light there if you would even be paying attention. But somebody might have noticed that. It's a little more obvious when you don't have a sun over the top of your head. But all you have to do is pay attention to that sun and you'll see how it never goes anywhere. And it's rising and setting at one location. That's also equally unintelligent and asinine if I don't say so myself. Okay? So Satan's jig is up, and you need to know that you're under surveillance on the internet in addition to all of your devices. And this is how this is how its landlord's employees and everybody remaining at that apartment complex where this landlord is profiting, they're going to prison. They're going to prison. All right, so it's currently 1:59 p.m. I want to make sure that I document that. The ongoing amplified noise while I'm capturing this podcast is evidence of the ongoing impunity, the lawlessness of those who are demon-possessed in this country, engaging in what was supposed to be and is no longer a secret system of organized murder and organized kidnapping by that entity that is demon-possessed. They're sitting in the courts kidnapping and stealing from American citizens while they're it's falsely depicting their characters. They're not doing so with the people of the state like Tracy Banks, who are lying about my character, manufacturing information with a bunch of demon-possessed corrupt actors who have no relationship with me, never met me, and they were kidnapping me if they admit to do so, because there was never any relationship and there was never any conversation. They made it up from the beginning to the end while they're demon-possessed gang stalkers acting in conformity to California's P.O.C. This is the entity that does so with these gang stalking judges, these gang stalking courthouses. They're robbing American citizens and then calling it a day's work at the court. That is not the business of the people. And every judge that engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring at any level, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to prison. Okay, I'm going to lower my tone of voice so that you know how serious I am. You're going to federal prison. You engaged in gang stalking and obstructing justice while you avoided service of process. Thomas Garza. In 2020, in 2019, where I litigated that case to document the courts in the state of California. Ripley with the fake sun over the top of my head and the entity San Bernardino Police Department gang stalking by helicopter, I documented it. And every gang stalking judge seeking in furtherance of murdering and kidnapping me and stealing what it belongs to me, that's the reason why they're doing it. That's the reason why they evaded service of process. That's why the sheriff's department that engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, that's the same San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, that's why they did that. That's speaking to federal prison. And it would be literally depriving of justice if Thomas Garza avoids federal prison. Unless that man is dead 6 feet under, you're not avoiding federal prison. And every other gang stalking judge, the oxymoronic position of the very entity that uses its position in the courthouses while I'm documenting the public corruption where a bunch of elderly and unemployed sex offenders are stalking at an apartment complex. This is still related to what Thomas Garza committed as a matter of record in 2019 through court documents, which I had the presence of mind to capture and document because I said years ago, you're going to prison. I told them this years ago. You're going to prison, and these unintelligent demons who don't even know how they're incriminating you here in this courtroom. All right? Well, I'm at the San Bernardino courthouse and I'm documenting the P.O.C, for example. They're going to prison because this is what they were engaging in when they're evading service of process. When they're stealing my car and depriving me of what is a default judgment, when they fail to timely respond to that court case that I filed, and then maintain a whole fake case when I no longer respond to after you did exactly what I wanted you to do. Deny me justice as a matter of record and then lie about what happened on the published court records online, which I kept records of as well. And the same kidnapping demons, Kimberly Apollo, participating in that chicanery of a court case. I'm not even participating in it anymore. So how are you still having court hearings about what is theft of my property? I'm the one that initiated it, and then you deny default judgment after you never respond to my court hearing, to my court filing, to the summons, That's the entity that's, again, denying justice after you stole my car by the same demon-possessed Ontario Police Department who is being disbanded. All the areas where the entity is acting together, they're putting themselves in the federal facilities that they thought that they were going to keep me locked up in and then take my life. This is the massive return to sender that you have heaped on your own head, while a bunch of old people are continuously proving what you were doing when I encountered you. You don't have to be in my presence in order for me to prosecute you. You don't have to be in my presence in order for me to prove that you're a demon who is unfit for the practice of law to sit on the bench. This is speaking to the disbanding of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. You are being kept under surveillance on the internet and on your communication devices, and it is unconstitutional and it's also inhumane. While the entity engages in a pattern of psychological torture, which AVANATH Capital Management is also going to compensate for. All right, the demons in units 33 through 64 are indeed going to federal prison, and they are going to mental asylums as well. And they also speak to the fact that that's exactly where they belong while they are engaging in that, while the federal prosecutor is in real time capturing evidence so that you are under no circumstances questioning whether or not it's actually happening. Again, this is, the entity that is very, very much never was prepared to be exposed and let alone prosecuted. Okay, it is currently 2:04 p.m. where this ongoing psychological torture pursuant to what I'm doing online remains underway in the specific environment where you already know the fake sun rises and sets, where you are admittedly engaging in what is intentional stalking as a population, i.e. gang stalking. All right, this is P.O.C. All right, with regard to the verse that I am paraphrasing, it is in reference to Ephesians 5:15 through 17, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. This is the King James Version. This is exactly how what our minds should be set on, what is our perspective, how we conduct ourselves, what our outlook appears as based on what it is that we know to be the truth. And those that are in Christ, we are not walking in fear. Of course, you also know that that is not of the Lord and that's not God's will. And that's not why he's telling you about what the enemy is doing. All right. So Ephesians 5:15 through 17, King James Version says, "See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time, because the days are evil. Wherefore be ye not unwise, but understand what the will of the Lord is." All right. It is currently 2:08 p.m. P.O.C. It is currently 2:34 p.m. I want to just maintain this documentation while the entity is maintaining criminal monitoring and surveillance of me, which is psychological torture, while criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment. And so doing so while they are also aware of the fact that the evidence against them is being maintained and published online to prosecute each and every one of them. And this is prosecuting the entire state. But the demons at Woodside are going to prison, okay, for what they're engaging in, and doing so with impunity. At 2:34 p.m., amplified loud booming with regard to documentation regarding the terrorist and the gang stalker, Kimberly Appaloo, okay? While she is being documented, the entity is simultaneously stalking with amplified noise intended to psychologically harm. While that indeed the demons are triggered while I am documenting this state actor that is engaged in this very state system. And that's what she was doing while gang stalking in her role as at the more sophisticated level of gang stalking in the state of California by engaging in kidnapping via the courts and theft of property and denial of what is justice based on my bringing a lawsuit against this entity, this same gang stalking entity that then exercises fictitious authority under the law to steal your property, not lawfully have it towed away, while they know exactly who you are. They know exactly the fact that you are engaging in what is using your vehicle on a daily basis, especially while they're gang stalking you while you're in your car. This is the same entity that stole my vehicle and then denied what I was entitled to under the laws and under the rules and policies of how the court operates, and did so. And while Kimberly Appaloo is being documented with simultaneity to that, amplified audible activity, which is under all circumstances monitoring inside of the apartment, which AVANATH is interested in what it is that I'm doing with regard to documentation regarding Kimberly Appaloo. And the demons that are gang stalking with the hitman Tracy Banks are very much interested in what it is that I'm documenting regarding the state actor Kimberly Appaloo. They are one demon-possessed entity who are obsessively stalking and monitoring me, and they engage in the tactics of psychological torture while I am engaged in any acts of documenting state actors like Kimberly Appaloo. So I just want to document that 2:34 p.m. maintaining what is the criminal acts of the landlord that's gang stalking, which is AVANATH's engagement of what is amplified loud booming, while the elderly who are gang stalking units 33 through 64 are stalking in the path in their units in concert with the entity that's maintaining aerial surveillance, that's maintaining amplified noise together, and are all monitoring me together while they are hostile and fearful of this state actor Kimberly Appaloo, whose name I'm going to continue to utter because she's being federally prosecuted. She's being openly exposed while the entity seeks to inflict harm to me because I'm documenting that sex offender. All right. She's a documented kidnapper, and she's also a documented thief, while you engaging in what is exploiting what is and exercising fictitious authority under the law as a gang stalking corrupt judge. And her name is all over court documents, which is serving to put her in prison. And she is worthy of prison while I document her and enforce my rights in doing so. And ongoing psychological torture remains underway while I do that. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's 2:38 p.m. and the demons that are going to prison at Woodside are continuously acting pursuant to that P.O.C. This is the pattern of conduct at Woodside at 408 West G Street in Ontario, California, where you already know the fake sun rises and sets. All right, and the entity is also monitoring evidence. Do not forget to refer to the documentation while the entity is already shown to be rising and setting a fake sun at Woodside during this time of year. And the entity was doing the same thing at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, while the LAPD provided evidence against, in other words, the entity that's at Woodside regarding stalking in helicopters, which is the government gang stalking with the population in that specific environment. A bunch of demons who are knowingly under a fake sun, because that's supposed to fool everybody into thinking that the sun creates this sunlight all over the place. That creates multiple shadows and pierces through peepholes and creates sunlight like lasers through your living room and all over the floor, and moving all about with regard to surveillance. Okay, while an ongoing course of amplified noise remains inside of whatever location you're at, which is a venue and not a private space with regard to a private residence. It's where the government is engaging in surveillance, and the government does so through demonic means of amplified noise and engineered light under the circus environment where demons and who are mentally ill psychopaths are stalking, which AVANATH continues as of 2:34 p.m. This is P.O.C. And this is reference documentation regarding this state actor, one who is subject to federal prison, which is Kimberly Appaloo, associated with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. This is P.O.C. And Kimberly Appaloo, her full name is Kimberly S.Y. Appaloo. This is an African-American woman, or she could be African, she could be Jamaican. She appears to be black like myself with regard to skin color. So I'm assuming she's African-American. And as I recall hearing her speak, I believe she's African-American. But nonetheless, this is a black woman, and her California bar number is 192860. And as of the unlawful theft of property and denial of legal relief with the intent to obstruct justice that she participated in under the exercise of fictitious authority and the denial of what is legal relief in the gang stalking venue, which is already on record as well, which is the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. This is in reference to case number CIVDS 1930644, Erica Lorraine Spencer v. Bill and Wag. She also participated in my kidnapping, which the entity engaged in with the same terrorist organization, the Ontario Police Department, who shall be disbanded. Kimberly S. Appaloo participated in the kidnapping that is documented under case number. This is an admission to gang stalking. The stalkers engaged in kidnapping as an entity, including the corrupt courts, where Kimberly S. Appaloo is a documented state actor. And that was case number MWV, Mary Wendy Victor, 2000640. She is not coincidentally participating in both of these court cases where the entity is targeting me and doing so with the intent to obstruct justice, while I have been documenting and publishing the evidence about the state of California that has been acting in furtherance of trying to murder me and kidnap me and also steal my everything that belongs to me in doing so, and also defame my character. Okay, Kimberly S. Appaloo is the state actor that is being documented, and psychological torture is inflicted while this demon is documented. This is what the entity that is one entity, the entity that is one, the entity that is interested in any of the demons that I reference in documentation, or that I analyze in any way, or that I address in any of my internet activity, for example, in psychological torture results, that is stalking with amplified noise. It's the same thing with regard to anything that's what the demons are triggered by while they're obsessively monitoring me. And it is directly speaking to why Kimberly S. Appaloo is worthy of federal prison. You will not participate in kidnapping an American citizen and remain outside of federal prison. And this is the system that Kimberly S. Appaloo was engaging in, doing her role in what are the corrupt courts, while she participated in the kidnapping by this entity and in the theft of my personal property by this same exact entity. And while I document her today in 2025, the demons who know exactly who she is and are hostile to me even documenting her are engaging in what is the ongoing criminal interference with quiet enjoyment, because they are one entity, by the way. That's what the demons do when you identify and name any of the other demons that are gang stalking. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that is clear. Again, Kimberly S. Appaloo, this is a demon-possessed gang stalker who is, again, a corrupt state actor, doing so as a judge on the bench in California, and her bar number, again, is 192860. You can refer to the court cases where the entity has engaged in documented criminal acts against me, intending to obstruct justice while exercising authority that it doesn't even have under existing law. It doesn't have, the entity that's gang stalking you has no authority under the Constitution to prosecute you for anything. This is relevant to what is essentially, it's analogous to the theory, the doctrine of fruit of the poisonous tree, except for the fact that I'd never committed any crime. So they're stalking me, and then they make up information about allegations of crimes that I committed, where they're making that up in order to exercise fictitious authority, where they were stalking from beginning to end. And they're also gang stalking while they kidnap me inside of their venues. Okay, so this is again what Kimberly Appaloo is engaging in, and you can refer to again what is Erica Lorraine Spencer v. the people of the state. That's essentially what it is. But the name of the case is Erica Lorraine Spencer v. Bill and Wags Inc. That's the people of the state. And it's case number CIVDS 1930644. And all of those participating in the entity exercising authority it doesn't have in the courts are engaged in what is theft of my personal property, which is done with the intent to obstruct justice. And it's speaking to the public corruption where the demon-possessed are sworn in to the California bar to practice law as well. And also, again, you can see this on the website, the P.O.C. website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com. So it's it's THIS ISTHEPOC. This is the P.O.C.wordpress, WORDPRESS.com. Okay, the website is thisisthepoc.wordpress.com, where you can see the court cases that I have laid out for the world to witness, how the gang stalking entity, the state of California, has exercised authority that it doesn't have under state and federal constitutions, while a corrupt courthouse is masquerading as a legitimate one, engaging in the business of the people that includes a civil and criminal prosecution, where I am enforcing my rights against the very gang stalker. That is, I literally took to the gang stalker itself and submitted my court documentations to the gang stalker. Understand why the federal government is necessary with regard to enforcing your rights. And it is impossible to have your grievances redressed in the facilitating venue, where I also captured the fake sling over the top of my head, where Kimberly Appaloo was a gang stalking demon that stole my property in the role of a corrupt judge, gang stalking in the courts, and also engaged in kidnapping me, putting me on things such as probation, while the demon-possessed San Bernardino County Probation Department are exercising authority under, like I said, it's all laid out. The entity is subject to what is extraordinary basis of prosecution. And while I document this demon, this is, again, the inspiration of amplified noise. In the same way, while I reference video documentation about the fake sun rising, it's inspiration for amplified noise. In the same way, when I reference on the internet the documentation of the Ontario Police Department gang stalking me on another day after they flew over my head in helicopter, it is the inspiration for amplified helicopter activity. That's called stalking with activity, which is relevant to what is monitoring, which demons practice, and anybody that's monitoring was a demon-possessed stalker who's interfering with your privacy on behalf of the government that has no actual authority under the law, under the state and federal constitutions, and that doesn't change when they're sitting in the courts gang stalking. Exercising authority that the police never had, that the police don't have to vicariously through the people to do the same, nor do they have it when they engage in what is exercising non-existent authority in the courts. That's a prosecution of the state of California, by the way, and you can see these court cases, some of them, there's more though, but the civil case against the state of California where the entity avoided service of process, that's Erica Lorraine Spencer v. the people of the state of California, case number CIVDS 1927330. You could see my court case that I initiated against the people of the state, acting specifically via third-party gang stalker Bill and Wags Inc. That is the court case Erica Lorraine Spencer v. Bill and Wags Incorporated, case number CIVDS 1903664. You can see the prosecution. This is a fictitious prosecution. All right, the entity that is gang stalking, then seeking to kidnap you by criminal defamation, because that's what you're doing. You're defaming my character and seeking to kidnap me in order to obstruct justice while you are actually targeting me as the entity that is keeping me under surveillance and then seeking to manufacture criminal charges to keep me in their facilitating venues. Because all of the San Bernardino County jails are gang stalking and they're demon-possessed law enforcement agencies. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they're all demon-possessed and they're gang stalking in the jails throughout San Bernardino County. One of these acts of, this is criminal conduct that people are going to federal prison for. This is the people of the state of California versus Erica Lorraine Spencer. This is a criminal act by the government. Case number FWV 1900141. This is why Jay Burnett is going to federal prison. He engaged in kidnapping on May 4th, 2019. That is published online. This is the same Ontario Police Department that is gang stalking today. Jay Burnett and many, many others affiliated with the Ontario Police are going to federal prison. The other criminal act that the entity engaged in while gang stalking me and seeking to obstruct justice while I am reporting them to the federal government. This is the criminal act committed by the state, which Kimberly Applewood participated in. The people of the state of California v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, and the case number is MWV 2000640. Kidnapping me while I am engaged in what is enforcing my rights and not breaking the law in doing so. And I just want to be clear, because the government is the criminal, you don't have the authority to, and the entity is exercising authority fictitiously because nobody is in a position to correct the state government. And that's literally the role that I had to maintain on my own, because the feds are not investigating, the feds are not helping me enforce my rights. So this is my undertaking an investigation of the state myself, improving what the state is doing. And while I am standing on the sidewalk, not interfering with what is any lawful behavior of the police, but even while they are exercising fictitious authority under laws they have no authority under whatsoever, they are falsely claiming, making it up, they're lying, stating that I'm interfering with an ongoing investigation while they're engaged in the traffic stop. What's the traffic stop, ladies and gentlemen? That's called criminal summoning. They were engaged in monitoring me, the gang stalking police, stalking in the paths with light, in concert with the same demons that are stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments. They're pulling over the demons who are the people of the state, who are stalking me together, in concert with the Ontario International Airport that you already know are also gang stalking. And this is documented, again, January 13, 2020, where I am walking across the street from Woodside Senior Apartments. The Ontario International Airport has captured gang stalking flying over me at that 7-Eleven. At the same time that then I am capturing the license plate of the gang stalker Jason Burnett, who was going to federal prison for this criminal system that he and Lester Keys were participating in while I am enforcing my rights and well within the confines of the Constitution. And I'm also showing how the government is outside of the bounds of the Constitution, and a police department that's being disbanded and is in real time engaged in what is psychological torture while I reference them and amplified noise fills this apartment. This is why Jason 19 is going to federal prison. So I just want to be clear, since we are here, let's go ahead and read the badge numbers of the demons who are going to federal prison while I reference, because this is what the demons do. While you reference them, amplified noise occurs. This is the personality of Satan. While you are exposing the demon possessed, they engage in acts that are intended to deter you from speaking the truth. Jason 19, many others engage in kidnapping under this exercised a fictitious authority while the state sought to kidnap me in order to silence me. Jason Knighton, badge number 80509, who's also under the fake sun at the Ontario Police Department, documented and at the 2500 South Archibald Avenue, where the fake sun is over my head in the same manner, showing what are a bunch of demons that work for the Ontario Police, who are also gang stalking in helicopter, and they committed kidnapping on January 30th. And Jason Knighton, badge number 80509, who is the same entity inspiring amplified noise inside of this apartment, which AVANATH Capital Management is going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted, a third-party gang stalking with the city of Ontario, committing an admitted sex offense of an egregious level while keeping a woman under surveillance inside of its units, which is a facilitating venue. All right, 2:51 p.m. is where that amplified noise is occurring while Jason Knighton is being referenced in this video, in this podcast audio documentation. And also he was kidnapping with Lester Keys Jason Knighton and Lester Keys on January 30th, where criminal summoning was underway. And I am standing on sidewalk, and then Jason Knighton engages in what is physically attacking me and then stating the basis for his kidnapping, which is an unlawful arrest. It's not merely false imprisonment. This is kidnapping by the entity that's gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, because they are monitoring my devices and know that I'm documenting, and I'm also well within my rights as any American citizen is when the government is stalking you. Okay, the entity is doing so with Patty S. Again, Patty's her last name, so it's S. Patty. And her badge number on June 18th, 2021, since we're going, let's just keep on going. S. Patty, badge number 19945. She engaged in kidnapping on June 18th, 2021. And remember, I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the fake sun was rising over me. In June of 2024, you'll recall the fake sun's remaining over me at Alvarado Gardens. S. Patty is going to federal prison. And while I'm subject to psychological torture because I referenced the demon-possessed law enforcement agency, this is speaking to why the demons that are gang stalking with the city of Ontario are all going to prison in units 33 through 64. This is what they're doing while I'm documenting Kimberly Appaloo. And so while I'm speaking to, these are just the identified kidnappers of the Ontario Police. There are many that are documented in video and images by badge number and license plate. And they're going to federal prison, and the entire police department is being disbanded, and they're all done with law enforcement. Jason Knighton's never going to be a cop anywhere else. S. Patty's never going to be a cop in any other jurisdiction in the United States. A. Morris, etc. They're never going to be in law enforcement again, and they're going to prison. Okay, this is, let me also document, you have Arnold, J. Arnold, badge number 19994, is going to federal prison for kidnapping with S. Patty on June 18, 2021, under the fake sun, while the entity is gang stalking by the Ontario Police Department, as is captured on video. You could see that on YouTube. You could see it on what is the P.O.C. channel. If all the documentation is organized by year and month and date. It's all organized for you to reference. It's accessible right now for you to see where the P.O.C. is underway and a kidnapping occurs with the intent to obstruct justice, and they're going to prison for it. This is again, and C. Scatel is also gang stalking. This is somebody, C. Scatel, S-C-A-T-E-L, is also engaged in kidnapping on June 18, 2021. And the entity is engaged in the pattern of conduct and is doing so. I want to make sure that I have C. Scatel. It looks like, yeah, there's additional documentation of it. Yeah, I just have C. Scatel's name. The demons that are gang stalking by kidnapping on September 25th from the very heavily documented Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, where the entity engaged in the pattern of conduct of keeping a fake sun rising over the pool and setting over the same hotel at the over near the 60 freeway on Euclid Avenue in Ontario, which is never going to be over me in September of 2024, while I'm at Woodside Senior Apartments, and you're looking at the fake sun rising and setting. During the same daylight savings time, the entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens. You are not looking at the natural environment. That's impossible, and anyone can recognize that. Any fifth grader can recognize that, but you are looking at what is a pattern of conduct, where the entity is keeping amplified noise inside of this apartment because I'm identifying people who are going to prison, like Kimberly Appaloo and Jason Knighton. And the entity is engaging in what is exercising impunity. That's relevant to why Jason Knighton should not get out of prison once he's going and not getting out, because the demon-possessed gang stalkers of the Ontario Police are continuously exhibiting impunity while I'm documenting them gang stalking me through the people of the state. Not only when I reference them, but while they're up 24 hours a day, gang stalking me day and night under a fake sun, showing that they're all demons acting with the government, and then providing a wealth of evidence even while I capture video and audio in real time. Jason Knighton is a mentally ill psychopath seeking to wear a badge and bear weapons, and being, in other words, an unauthorized agent, gang stalking as a means of what the government is practicing in California, and thinking that he was going to kidnap me and that no one was ever going to know it, in furtherance of what is murdering and stealing everything that belongs to me, actually, because that's what the state of California, this is what this demon, this hitman, Tracy Banks, sought to do through the state of California, through kidnappers like Jason Knighton, who are the inspiration for amplified noise inside of this apartment, which is a criminal interference with quiet enjoyment while I'm kept under surveillance inside of this apartment. All right. The entity is doing so while you are able to be aware of that through the maintenance of the specific environment while you compare where I was at when I was kidnapped on January 13, 2020. Well, in January 2024, the entity has the fake sun over Alvarado Gardens. I also have documentation published about what the entity was doing in January 2020 under a fake sun with regard to the entity that's gang stalking in that specific environment. The documentation is very thorough. From 2018 to 2025, where the demon possessed are obsessively keeping me under surveillance and have engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping for which Jason Knighton is going to federal prison. And this is a terrorist that is literally commissioned with a corrupt police department to murder and kidnap people and make it look like it's within the execution of his duties as a police officer. That is exploiting the Constitution. That's what the Ontario police practices. That's their role in California. And that's why they're being disbanded, because they did that. They're gang stalkers on top of engaging in what is kidnapping, theft of property. And this is, again, intolerable for any terrorist organization such as the corrupt police in Ontario, California. They are gang stalking with the elderly who seem to have the ability to create earthquakes inside of the apartment. They also have the uncanny ability to do so, while I document and refer to gang stalking state actors like Jason Knighton and Kimberly Apaloo. This is no coincidence when you are kept under surveillance, and it's also no coincidence when you are seeing things like sunlight shooting like a laser in the depths of this apartment, moving across the kitchen cabinets, moving across the ceiling, shooting across the living room floor. Moving stationary across the ceiling and on the east living room wall at all hours of the day in the dark, when the fake sun is present all day long for all 9 hours until sunset, okay? Doing nothing other than changing colors and remaining stationary. This is what surveillance looks like and behaves like inside of an apartment that has the apartment complex, the business, and the employees and the residents have no constitutional protections, and they are going to federal prison for psychological torture, for repeated acts of kidnapping. They're also going to federal prison for the impunity and malice with which they engage in it and continuously engage in it against a federal prosecutor, interfering with a federal investigation, speaking to, again, the bloodthirsty predators who are the people that stay at Woodside Senior Apartments, acting with the government, incriminating them. Not that I need their help of the inept demons who are gang stalking, but that's all they do is incriminate each other while they engage in that. It is currently, by the way, 3 p.m. And I want to make sure, this is documentation that you can refer to. You can look at it online. And these are the demons that are interested in inflicting psychological torture while the state actors are documented, while they are referred to. And this is why the Ontario police, who you know are still to date gang stalking, and that entire department under the corrupt and satanic tutelage of Mike Lorenz, and before him, the same exact system, which I documented under Derek Williams, who are terrorists that need to be recognized as that and prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring. I believe he retired absent what is the necessary public shame for engaging in the sex offense of gang stalking a woman while being a corrupt chief of police acting in furtherance of murder and kidnapping me. All right. And this predator retired, and Mike Lorenz is a predator that proceeded after him in the same exact criminal system. And that needs to be publicly known. All right. This is speaking to what is also not a coincidence. The fact that this demon, Mike Lorenz, a gang stalking mayor, something that's not going to be maintained as a secret and tolerated in California, that he remains in office while both of these demons are gang stalking as chief of police over the Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in what is the contribution to public corruption, while a bunch of sex offenders over 55 both receive housing benefits and also are gang stalking by residents at Woodside Senior Apartments. Okay, this is the P.O.C. at 3:01 p.m. on Friday, March 7, 2025. I will maintain the ongoing documentation while I publish the evidence about them, of what they're doing in real time, because this is all the demons do. Is they engage in the pattern of conduct, I document it, and then I publish it, and they just engage in more of it. These are the demons that are going to be pacing around in their cells, in their padded rooms, when they're in mental asylums, and while they are subject to what is a regular program designed to address their severe mental illness. All right, that's P.O.C. All right, at 3:02 p.m., the moment that I stop recording, this is where the demons are engaging in just this is the pettiness of domestic terrorists, who are also very much a threat to national security, because they also find it funny to psychologically torture people, to watch them be nude on cameras in their homes while they're being gang stalked in helicopters, and engaging in a program of psychological torture where they're going to prison for it. These are the psychopaths who are demon possessed, and engaging in what is an additional act of amplified booming at 3:02 p.m., just adding to the ongoing documentation as I'm going to continuously accumulate it through this podcast. Pay attention to the description box, because I'm going to provide links where you can easily access the fake sun rising at the same address. And you're also going to look at what I documented today, the fake sun over the top of my head at 12:07 p.m. That's 5 hours over one apartment building. They are gang stalking. And these are, again, the pettiness is speaking to mental illness. This is the affects of demon possession on people who are human beings, but they are engaging what we would ordinarily refer to as mentally ill, psychopathic, sociopathic. And then you're talking about what the focus is to harm somebody else, but they've come against somebody. I'm exposing you. You're the one going to prison, and you're not getting out. You're the one that's going to be put out of your apartment. You're the one that's going to need to find somewhere else to live, and how you're going to get past that background check. Who's going to let a sex offender live at the next apartment? What type of landlord is going to want to take on the liability that you are when they recognize what AVANATH, and that's what every other landlord is going to be subject to, for what is recognized that the government is engaging in federal group stalking monitoring. This is what the entity is. This pettiness is speaking to mental illness. But nonetheless, 3:02 p.m., amplified booming, repeating inside of the unit. This is P.O.C. with regard to psychological torture, which is relevant to damages that this third-party gang stalker AVANATH Capital Management shall compensate for. Okay, and it's all in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. Remember what the entity is doing to the ordinary target individual, trying to psychologically harm you until you get into the circumstances where you're so mentally broke down, you can be more easily removed from existence. They can murder you. They can perhaps get you to the point to where you take your own life. They can surround you with circumstances where it is more easily, where you are more capable of being surrounded by a circumstance where they can basically commit. It's because it's murder. It's not a manslaughter. It's not an accident. It's not an act of negligence. The entity is targeting you until the point that they can take your life. So this is the reason why AVANATH is gang stalking and psychologically torturing inside of the apartment. And no one forget that. It's 3:06 p.m. P.O.C. All right, it is 3:30 p.m. I want to document the ongoing documentation of what remains a scientific phenomenon. And this is the specific environment that is centered on what I do as I do it. And you witnessed it in real time while the fake sun is shining over my head at 11:13 a.m. At Unit 51, where I open the front door and where it is rapidly covered up by clouds. That is not the weather in operation. That is the supernatural. That is the supernatural speaking to the demonic, the demon possessed, whose cover is supposed to be being able to freely stalk you and monitor you right in front of your face while you never are aware of the environment where they're doing so. So with simultaneity to what it is that I'm documenting, I'm currently in the process of publishing the podcast, and by the time you hear this, it will already be published. But at 3:30 p.m., the stalking with amplified noise occurs, and flashing of light occurs through what are the blinds that are closed. And so this is Satan. Okay, Satan is a spirit, and Satan is also present through all the residents who are going to federal prison in units 33 through 64. Remember that. So the same exact conduct with the amplified booming, which is amplified noise, occurs through what is, again, the same scientific phenomenon of what is a whole environment centered around me where everybody is stalking together. Well, all the demons are gang stalking together, and their hostility toward being outed as demon possessed, their hostility toward being outed as sex offenders and predators and stalkers who are also engaged in surveillance occurs again, and is communicated by what is the sound of thunder that's so loud that I'm hearing it through the content that I'm listening to on the internet, just like the amplified booms inside of the apartment. Thunder that is so bright and so powerful that it creates flashing of light through the living room window, the same living room window where you see the fake sun in the evening after 4 p.m. when I'm at the same address, and where the sun is supposedly having made it 3 hours ahead of us in Florida somehow. That's the same living room window where you're understanding what is the element there. It's called light activity. with regard to simultaneity of amplified audible activity. And this is, again, this is the circus work of Satan, who is intimidated and fearful of me, while all of his demon-possessed gang stalkers are going to prison. They're being shut down as a corrupt gang stalking police department. They're being shut down as a corrupt gang stalking airport. They're being shut down as a corrupt gang stalking mayor and mayor's office, etc., because I'm exposing them. And while I'm in real-time engagement on the internet, this is the entity engaging in what is satanic, first of all, and it's also relevant to psychological torture, and you will be prosecuted because the malice is identified. This is not the natural environment, and the environment is literally acting and engages in conduct based on what it is that I happen to be doing. And you also know that it's not the natural environment because on this day in 2024, the natural environment could never consist of the sun being, like I documented over the top of my head, in Los Angeles, California, at Alvarado Gardens, where the entity is also engaging in what is keeping a fake sun rising over me, which I documented at 6:42 a.m. But then you're reminded about 7 days ago that sunrise happened at this apartment complex, as I documented it, at 7:28 a.m. So the entity, and the video that I documented, by the way, with regard to, and whether I captured it, whether it was 2 minutes long or at over 45 minutes long, which I believe the video I captured in 2024 is, understand that the sunrise is not happening outside of my living room window and at Alvarado Gardens over the hillside, and then being in some position where it would be east of that location, to then at 7:28 after that documented sunrise be over in a position where I'm capturing it at 7:28 p.m. This is the same time of your analysis where you're just using your common sense regarding what is not rocket science, and Satan is gang stalking with and via a bunch of inept demons who have been outsmarted and surrounded with insurmountable evidence. And with regard to hostility toward the inferiority of those who serve Satan and Satan himself. This is the use of what is the amplified noise of what's supposed to be a thunderstorm, creating flashing light inside of the window, which is light activity. Everybody's going to federal prison. And amplified audible activity, which is so impactful that it's heard through and piercing through the sound of what I'm listening to on my headphones. It's the same exact engagement in the elements of monitoring. And it's the same criminal conduct of the demons going to federal prison, including Linda Reyes and every other employee at the venue, where none of them are surrounded by the natural environment. And just like you see the fake sun every day, which is the work of Satan, the use of a thunderstorm to engage in the elements of monitoring is the same work of Satan, while the work of Satan is underway through the same corrupt city of Ontario and the demons that are stalking by residents at Woodside Senior Apartments, doing the bidding of the demons who identify, who are going to prison, like Kimberly Apaloo, like Jason Knighton, and the disbanding of the law enforcement agency that's a covert and no longer a covert. It's a fully exposed and fully proven terrorist organization, and that's what's inspiring the ongoing psychological torture tactics, and the landlord shall be prosecuted what remains elements of monitoring. You will be prosecuted for what are malicious acts. None of it's the act of nature, and it's the same exact elements of monitoring, and you also know that. This is the entity that uses witchcraft and thought that it would circumvent and engage in that which is never going to be capable of being proven. And the documentation of showing an idle fake sun is speaking directly toward the malice of the demon-possessed population that is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring and showing their mental illness in doing so. I just want to make sure that I document that. It's currently 3:35 p.m. The entity is doing this while I am currently uploading and publishing the podcast, which you will get long before you hear this. I will be adding this to the podcast, but I'm going to go ahead and publish it right now at or around 3:36 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, criminal summoning by the City of Ontario at 3:47 p.m. The entity is gang stalking through the employee of AVANATH Capital Management who resides in Unit 41, as I am capturing images of what is the cloudy day, the rain outside, which is has nothing to do with the flashing of engineer light coming through the living room window, as again, amplified noise under the guise of, which is satanic, under the guise of what is loud, roarous thunder that's creating impact. If you recall my documentation, the entity was gang stalking on another day where it was particularly hostile to my documenting all the demons who are being outed while I prosecute the state of California. And Tracy Banks, this demon was gang stalking by remaining president of the unit on this day as well. And she is gang stalking in her bedroom, remaining engaged in the elements of monitoring inside of her unit. This is a psychopath that's also a hitman that has plotted to murder me, steal on my property while she's tried to do things like steal my identity, etc. All the ridiculousness behind this demon who is living in her apartment, gang stalking her own mother, seeking to conspire to murder me, and her entire conspiracy criminal act with the state that is gang stalking me with her, with a hitman. has been fully exposed. But this demon is in the apartment on this day, gang stalking. And while the entity is maintaining the elements of monitoring, as I engaged in what is documentation, as I document, the demon possessed, this is Satan. The personality of Satan is it's what's animating the people. This is, again, not relevant to intelligence. Satan is a spirit, and Satan is using all these people. So you have, again, very highly unintelligent, uneducated people even, who are gang stalking. Their level of precision with regard to simultaneity of conduct is not because they're smart or they're demons, okay? And the demon-possessed people are stalking me together. And so while I point my camera out and I capture what you can see in the picture, you can see a method of light in the path, even while it's raining and cloudy outside. And the entity is doing so while it is, this is the what I documented moments ago, the impactful thunder and the flashing of light in order to still monitor me inside of the apartment. And what's the purpose of that? The demons who are going to federal prison for it, they're doing so pursuant to what are the ongoing criminal acts of retaliation, the pettiness of a bunch of losers who have been outwitted while they thought that they were going to murder me and make me look like a criminal or make me look like I'm some sort of mentally ill person. And the entity is doing so while they are engaged in their inept efforts as a whole gang trying to target me. And they've been surrounded with evidence, and they've been surrounded with laws that they cannot even understand, and they don't even recognize how they're violating. But again, the federal prosecution doesn't require that the defendant be intelligent. It requires violation of the law, and that's what they're doing, period, with intent and knowledge. And they all know that they're pacing all around in what is not sunlight and what is not the sun underneath, speaking to the mouths of a bunch of murderers and sex offenders who are mentally sick. That's why they're hostile and angry toward their exposure. Okay, but now what I documented on another day, this is analogous to what I've documented at this same venue while Tracy Banks was in the apartment. And the entity is gang stalking through what was, again, another documented act. This was supposed to be an act of the weather, the environment, a natural occurrence. There's nothing natural that's happening. This is all demonic. This is all speaking to what is the elements of monitoring as well. And while the fake sun was present at this venue over in the same way that you saw today at 11, it's right in its zenith over the top of my head at Tracy Banks' front door, where it remains at 12:07, like you'll see in the image. In its zenith at the top of my head at this demon's front door, unit 51, which is, again, on this day in 2024, the fake sun is over the top of my head while the United States Postal Service is gang stalking in Los Angeles, not at Alvarado Gardens. And the entity is keeping that fake sun as I am standing. I walk from the gang stalking mailman to what is the building 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles, California, 90026. In this video, the timestamp is at 11:15 a.m. This is relevant to what I documented today. I take pictures of the fake sun and the engineer light inside of this apartment at 11:13, 11:14. And this is where the fake sun is present on video as I captured yesterday at 11:13 a.m. This is where the demon-possessed gang stalkers are documented gang stalking me in helicopter at 11:40 a.m. over while the fake sun is idle over the same apartment building. This is where the entity is gang stalking as I'm capturing that fake sun that's present as a matter of documentation just 7 days ago of February 28th at 2025 at 7:26 in the morning, which is speaking to the sun is present at a 7:26 in the morning, and it's still present over the same building at 11:13 a.m. and 11:14 a.m. like I documented today. On this day in 2024, the fake sun is in its zenith over the top of my head, and that's requiring more than one sun. This is where the entity is engaging in what is stalking with noise, and the demon possessed that are stalking as a community are doing so while Satan itself is in the environment controlling what is the use of amplified sound of thunder and impossible light activity flashing through the closed blinds in the living room. It's the same elements of monitoring, and the entity tends to do this when I'm outing and I'm heavily documenting his demons who are being prosecuted and embarrassed for serving Satan. So they're doing so as I documented at an earlier date. And on this earlier date, under the fake sun that's remaining over Woodside Senior Apartments in the same manner that I'm documenting today, March 7th, 2025, the entity has the fake sun over me. And as I documented, the entity is gang stalking through the ongoing creation of an earthquake, which is isolated because there's nothing on the news that was talking about an earthquake in California. The entity engaged in what is targeting through, again, not the natural environment, but what is the creation of what is the elements of monitoring through sensational activity creation. And the earthquake is occurring, and it's shaking it created earthquake-like conduct because a demon knocks on the door And you know that they're a demon because they're under what is a fake sun. The demon possessed are hiding in plain sight while they're pacing all around you. And they're doing so under a fake sun that they need to disguise their movement and their activity in what is engineer light right in front of your face. So this is a demon that knocks on this demon, Tracy Banks' front door. And this is occurring under the fake sun. And it creates earthquake-like conduct, meaning the couch that I'm sitting on, it starts vibrating at the same time that this demon who was stalking in the path. And while this demon, Tracy Banks, paces by me to go to the front door to gang stalk me with the people of the state at Woodside. And that's the entity that engages in another iteration of the same thing that has nothing to do with the operation of the natural environment, never is knocking on the door, creating impact on a couch, an object that is heavier, and not creating any impact through knocking on the door. These are demons whose demonic behavior and whose demonic pattern of conduct is serving to engage in what are elements for monitoring someone. And monitoring is within the unabated program of psychological torture by those who are aware of what it is that you're exposing about them while you document and enforce your rights. And it's the criminal conduct of the police department, the fire department, that are stalking with the use of sirens, as I'm capturing images today of what is raining outside, and the demon-possessed gang stalker that works for the third party AVANATH is stalking in the path with simultaneity to the operation of my device, while the demon in unit number 43 is also stalking in the path as I open the front door, and I am hearing the City of Ontario use sirens as a means of amplified noise. Group stalking, in other words, like the City of Ontario is always doing with planes and helicopters. That's, again, the demon-possessed that are gang stalking through the through the City of Ontario, and that is, again, the demon possessed that are the City of Ontario, the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, and doing so with regard to the criminal misuse and abuse of their vehicles. And also American Medical Response, very heavily documented. If you pay attention to the documentation, there is a very specific formula with regard to how the government is gang stalking through the state actors such as fire, police, and ambulance. And so I want to make sure that I'm going to go ahead and document, because the entity that is gang stalking through the use of sirens includes the Ontario Fire Department and the Ontario Police Department. The demon-possessed terrorist leader, a corrupt fire chief. This demon is named Chief Mike Gherkin. The entity is gang stalking through the use of sirens, using the fire department and fire department personnel, and also the police. The entity is gang stalking through what sounds as though it could either be the ambulance or the police, okay? Because the demons that are gang stalking with the fire departments, they use sirens as well, but there's a nuance to the way that sounds. Again, the ordinary target individual, you don't have to sit around and try to determine that. You don't have to risk your life by running outside and who was that sounding the sirens, and they know that you're documenting, so those cowards hide behind corners, while that which is amplified in volume, meaning it's demonic, you're going against what are demonic forces while you're prosecuting them in the natural, okay? This is the City of Ontario that is gang stalking through the amplification of what are sirens and speaking to the entire municipality. That's criminally that is the government that is gang stalking and criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment, and doing so communicating unlawful threat. Everybody also knows that the feds, that's what's most important. The feds know that the police department and the fire department are gang stalking. The City of Ontario is a gang stalker, and all they're doing is gang stalking while you sound what are sirens. It's audible activity. It's never becoming legitimate, regardless of where they are admittedly engaging in the use of their sirens, because that's what it will always be, where they are gang stalking through the use of their sirens in furtherance of whatever their claim. Oh, we were headed to some sort of emergency, and we had to, the people of the state who are the demon-possessed City of Ontario, they're going to, in furtherance of some emergency that's underway. This is the entity that has no legitimacy whatsoever, but I am speaking to the ways in which the entity is engaging in that system of public corruption through the government. So I want to make sure that that's documented as well. While I am reciting this right now, the entity amplifying noise in the apartment, these are the demons that are going to prison. So again, this is doing a benefit to the public. The elderly, mentally sick, sex offending terrorists who are interested in murder and sexual violence and sex rituals and voyeurism, and conspiring with hitmen like this elder Tracy Banks, who wants to be me and would never be me. There is no amount of witchcraft or voodoo or sex rituals she can engage in that will ever, not even when she was a young thing, cause her to be in my skin like this demon-possessed person wants to be. Okay, this is the entity that is inevitably exposed and going to federal prison for it. And the entity is engaged in criminal summoning as an apartment complex with the state while they're in the path, and the use of sirens is heard while I open the front door. The entity is engaged in criminal summoning. That's also why they're going to prison, because the entity is always maintaining presence on a 24-hour basis while nothing but activity is maintained, while they're always stalking in the path. That's intolerable facilitation. They're not coming onto the grounds and visiting, gang stalking, and going away, which is also unlawful. It's also domestic terrorism, but because they do so by residence, you're going to prison for that. You're going to prison. And they're also going to prison because of the malice and the impunity. In other words, how gratified they are by doing it and doing more of it and threatening what is now, you're threatening a federal prosecutor, and you are out of your mind, which everybody already knows that you are. You're a delusional psychopath if you think you're not going to federal prison for even longer. This is the entity that is, again, hostile to exposure because you're a predator and you're mad because you're being exposed as a predator. You're a stalker and you're mad that you're being exposed as a stalker. You are a psychopath. While you're pacing around in somebody's face and they just don't know it, and I'm giving them what is the ability to recognize it, and you're mad because I'm outing you as a demon, you're a psychopath. And you're going to prison, and you belong in the mental wards, and you belong in the prison where you're going to be treated with mental examinations like many state actors that work for the Ontario Police Department and those that I've documented engaging in the P.O.C. where their mental illness is going to be put at the outset regarding their prosecution, because there is no anonymity, there's no ambiguity here. Okay, this is speaking to the shutdown of the entirely corrupt government in Ontario, because it's so heavily documented. Okay, public corruption is all that's underway in the city of Ontario, and it's a waste of resources throughout the state. They're funding it through paying the rent of the demon-possessed gang stalkers at Woodside Senior Apartments. It's being funded through the employment of gang stalkers who are represented through the public corruption that AVANATH Capital Management is participating in. You have them engaged in what is stalking me as a whole citywide effort, even while they use things such as their sirens, which is also creating light activity. What happens when the demons sound their sirens? They're doing so with creating what is a path of light. All the demons that are gang stalking them together by getting in their vehicles and just pacing all around the apartment complex all day and all night. They're doing so while they are then stepping on their brakes, creating light activity with simultaneity to my opening the front door. Understand what the fake sun does, what it provides for all of them all day long while it's shining over the top of my head, rising and setting at this venue. This is the shutdown. Again, Chief Mike Gherkin does not have a future in being in the fire department anywhere in the United States, and the fire department, the city of Ontario, is a very well documented gang stalker, including under the fake sun, and using what is supposed to be their engagement in what is heroic services to people that actually need it, as opposed to criminal summoning, which the Ontario Fire Department has practices, and this is already evidence. Okay, Mike Gherkin is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring by virtue of employment in the city of Ontario, inherently engaged in public corruption. You're not distinct from it, where the city is engaged in the P.O.C. So is the city of Ontario. You already know what Mike Lorenz represents and what he's doing and what the entire Ontario Police Department is doing. I want to be clear, the Ontario Fire Department has also engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping as well. That's why, again, the entity is going to be removed from existence with regard to the rampant lawlessness that the city of Ontario practices, and they're violent sex offenders that they don't want to be recognized as, especially while they're wearing uniforms and identifying themselves as firefighters that work for the Ontario Fire Department, but they're sex offenders that are keeping a woman under surveillance. All right. And they are gang stalking even while the Ontario police sound their sirens. Understand that all functions of the city of Ontario are gang stalking. All functions. OK, so just want to point that out. That's criminal summoning. Everybody's going to prison. Again, everything that they're doing, it's going right back to who's going to prison. Say it with me. The demons in units 33 through 64, the demons that are employed by AVANATH Capital Management at Woodside, including Linda Reyes. The entity is so obsessed and wanted to watch so bad, Christ Jesus has provided the demon-possessed with the privilege of watching their own public exposure in real time and watching them be sentenced to for the unprecedented criminal acts of seeking to murder and kidnap someone who you're sexually obsessed with and thought that you were going to accomplish some sacrifice unto Satan. You're not only, in other words, going to be embarrassed while Christ Jesus calls you out and judges you before the world. They get to witness that since they wanted to gang stalk me so hard. That's what the government is being privileged with the ability to watch. Since you want to watch so bad, you're going to watch your own public demise. This is documentation of criminal summoning as I open the front door, and the demons in units 33 through 64, including the employee, are engaged in criminal summoning by crossing path at the same time while I take a picture of the environment outside of the patio glass door, as I take a picture of the outside as I open the front door, they are stalking in the path. The demon in unit number 43, the demon that lives and works at the venue in unit number 41 is walking on the sidewalk in relevant position, while the state, that's the city of Ontario, is sounding sirens. And that's incriminating the whole government. It is the Ontario Police Department. It could be also American Medical Response. You don't have to engage in that sort of scrutiny. I have already laid out, they have already provided such a wealth of evidence. It's the entire city of Ontario, first of all, but you don't, and no American citizen, you don't have to do that. This is blowing the whistle, and the federal government knows exactly what the states are practicing, what the cities and counties are practicing, and this is speaking to the prosecution. The city of Ontario's fire department is an illegitimate terrorist leader. The city of Ontario's police department is an illegitimate terrorist leader, and so is the entity that's gang stalking with the entities such as American Medical Response, repeatedly engaged in kidnapping as well, with the purpose of engaging in what is criminal defamation. Okay, these are documented occurrences that I have on the record, but I have not published yet. But I've also spoken about. I take that back because I have published it on the podcast. But I do have a website, and with regard to the documentation that the entity has not already stolen. But that which I have, I will be continuously publishing online, just so that you can witness what is the testimony, because that is my testimony regarding what Satan sought to do to me, and Satan sought to do it through these corrupt governments that are chiefly in San Bernardino County. But what the city of Ontario is doing, this is what the whole state of California practices. So they are, again, the demon-possessed population is always telling on itself. There is no flipping this. There is not going to be any swapping of destinies and it's going to be my demise. No, Satan has fallen into its own trap, and it is being exposed, and it is going to be prosecuted in the physical. That's how severe the judgment of Christ is. That's how severe it is. They're going to prison for it. They're being removed from office for it. They're going to lose their businesses. They're going to be subject to damages for it. They're going to mental asylums for it. Okay, there are people that engaged in so much witchcraft, they're going to die for it. That has nothing to do with me. These are contracts that they made with Satan. But it's in the physical. I'm prosecuting what these demon-possessed are doing in the physical. And it's nothing that's impervious to prosecution. It's high-level malice, though. High-level malice. And that level of malice is relevant to how long people belong in prison. Okay, and it's supporting, it's giving life. That's what it's giving. It's giving life. All right, it is currently Friday, March 7th, 2025. This is documentation of criminal summoning at at third-party facilitating venue, Woodside Senior Apartments, in concert with the people of the state. And all the demons acting with the state in units 33 through 64 remain subject to federal prison, and so do the employees. P.O.C. All right, this is documentation of ongoing surveillance online, which is punctuated with the maintenance of amplified noise inside of the unit. So this is simultaneity of amplified noise inside of the apartment with simultaneity to my operation of my devices. Again, this is what the entity is also doing with regard to the documentation of state actors, including Kimberly Appaloo, Jason Knighton, the kidnapper working for the terrorist organization, the Ontario Police Department, both of whom are going to federal prison. So while I am documenting the fake sun that you can see in a position of what is the engineered environment where the fake sun is in position to the same venue where I documented the sunrise. This is how you know that the Los Angeles Police Department are demon possessed while they're engaging in the statewide pattern of conduct. And this is why they're engaging in the same behavioral pattern of stalking me in helicopters amongst the environment where the sun both rises and sets. And the video captured today in 2024 on March 7, 2024 at 4:52 p.m. This is what you will see on the Google Drive. You will juxtapose. I'm juxtaposing it for you so you can see the scene. The entity has what is right now at 4:42 p.m., but I captured in screenshots so that you can look at, again, the impossible with regard to what is Satan, who is maintaining through the demon-possessed a system of surveillance. It's satanic in every regard. Their behavior is satanic. The environment is satanic. And the criminal obsession with keeping everyone under surveillance, including with regard to persecuting the Church of Jesus Christ and those who are disciples. Okay, so let me not be vague, because there are a lot of people that use that same phrasing and do not follow Christ Jesus as their Lord and Savior, have not accepted him in their heart. So I want to be clear, those who know Christ Jesus as their Lord and Savior, this is a system of persecution. And you will see in the images that I'm taking with regard to the fake sun that's in alignment to the same address where it was over my head at 11:13 in the morning, over the top of my head. And so 12, 1, 2, 3, this is over 5.5 hours later. I am still looking at that light source, as you can see it in perfect alignment with me, as that camera that I have in my hand, my device, is capturing an image, the fake sun that's remaining in alignment to me. That is not anywhere. First of all, it's not going to be in Los Angeles, where LAPD is gang stalking amongst a fake sunset. That is stalking with light. The demon possessed do that, and the demon possessed include the Los Angeles Police Department, and that the demon possessed also include Woodside Senior Apartments, the people of the state that are gang stalking by residents, and so are the demons that are engaged in criminal summoning, that are gang stalking as the city of Ontario, where a fake sun is idle, and the fake sun is also on the same day at the same time remaining over me in Los Angeles. And this is where the entity is keeping a fake sun through the same living room window at 4 o'clock in the evening. That's what I'm taking with regard to the screenshots. Well, where you will see LAPD gang stalking and the spectacular means using helicopters. This is speaking to, again, the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. They're still gang stalking while I'm showing you that fake sun. These are kidnappers and those that engage in what is gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, while an American citizen like myself is documenting the unprecedented system of what is domestic terrorism underway by the government that relies on the criminal activity of police department, not the law enforcement practices authorized under the Constitution by law enforcement agencies. And so the Ontario Police is being disbanded while you see LAPD gang stalking, exhibiting demon possession, while they're using a helicopter to cross path. It's amplified inside of my office as I walk out, and at 4:52 p.m. The entity is keeping that fake sun. As you can see, the same sky space where the fake sun is over me on that same day, the same day in 2024 in the morning. That's what I'm taking screenshots of. And in the evening, let me be clear, you'll see screenshots captured at what I've captured. Let me review them in real time, read you the timestamps while I am capturing that. At what is what is the current time that I just took pictures of right now, 4:45 p.m. And what I captured prior to that is captured at what is it's illuminating the patio glass door, speaking to the furniture, the patio furniture that's on the opposite side of the patio. The shadow of that patio furniture is appearing in front of it. This is what the demons are doing that are stalking me under the fake sun, where I'm standing up and my shadow is appearing upright in front of me. That is the absurdity of the demons, whose criminal pattern of conduct exposes them. And this is also the idle presence of the fake sun, as you'll see in the images captured. And you can, again, as you isolate the universe to just this, because this is what the entity is doing, you're keeping a fake sun all day long, as I document at 11:13 in the morning, and what I just documented right now at 4:45 p.m. This is where the demons are engaged in surveillance online and are engaged in surveillance as an apartment complex. And this is a third-party gang stalking landlord that's engaged in stalking an occupant that is remaining at its apartment complex, which is under no circumstances protected under the Constitution. And this is the same pattern of conduct, as you can see the fake sun, which is requiring more than one sun as you are analyzing what would be the natural environment if that's the sun that's remaining over me, which it couldn't be because it's also there at the sunrise. So LAPD gang stalking, which is the conclusion where the fake sun, where engineer light is remaining. This is identifying the demons who are conspicuously targeting and stalking one person in a manner that is ordinarily outside of the purview of somebody that's observing, ignorant about the environment, ignorant about how what they're doing in that environment is targeting one person. So the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct in Los Angeles as well, which is what I documented the sunrise during the 6 a.m. hour. And you're looking at LAPD gang stalking by helicopter at what is 4:52 p.m. on video. And I'm showing you what is the same office where I'm present. And that fake sun is over me at that office at 8 o'clock in the morning, where Carla Lopez, who was going to federal prison, gang stalking, just like Linda Reyes is gang stalking at Woodside. And her gang stalking is supported through the unnatural and malicious engagement of an environment for her gang stalking purposes, while she is also collecting a paycheck, which is the way that in which the state of California systematically maintains criminal surveillance amongst a population in violation of the constitutional rights of American citizens. And so Carla Lopez is going to federal prison, and so is Linda Reyes. Carla Lopez is going to federal prison for gang stalking me as a co-worker at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, where the fake sun is over me at what is in the morning on on this day in 2024, as I captured it on video at 8:04 in the morning, where you will see in the video documentation, this is the entity that is indeed gang stalking in concert with the state at the apartment complex where the fake sun is over my head, at the same exact apartment building where LAPD is gang stalking at 4:52 in the evening. And you're looking at the amber color in the sky as though the sunset is present. That's called, it's nothing other than engineer light, where you're stalking in the path, and you can very clearly see this. And this is the Los Angeles Police Department that are demon possessed. They are engaged in the statewide P.O.C. They are incriminating the San Bernardino County, the City of Ontario, the Ontario Police Department, Woodside Senior Apartments, every defendant that's going to be prosecuted under the Violence Against Women Act. They are gang stalking as an entity. And while they are being outed as the demon possessed population, as they are being outed as domestic terrorists and sex offenders who are engaging in the unprecedented sexual violence, while the fake sun shines in all its brilliance at one address at 12:123. This is over 5 hours from the initial picture as the fake sun is over the top of my head. That is speaking to the sun that's not in Florida, and it never reached Florida while I captured it. What is at 4:45 p.m. Okay, because what's outside of Tracy Banks's patio door never reached Florida, which again is specific to my location, my activity, my internet and use of my devices. And it's also pointing to what the Los Angeles Police Department is doing. And that's exactly what I was documenting with regard to prosecuting the state of California. That is indeed demon possessed and gang stalking. So you will see the video that's putting, again, Carlo Lopez is going to federal prison because this is the system that they were engaging in while I was gainfully employed by speaker companies, a third-party corrupt landlord, just like AVANATH Capital Management, who's going to be prosecuted for gang stalking me as a corrupt employer and as a corrupt landlord under both bases, unprecedented also under both bases of enforcing my constitutional rights and my human rights that the people of the state are violating, and doing so in unprecedented manners never before heard of, but manners that are fully proven. And the malice of the environment that surrounds us, speaking to the demonic nature, the satanic purposes of this entity that's engaging in psychological torture. So again, Carlo Lopez is gang stalking in the workplace on this day in 2024 at March 7th. And this is the video evidence at 8:04 a.m. Where the entity is engaged in the P.O.C. You will see the fake sun while I'm standing at the same apartment building, my leasing office, and beside what is building 1810 North Alvarado Street, Los Angeles, California, 90026. That's the same location where I'm standing at 11:15 in the morning. 3 hours later, and the fake sun is over the top of my head at the same exact location where I'm standing between my leasing office and 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles, California. You'll recall what I documented today at 11:14 a.m. The fake sun, just like it is now, still just like it is in Los Angeles, is remaining idle over me. The sun is not over building 1810 and over Woodside Senior Apartments, over directly over the top of my head at apartment 51. This is speaking to what is necessarily, as I referred to it, the specific environment. And the entity is doing so with regard to the criminal conduct that is revealed by the Los Angeles Police Department, who are acting in furtherance of committing murder and kidnapping me while the statewide system is underway. And this is what Tracy Banks, who is a hitman, who is poised, a relative that is closest to me, that is acting in furtherance with the state, seeking to murder me, seeking to criminally defame my character, falsely depict me as one that is mentally ill, while the entity is gang stalking in the ways in which I've proven, psychologically torturing in the ways in which you are witnessing and understanding, and the ways in which I've proven, and then simultaneously seeking to criminally defame. That's why the entity is indeed subject to federal prison. And demons engaged in kidnapping and criminal defamation, like the Ontario Police Department, are going to be disbanded, and every single last one of them uttering such defamatory remarks and engaged in the admission of it, because it's criminal conduct where it's written on paper. All they did was commit libel. It's an admission. All of it is unlawful, and they're going to prison for it. And this is the entity that is gang stalking with LAPD, who is to be prosecuted. This is a state actor. Karen Bass is being prosecuted while I'm showing you the pattern of conduct amongst the city of Ontario and the city of Los Angeles, who are filled with demons. The city of demons, LA, are gang stalking with the city of demons in San Bernardino County, where I am showing you what is impossible to naturally occur. The sun that's remaining over me while the sunset is documented at 4:52 p.m. And at 4:52 p.m. the fake sun is here. So let me go ahead and capture that as well right now. LAPD is group stalking in concert with the people in relevant position at Alvarado Gardens. Right here. This is P.O.C. The same exact elements remain present. They're engaged in amplified audible activity. The people of the state are monitoring to that amplified audible activity. The people surround in relevant position, and the entity is maintaining the same engineered light remains and methods of light activity. All elements are present. This is criminal monitoring. A demon-possessed criminal, that is the LAPD. Surrounded by the presence of a demonic environment. And why are they there, and why are they always here around me? Because they are demon possessed and they're engaged in what is criminal monitoring. Criminal monitoring is a practice of a satanic targeting system, and they're not doing it by themselves. They do it with the people. And what you've been witnessing over the past few weeks is the hostility of this demon possessed department that's going to be there waiting their removal and their exposure on the world scene for not just being merely corrupt, but they are demon possessed, and that is a disqualification from being in law enforcement, and you have seen the reasons why. Okay, there is no religious protection with regard to the demon possession that the Los Angeles Police Department demonstrates while they're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. They are showing what is a demented mind state and obsessive endeavor, delusional continuation when they have long faced exposure, and they are acting in conformity to a well-documented pattern of conduct. Okay, all of these are the reasons why and more. They are going to be removed, and they continuously pose a threat to my life, physical safety, overall well-being, in concert with the people of the state, because they're group stalking as an entity. All right, that's a documentation of the people of the state that are stalking and monitoring and threatening in concert with the Los Angeles Police Department, who represents the... So this is the amber sky space where the LAPD is crossing path and amplifying the sound of it. This is monitoring me in the workplace. That's what's legally relevant, as I'm prosecuting the entity criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment like AVANATH Capital Management is doing, while the property is maintaining presence under a fake sun, gang stalking as a company, gang stalking as a government, gang stalking as a community. That's the people of the state. And this fake sun that is present on the same day at the same time is not creating any amber skies in Los Angeles. It is also not creating what is sunlight on this wall, on the door. This is literally in the shade. This is called stalking with light, and that's what LAPD were doing while they were crossing path in what is engineered light. This is the same sky space, the same location at building 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles, California. I'm talking about above, where I'm standing, and you're looking at what is nothing other than an amber colored sky. It's as demonic as it is, because at this same location at 8 o'clock in the morning, Carlo Lopez and the rest of the apartment complex at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, which is not sharing any sky space at sunset nor in the morning, where I've already documented this is where the fake sun is now rising in Ontario at Woodside Senior Apartments, where you see the fake sun right now at what is 4:57 p.m. After I'm documenting at not only 11:14 in the morning, but I documented the sunrise on February 28, 2025 as of late. All right, I've documented the sunrise and the sunset on many occasions on the same day. You don't have to, because the sunrise is not going to happen at the same address. The fake sun being over the top of my head at 11 is that which is showing that it is indeed a gang stalking system, where I'm still at the same apartment, and this is what you're looking at with regard to the specific environment. This is where LAPD is engaged in the same pattern of conduct in Los Angeles at 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles, where this fake sun is idle. And also idle meaning this is the same front door where I stood, and the fake sun is right here feet away from the same exact location. This is non-movement at 11:14. This is non-movement at what is 4 o'clock going on 5 o'clock. It's 4:58 p.m. This is where LAPD is gang stalking, just like the Ontario Police Department are, in concert with the people of the state who are pacing in the parking lot by those over and under the age of majority while they're monitoring the evidence in real time. This is where the entity is engaged in criminal summoning, like I documented on podcast earlier. This is where an entity is keeping a fake sun. None of this is sunlight, while you're looking at the sunset in Los Angeles on this day at the same time in 2024. This is not sunlight, but that you're looking at, that is creating what is the ongoing maintenance of engineer light inside of the apartment, while you're looking at the sunset at the same time, where the entity is engaging in the hallmark of stalking via helicopter. This is the fake sun that's remaining in perfect alignment as I look through the crack of what are closed blinds. The blinds are closed, all right? This is the P.O.C, and this is where the entity is maintaining what is perfect alignment with light. This is demonic, and this is where the demon-possessed are engaged in the satanic surveillance system of federal group stalking and monitoring, and this is what LAPD were doing. This is creating what is the shadow of an object on the opposite side of the patio. That's not sunlight either, it's engineered light. This is creating, again, when I'm standing in it, my upright shadow appears at a distance away from me. That's not sunlight, that's engineered light, and they're all stalking and living under it, living by residence. And engineered light that touches in objects and ricochets in order to touch all the surfaces, that's not sunlight either. It's also not coexisting with what I'm capturing on this day in Los Angeles. The entity is acting via a corrupt law enforcement agency, and this is light that remains in the sky space. The sun would never be present, by the way, but like I said, all elements remain present. But even at nightfall, the entity is already, you've seen the layers of light, you've seen the magnification of light, you've seen the people of the state that are stalking in the path with this engineered light on the surface. Engineered light is always present, they're always monitoring. Okay, P.O.C. All right, this is the same apartment complex where I'm at, so I'm going to show you what the entity did at the same time since I have it on video. So let's just go ahead and look at that together, because the entity is maintaining the specific environment on this day in 2024 where LAPD is gang stalking me, doing so under an idle fake sun, and that is the presentation of a fake sun that is then in a position, engaged in the situation regarding some sort of sunset, which is at the same location where I documented the sunrise. And so that's what I'm going to show you, like that I documented this morning, where the entity is gang stalking. This is through my apartment, and you're going to see the same pattern with regard to stalking with light that I'm documenting at 4 o'clock in the evening here in Ontario, California. And I want to be clear, San Bernardino County is east of Los Angeles. There is no making any logical sense of what the entity is doing. It's patently absurd, and it's also outright stalking by the entity. And in order for you to see that, you do have to prove it, and I have it on video evidence for the world to witness. And so this is what I documented regarding the sunrise, and you'll remember what I documented inside of, while I'm remaining in Ontario just 7 days ago with regard to the sunrise at 7:26 a.m. This is speaking to the pattern of conduct, and it's this same pattern through closed blinds. The fake sun is shining through in the morning while you look at that. All right, it is currently 6:43 a.m. I just want you to see the extreme magnification of light that's coming through what are closed blinds as the entity is engaging in. This is the same apartment complex I live and work at, Alvarado Gardens. Okay, so I'm in building 1806, and LAPD is from 6 o'clock. You're going into 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost, you're talking about over 10 hours later, the fake sun is in a position such that it's going to be seen setting. That's the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring under an idle fake sun that's remaining over me at the apartment complex in Los Angeles. And while the entity is indeed engaged in that pattern of conduct, this is what Woodside Senior Apartments is doing while I'm capturing the maintenance of the fake sun, not only at the same time in Ontario on the same day at the same time, but the duration of time as you're looking at the fake sun not going anywhere. Okay, and then there's a whole other rest of the country where you were supposedly to see the sun. It's not the natural environment. And as I documented it, the sunlight inside of this, which you know is not sunlight, it's engineered light, got brighter in real time as I document on podcast. That's why I converted to video. And it also, the demons in the parking lot began pacing as I started reciting the documentation. So that's real time impunity. They're all going to prison. This is speaking to the demon possession of the Los Angeles Police Department, who are gang stalking in helicopters, just like the Ontario Police Department are doing. It's a statewide P.O.C. that the people of the state are engaged in. That's why the fake sun is remaining over venues that are not private residences, such as Alvarado Gardens and Woodside Senior Apartments. People. All right, so while they want to use underage persons who are third-party group stalkers engaging in a sex offense in concert with the government, they're going to be prosecuted and documented as engaging in terrorism and engaging in a mass sex offense of a felonious nature. And it's going to be appreciated under federal law, and that's going on their criminal records. While the entity uses those under the age living at the crime scene, monitoring an American citizen with those under the age of majority, no, they're not going to be protected. And in addition to that, I want to be clear, monitoring with communication devices, just being present, it does not require rocket science at all. It just requires presence and activity creation. And I want to also speak out, the demon possessed is not limited to the age of majority. So there's a lot of layers there. You are prosecuting based on what the entity is doing. All right, so I will remind again about another venue speaking to an ongoing contradiction. It's impossible that was the sun over 408 West G Street. That was a pattern of conduct. It's the demonic. The demonic are engaging in a targeting system in the state of California. At 12:38 p.m., that light source is in zenith over my head at the front door of 408 West G Street in Ontario, California. You know that's impossible based on the fact that the sun remains there for the duration of the day. This is a body of evidence that already exists. You also know it's impossible because the entity is keeping the light source here at Alvarado Gardens, now where I'm at. And here at 12:38 p.m., there's no vantage point where there's any sun over that would be seen by any person standing in front of door 50. I'm referencing what I documented yesterday, March 6, 2024, while the fake sun is over the same apartment building adjacent to my leasing office. And I'm documenting these demons at Woodside who are still gang stalking, like I was referencing them before I relocated to Los Angeles, and they were gang stalking. And I spoke to the fact that they're going to federal prison.
451 at 408 West G Street, because the sun is not maintaining its zenith presence over everyone, everywhere at the same time in Los Angeles County, in San Bernardino County, and any other county. That's not what's happening. You're suggesting that that's happening everywhere, and that's not what the sun is. It's in constant movement. Not only that, it's not a hovering light source, and it surely does not create sunlight does not create multiple shadows refracting off of objects while people are driving by. No, those are demons. Those are demons, and demons engage in crossing path and engineered light. That's how they monitor you. And
that's what they were doing in the parking lot while I'm capturing the video of the fake sun outside of this patio glass door, where you can see an upright shadow of the shelf that's on the opposite side of this patio. That is impossible light activity while you see the creation of that shadow appearing on the glass door. This is where the demon possessed, all they do is live amongst that engineered light and move all around that engineered light, while they are the demon possessed who know exactly what I am doing. They are stalking. They're proven to be stalking in that environment where it's deliberately maintained for their monitoring purposes. And monitoring is a sex offense committed by the government, who has no warrant or probable cause, and they are necessarily doing it in reliance on the population who is of the same condition, and they're gang stalking together. This is public corruption in the U.S.
Monitoring in the private space. This is a prosecution for a mass sex offense. All right, and it's also ongoing documentation for what is impunity. The sex offender that's being documented is monitoring its own documentation, speaking to the malice of that sex offender, that ongoing desire, which is analyzed as a threat. All right, a very violent sex offender in the way that you would analyze under any other body of law. A sex offender that continues to pursue, a sex offender that continues to persist, a sex offender they're not going to be protected. And in addition to that, I want to be clear, monitoring with communication. They're going to be prosecuted and documented as engaging in terrorism and engaging in a mass sex offense of a felonious nature. And it's going to be appreciated on federal law, and that's going on their criminal records. While the entity uses those under the age living at the crime scene, monitoring, because that's exactly what they're doing, and that's exactly the significance of this. And it's going toward the prosecution, very severe prosecution, civilly and criminally. It's 7:02 a.m., and this is P.O.C. inside of, again, understand the direction that this window is facing. I'm on the 3rd floor in Los Angeles. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. The sun rises in perfect alignment with my address. That's the pattern of conduct. And it's also setting in perfect alignment with me at the end of the day, 12 hours from now. And throughout the entirety of the day, the entity is maintaining engineered light, and this light actually has nothing to do with the placement of the light source. This is a source of maintaining engineered light. The light source itself is a false illusion. It's an idiotic illusion, because when you see this, and then, for example, you're in Louisiana and you look up in the sky space and you're looking at what you are thinking is the sun, you see how this is very clear. It's a revelation for the world to acknowledge what we're all surrounded by. But those that are subject to group stalking and monitoring, a public entity, a government is doing that to you. And that creates a whole body of laws that you are going to be protected by, that you're going to be able to enforce. Because while we cannot control the fact that the demonic may be here, you can control the fact that the entity wants to practice this demonic system in order to monitor you. Because that's what they're doing. All right, and they're engaging in a specific pattern of conduct. And with regard to its exposure, it was only a matter of time, by the way, but with regard to its exposure, you're documenting and you're prosecuting for the relentless endeavor to continue after being exposed. I want the federal judges to keep this in mind. The entity knows that it is always surrounded, and day in and day out, continuously engaging in threatening my life, sexually violating me, posing what are reasonably so, an ongoing communication of a threat, an ongoing...
Pay attention to my hand, that you can see the concentrated light touching my hand, and I'm standing at a distance away from the window that has closed blinds. That is the engineered light that you see aimed inside of this apartment right now while I'm capturing the fake sun that's at the same address at the bottom. This is Woodside Senior Apartments in Ontario, California, and the engineered light and all the ways in which I'm showing you that it is occurring inside of the apartment. So again, this is, as I've shown you during the day, engineered light is touching my hand while I'm inside of the apartment, and this is what is flashing through. The fake sun is supposed to be, remember, you're always supposed to be, well, what's the cause of that light? Oh, so this is how you have what is asinine. It's always the sun. Okay, but when you have the sun at one address for 9 hours in the day, even when you try to slice that up because the demon possessed are monitoring evidence, it first of all never is deleted from the record, and second of all, it never becomes the natural environment. I already documented the sunrise here. You're not slicing it up and, okay, well, we're necessarily forgetting about the fact that the sunrise was last week. Today is a new day. And so in that illusion, there is no ongoing collection and paying attention and analysis to the environment where every day you're starting off new. This is what the demon possessed and the mentally inept are operating as though that's the reality, and it's not. This is a concentrated light in my hand in up above while I'm talking. This is, first of all, a sex offense while I'm being monitored, and the concentrated light is occurring while I'm standing away from my window that is closed. That's speaking to the specific environment and impossible light activity. The sex offense of being molested inside of your venue, where you are living at a venue and you didn't consent to that. This is also what is underway while the entity has the fake sun remaining in alignment to me. And this is always supposed the explanation. Oh, well, where did this light come from? Oh, it must be because of the sun. But that doesn't make sense when it's happening what is hours away from where I captured the sun inside of the same apartment in the morning, earlier in the day, where the entity is maintaining a specific environment of a light source that never goes anywhere. Okay, the sun is maintaining presence while I'm at the same front door of what is unit number 51, and the entity is maintaining this environment. And at the end of the day, I'm still looking at it through what is the crack in the outside of the same patio glass door. I'm at the same apartment. That's speaking to the P.O.C. And in Los Angeles, this is what LAPD is gang stalking in. While at the same address, where the same apartment, 60 units, the fake sun is present at 6 a.m. while I'm documenting it. I'm going to show you the light source that's piercing through the closed blinds in perfect alignment with me, identifying a means of stalking with light. And also, this is where LAPD is gang stalking all day long with the people of the state under that fake sun that's idle, specific, peculiar with regard to my location, wherever I am at that property. From sunrise and at 4:52 p.m., the documented sunset for the gang stalking purposes of the entity in the specific environment, not in the natural environment.
On communication of an intent to continue to sexually target and molest and pursue with what are terrorizing methods for a criminal purpose, serving no legitimate purpose whatsoever. And this is while they are monitoring the evidence that is being practiced by a government and a people. It's entirely sick. That's very sick and demented.
Okay,
it's
so
perverted at a heightened level. That's sexual violence by all of those people. That's sexual violence that needs to be recognized under federal law.
So I noted here.
Okay, it's currently 7:07 a.m. I just want to remind you, this engineered light that you see in here, over my head as I capture out the back of that library, is the presence of the light source. Supposedly the sun, because we only have one. We've only got one. You're going to remember the sun is supposedly present at 12:38 p.m. directly over the front door of apartment 451 in Ontario, California. At what point is that ever going to happen when it's right?
That's the fake sun that's in perfect alignment with me through my living room window in Los Angeles, California. I'm inside of 1806 North Alvarado Street, unit number 6. I'm facing the hillside. This is the pattern of conduct of stalking with the fake sun. This is the tactic underway, while you can see here at 4:27 in the evening where the fake sun is over the top of my head as I open the front door at the same apartment. That duration of time is speaking to stalking by the population in that engineered environment, and that presence with this engineered light, no matter how impossible it would be to see it through closed blinds, okay, how impossible it is with regard to this always perfectly placed in alignment to my path, no matter where I'm at. And as I'm comparing this pattern of conduct in LA and in Ontario, that's understanding what is stalking by a population that surrounds me. Okay, and this is what I'm showing you inside of my apartment in the morning, where the fake sun is rising and where LAPD was gang stalking at the same address, at the same apartment complex, when I'm just downstairs, and that is amber sky speaking to the pattern of conduct where the fake sun is then also setting. Okay, where it's present, that is speaking to what is over 9 hours. All right, we can count together at 6:42 p.m. and I'm documenting them at what is 4:52 p.m. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's over 10 hours later. And I am at the same apartment complex. I am facing the same hillside where the demons in the helicopter and LAPD are gang stalking. I want you to see this again.
And this is impossible light activity. It's serving to monitor. It's impossible while the blinds are closed. The blinds are closed. Okay, so like I said, this is going for the prosecution, and so I will remind you about another location at the Ovid Family Community Library, both the address and at 1026, 1027, I believe. I'm inside of the library, and what you see directly over my head as I capture out the back of that library is the presence of the light source. Supposedly the sun, because we only have one. We've only got one. You're going to remember the sun is supposedly present at 12:38 p.m. directly over the front door of apartment 451 in Ontario, California.
I just want you to, sorry, because you need to see the object itself. There you go. This is the light source that's maintaining perfect alignment. This is, again, a very small, the little connectors between the blinds. This is speaking to the fake sun that's also engaged in what is the impossible, as you're even looking at it through at a distance away from the window in the living room of my apartment in Los Angeles on the 3rd floor that's facing the hillside, where I'm documenting this fake sun still after 10 o'clock in the morning when I remain inside of my apartment on Saturdays and Sundays. But nonetheless, the entity is keeping the fake sun in alignment to me. The fake sun is the evidence of stalking by the population, and it includes the corrupt government, the Los Angeles Police Department. This is where the fake sun is always supposed to be the guise of what's supposedly a sunset, because while I'm looking at it and while you're looking at it here at 4:52 p.m. at the same time on the same day in 2024 and 2025, the entity is maintaining this light source, and no sunset that's here is creating any sort of amber skies over the same apartment complex, by the way, that also had the sunrise, because this is where I was living at the top up here at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, California. So again, this is getting to the malice of the stalkers who are also monitoring evidence, and I want to make sure that it is clear, because let's go back. I want you to see again at 4:52 p.m. This is over 9 hours later, where the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct at 4:52 at the end of the day. This is the sunrise in alignment to me, and then you've got the LAPD gang stalking where there is a sunset, and this is again the sunset that's still remaining in alignment to me at the same time in Ontario, California, where there's no shared sky space, and there's also no possible way that the sun was over Alvarado Gardens at any point today, which would be the case if this was the natural environment. This is the point of capturing the pattern of conduct that the entity is engaging in, and is doing so with regard to monitoring evidence against itself. So this is, again, the entity. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it in real time so that you can see. After the sunrise through my living room window at the same apartment.
In concert with the people in relevant position at Alvarado Gardens. Right here.
This is the same hillside where my apartment faces in the morning, where this is the sunrise at 6:42 a.m. My apartment window in building 1806 faces this same exact hillside, where you're going to see amber in the sky. This is speaking to a method of stalking with light. It's not the sunset. It's not this. It's none of this is going to be the sunset, even as you compare it with the idle fake sun at the same Woodside Senior Apartments, where I've documented the sunrise as late as February 28, 2025 at 7:26 in the morning, where I documented even today, where at the same time at 11:15, 11:14, the fake sun is over the same apartment building where I'm standing right now in this video at the top at 4:52 p.m. It's over the top of my head, and it's over the top of my head at the same time at both this location at Woodside Senior Apartments in Ontario and this apartment complex where LAPD is gang stalking me hours later while a sunset is the guys were stalking with light by the demons who are using helicopters to engage in the P.O.C. Okay?
This is P.O.C.
That's the significance of what you're looking at.
Same exact elements remain present. They're engaged in amplified audible activity. The people of the state are monitoring to that amplified audible activity. The people surround in relevant position, and the entity is maintaining the same engineered light remains and methods of light activity. All elements are present. This is criminal
so this is what the
monitoring.
entity is doing while targeting me inside of my office.
Demon-possessed is the hostility of this demon-possessed department that's going to be there waiting their removal and their exposure on the world scene for not just being merely corrupt, but they are...
So paying attention, breaking this scene down, it's entirely demonic. It's impossible to naturally be the case. The LAPD is gang stalking. The use of what is amplified helicopter is sounding inside of my office where I'm subject to the pattern of conduct. Psychological torture, just like the entity is doing, keeping this apartment in Ontario at Woodside Senior Apartments filled with amplified noise, loud booming, with some simultaneity to what it is that I'm doing, what I'm documenting, what I'm doing on my devices, literally as I just walk around and move and have my existence, doing so when I'm sleeping, criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment with regard to the context of gang stalking at apartment complexes that are not private residential areas. This is a facilitating venue where the fake sun is remaining in the same pattern of conduct is underway on the same day at the same time, where this fake sun that's remaining over me at the same time and at 4:52 this is the same apartment where I had it over the top of my head at 11:15. This is where the entity had the fake sun over the top of my head, where I'm standing outside of the same building and you're looking at the sky that's not a sunset. This is the setting where you're recognizing gang stalking by the government, and the government is doing so at apartment complexes through the people of the state who are demon-possessed sex offenders, keeping a woman under surveillance together as a community. All right, and while I document in real time, documentation of what I'm including in this video of impunity and malice, while the engineered light it became immediately brighter, filled up the apartment. It was beginning to dim. It got brighter immediately as I start reciting the facts relevant to identifying what LAPD is doing on this day in concert with the same entity, and that's what's underway in Ontario. And Linda Reyes is going to prison for it. So are all the employees gang stalking at Woodside, and all the demons in units 33 through 64 are going to federal prison for gang stalking with the same entity. LAPD is not distinct from the city of Ontario. They're the same entity. They are tied together in the identical pattern of conduct, where, by the way, the fake sun is documented rising and setting at both addresses. And none of that can occur at the same time. What's over my head at Woodside Senior Apartments at 408 West G Street is not over the top of my head at 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles, California, 90026. Not at the same time nor at any time, because the sun is never leaving either venue. It's remaining over me for the duration of the day. At whatever point that it arrives, if the demons are trying to cover up, which you cannot, at any point in the day, you have what is always remaining over me. At whatever point in the day, the fake sun is shining, and it's over me, which is never becoming the natural environment, because I've already documented it rising and setting in Ontario, California, then Los Angeles, coming back to Ontario, California. And this is not the only aspect. I'm documenting the fake sun rising and setting over me in Hesperia, California, which is not sharing any sky space with Alvarado Gardens either. This is, by the way, the same year after I left Alvarado Gardens, and returning to Alvarado Gardens is just, returning to Woodside Senior Apartments is only punctuating what is the prolonged sentences in federal prison for the Ontario Police Department that's going to be disbanded, and for the city of Ontario full of demon-possessed public officials who are still engaging in what is criminal surveillance, doing so in violation of a woman. They're all predators. They're sex offenders who are engaged in massive public corruption, never before exposed and prosecuted. And that is worthy of what is removing every single last one of them from office, stopping from allowing them to receive paychecks for their criminal engagement in federal group stalking and monitoring, and calling it the city of Ontario's engagement of what is firefighting, law enforcement, the city hall engaging in the business of the people. They're gang stalkers, and they're the demon possessed. And this is speaking to that. So this is what you're looking at, the sky space here.
Are demon possessed, and that is a disqualification from being in law enforcement, and you have seen the reasons why. Okay, there is no religious protection with regard to the demon possession that the Los Angeles Police Department demonstrates while they're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. They are showing what is a demented mind state and obsessive endeavor, delusional continuation when they have long-faced exposure and they are acting in conformity to a well-documented pattern of conduct. Okay, all of these are the reasons why and more. They are going to be removed, and they continuously pose a threat to my life, physical safety, overall well-being, in concert with the people of the state, because they're group stalking as an entity. All right, that's a documentation of the people of the state that are stalking and monitoring and threatening in
So this is where the entity has the fake sun over the top of my head at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is where the entity has the fake sun over the top of my head and I'm standing at the same apartment building 1810 North Alvarado Street in Los Angeles at 90026 at 8:04, where Carlo Lopez is working for third-party gang stalker Speaker Companies Inc., who's going to be prosecuted civilly and criminally, just like AVANATH Capital Management shall be, and the impunity of this third party in Ontario as I'm documenting them, and they are monitoring the evidence, and they continuously do so and continuously inflict psychological torture that is also interpreted through the specific environment. That is, inside of the apartment, the fake sun starts to shine brighter. The engineered light starts to appear more concentrated in real time while I'm documenting on podcast and while I begin capturing video, which again, what's the result of that? Everybody that's going to federal prison is going to prison for longer. This includes the demons who are in office in Ontario, including the Ontario Police Department, all those gang stalking sex offenders who engaged in kidnapping. including those court officials who are sitting on the bench and they engaged in kidnapping. This evidence is going against all of them. This is what an ongoing, comprehensive, concerted effort to try to steal what belongs to me, to try to criminally defame my character and accomplish murdering me and making it appear as though I either committed suicide or that I suffered some unfortunate demise that everyone that's related to me and knew me is going to be crying about. These are the demons engaged in what is the organized crime of trying to accomplish malicious murder and theft, murder for profit via gang stalking. Okay, there is no sunset. That's the product of the fake sun that's remaining idle at the same venue as I documented today, 11 o'clock in the morning, 11:14. And you're talking about what is the idle fake sun while I'm at the same apartment. And then you're looking at what is the fake sun that's over me this morning at Alvarado Gardens, like I documented, a complete body speaking to the fake sun over me at 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the afternoon. And so let's go ahead and look at that while I'm showing you this now, because this is where the entity is engaged in this asininity to its own demise. Okay, gang stalking as a apartment complex. Those that are living at that facilitating venue are going to prison, and those that are working at that facilitating venue are going to federal prison. And those that are representing that property, that own that property, that are engaged in, for example, property management of that property, like speaker companies like AVANATH Capital Management, are going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted. Those that, let me be clear, unfortunate, well, it's not unfortunate, but it's unfortunate for them that I documented it. But the speaker companies engaged in gang stalking me with the LAPD, gang stalking me as an employer while I documented corporate actors. They're going to prison. Todd Speaker, I documented Don Noggle, Kimberly Fletcher, Heather Teal. I documented Carla Lopez, Selena Robledo. I documented them, Maria Alvarez. They're going to federal prison for gang stalking by virtue of employment, just like Linda Reyes is going to prison. All right. This is what the entity that engaged in it. The only difference is that Daryl Carter, who I want to be clear, this is not creating any. I'm not legislating right now. When I'm stating that those corporate actors with speaker companies engaged in that which is requiring federal prison, that is not to say that because I haven't had a conversation with Daryl J. Carter, the CEO and chairman of this gang stalking property management company, that doesn't mean that he's avoiding federal prison. What I am stating is that I have not communicated with him while Ontario police is flying over the top of my head on the phone. That's why Don Noggle and Kimberly Fletcher and Heather Teal are going to federal prison, for example. Okay, but I just want to be clear. That doesn't mean that you're avoiding federal prison. The demon possessed are always getting excited, thinking that there is no loophole and justice will meet you. You're not going to avoid it at all. But I just want to point that out. At 11, this is what I want you to see finally, 11:15 in the morning. While the entity is gang stalking me, doing so under the fake sun that I documented at the same time today at Woodside Senior Apartments. While the entity has the fake sun over me at the same Woodside Senior Apartments at 4:52 p.m. And this is where the entity is keeping a fake sun in alignment to me, speaking to what the city of Ontario is doing, is gang stalking and monitoring me. In doing so, while 4:52 and 11:14, this is idle presence of that which is not the sun and could never have been over Alvarado Gardens, contrary to what I documented at the same time on the same day in Los Angeles, an entirely different region. And this is clearly not over Alvarado Gardens, nor is anybody else in the world looking at the sun from the same exact vantage point like I am at apartment 51, looking straight up over the top of my head. The entity is engaging in what is gang stalking and is doing so while I want to show you the fake sun while I am at Alvarado Gardens.
Criminal state surveillance in concert with the people of the state.
And I'm going to go right back over to the same apartment building.
Right? Because
where the entity is keeping the fake sun, and then there's at this same apartment building where I'm going to walk, you're going to see the fake sun in the same position over the top of my head in Ontario, California at 408 West G Street at the same exact time. And this is down here at the bottom. This is where the entity has the fake sun still that's aimed inside of aimed in alignment to me while that which is not sunlight. Break down the whole illusion of the demon possessed. They have their kids pacing around in the parking lot. That's not okay, but they're going to prison for it. While I'm capturing this video, the entity is gang stalking, crossing path in the parking lot in engineered light, and they know that they're under a fake sun. This is supposed to cover the demon possessed when you have this illusion of a fake sun, and that's the cause for the sunlight. But you know that sunlight doesn't cause your shadow to be in front of you. You know that your sunlight doesn't cause multiple shadows. It doesn't cause layered shadows. It doesn't create shadows in the shade. It does not create that which is light appearing above your head, where your shadow would appear on the ceiling inside of any building. And this is also not the sun where it's at one address, like I'm documenting at Woodside Senior Apartments, and then you're juxtaposing that with, well, pray tell, what is this over the top of my head in Los Angeles at the same time? It's the
people
P.O.C.
of the state are systematically
where LAPD is gang stalking, just like the city of Ontario is, the corrupt government Ontario. This is the state of California gang stalking.
And they engage in what is the ongoing maintenance of activity in that engineered light, and they also supplement. In the shade, they'll come and molest you with headlights. While they cross path, engineered light, impossible light activity, the same impossible light activity that's on the ground, that creates multiple shadows and magnified, that light swiping across buildings and surfaces, that's what Jose and Sons were engaging in. They're demons. Demons coming and doing landscaping. They're group stalking. All right, there is no exception. This is a demon that's representing the United States Postal Service. USPS is monitoring American citizens. They're doing it in concert with the corrupt law enforcement agency that just again gave ongoing evidence against the whole entity. When I'm exposing the whole entity, the entity starts freaking out, stalking in planes and helicopters, starts freaking.
Okay, so the entity, again, like I stated, this is how I'm giving you what is the screen recording of what LAPD is doing at 4:52 p.m., where that is not a sunset that you see at the same exact apartment building where you're going to see the fake sun. I'm at the same exact apartment building at 1810 North Alvarado Street, in between my leasing office and building 1810 in Los Angeles, zip code 90026. 12-1-2-3-4. Over 5 hours later, just like I documented here at Woodside at the bottom, over 5 hours later, the fake sun is still in alignment to me at 4:52 p.m., where I'm capturing the entity gang stalking, and doing so in conformity to a pattern of conduct. Okay, and it got brighter as I documented, because this was moments earlier. So I just want to be clear with regard to the psychopaths that are gang stalking, providing evidence against themselves, so that you could be more aware and certain of the fact that they're demons. Okay, and that they work for Satan. Okay, this is what's happening, and then moments later it's getting brighter as I am with simultaneity documenting them. Because this is never the natural environment. It's over the top of my head at 11 o'clock in the morning. That's the malice and the intent to do so. That's going to be legally analyzed as what is psychological torture. It's stalking with engineered light, where that population is gang stalking on behalf of the state. A bunch of demons that like to use helicopters, like the Ontario Police Department has provided a body of evidence against the demons who are going to prison. Okay, this is what's happening at the same time.
Okay, 3 p.m. from right now.
There you go. On the same day in Los Angeles, California. I took a screenshot of this, but I just want to go ahead and take the opportunity to get it on video. This is the exact same time, 11:14 a.m. in 12 seconds is Woodside Senior Apartments. This is specifically apartment number 4246. That's standing in alignment to me. This is the same apartment building. In other words, the entity has the fake sun rising on this side of the building and then setting on the opposite side of the same apartment. This is what you'll see here. This building, okay? This is where the entity is keeping the fake sun. You can see it more clearly the more that I document. The entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, keeping the fake sun. The entity is doing so with regard to my documentation. And as, again, those who are in the field of science and those that are not given over to Satan and can actually, because there's no refuting this evidence. So those that study it, in other words, the government agencies that study this, you will pay attention to the minor details. The minor details of what I was documenting before. This edge of this building, this is where the entity was keeping the fake sun closer and closer to the building at 3:30 and 4 o'clock. You have a rapid movement away from the building where the entity was formally setting the fake sun, and going into daylight savings time is not an explanation for what the entity is doing under a fake sun that's idle under all circumstances, gang stalking. I'm just pointing out the details that you pay attention to, because now the entity is keeping the fake sun what is farther away from this building as I am documenting it, and doing so with regard to what is still idle presence of the fake sun, and deviating with regard to remaining over the roof of the same building while the same presence of the idle sun persists. Okay, this is not going to, while it's over me, and LAPD is gang stalking at 4:52 p.m. is not creating any sunlight over any object that's going to appear on the opposite side of Tracy Banks's patio. All right, the entity is doing so while engineered light bounces off of objects. That's not what sunlight does. And it's for purposes of stalking with light. And then, again, bouncing off of, that's my being a human being, communicating using words in order to convey our thoughts and ideas in order that someone else can understand it, because that's what we are as human beings, trying to communicate. This is not sunlight that's actually bouncing off of one object to appear on the other. This is literally supernatural. Okay, the fake sun is not necessary for this to occur. This is speaking to what is the illusion, and the illusion is highly unintelligent. Why? Because it's sitting over one apartment complex for over 10 hours a day. Absent this fake sun, you have what is the maintenance of what is engineer light that does not require the presence of the fake sun. I've documented this while the entity is keeping engineer light inside of the apartment. This is what is documented while you're looking at engineer light that's present. All right, you see here, it's the same light activity in the morning, throughout the duration of the day, 11 o'clock in the morning. But I will give you an example before I want to persist with what is the entity that is gang stalking. The entity is maintaining the same engineer light on a cloudy day when it's dark outside, when the fake sun is not, excuse me, I didn't mean to press that button. When the fake sun is not shining, it has nothing to do with the fake sun itself. It has nothing to do, and this is again the yesterday, I believe yesterday. Oh no, this is the day before yesterday. Let me show you what is. Yesterday was the 6th at 11. It immediately begins getting sunny. That's when I started capturing images. The 5th, it was cloudy and rainy all day long, and this is the same exact engineer light in the middle of the day. But I have this this ongoing environment in the morning where the demons are gang stalking together. This is the engineer light at 6:39 in the morning. It's the same framing around the east living room wall. It has nothing to do with the fake sun. It exists distinct from the fake sun. What is the fake sun there for? To create an illusion to you, because Satan thinks that you're an idiot. Satan thinks that you are so stupid, and you're not stupid. You're just not aware of your environment. Because when you look at that, any 5th grader would recognize that the sun is not going to remain over one building all day long, and nor is sunlight going to pierce through a peephole while the sun is above the building and sunlight comes down at a downward trajectory, not doing gymnastics under structures and then piercing through windows and glass doors, and creating light where there is shade out of nowhere, and creating what is light fanning across on the inside of structures. That's not sunlight, and that's what's covering all of the property. The entity goes to the extent to keep a fake sun visible, as I documented, because you're supposed to assume, which you wouldn't, and it's also unintelligent, nor is it logical. So the entity is engaging in this while an idle fake sun is remaining over one property, and this is what is documented at the same time, where the property is indeed engaged in what is monitoring as an apartment complex, and they're all going to prison for it. This is what was documented on the same time
now,
in 2024.
An hour and 10 minutes from now, it's at the same location, 12:38 p.m. I documented that already. But it's also seen in the same location over apartment number 51 at Woodside Senior Apartments. No, Woodside Senior Apartments is a third-party facilitating venue, just like this is a third-party facilitating venue where state surveillance is underway. And to the demise of the whole entity, because every single last one is going to slice down that entity. I'm going to prosecute them by name. That you're living at a crime scene with children, living at a crime scene or coming to the crime scene using what you have at your disposal to monitor, using your company name.
And that's exactly what I stated was the case. And this is exactly what the Ontario Police Department is doing right now. I want to document amplified helicopter activity by the demons who are being disbanded, and they're doing so gang stalking with the same demon. She's going to prison. Ontario PD was gang stalking by helicopter while I'm capturing evidence. She's going to prison and she's not getting out. She's also doing so under a fake sun that's remaining in perfect alignment at what is 5:36 p.m. Okay, this is the entity that is also monitoring. These are the delusional psychopaths that are engaged in the pattern of conduct while you expose their condition, while you expose their sexual perversion, while you expose their obsession. This is the prosecution of AVANATH Capital Management, who all of their residents are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, civilly and criminally liable for it. That's called stalking in the path of light. And Ontario PD, under a fake sun that's at the same venue, is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring with the terrorists that are residing at the venue. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison with this evidence. So I want you to listen to amplified helicopter amongst engineer light that's appearing. That's not sunlight. It's called stalking with light. In the Ontario Police Department, stalking with the people, driving out of the parking, that's a method of stalking in the path with light. That's a method of stalking in the path with light. They do the same thing while they're worshiping my genitalia between my legs. These are sex offenders. And the demons that are in custody of children, i.e. the demons with license 9CZC059, they're losing their custody of their children. They continuously speak to the fact that they are a threat to them and that they are engaging in gang stalking with impunity, like I'm documenting. This is exactly what LAPD is doing under a fake sun that is idle at 4:52 p.m. that is remaining in relevant position to me. I just want to be clear. This is the same demon. She's going to federal prison. She's stalking in the path, living at a crime scene license 9CKS542. Stalking in the path, that's very demonic. She's just aiming her headlights. The entity is gang stalking by aircraft. This is the entity that's doing so under the fake sun that's remaining idle. This is the same fake sun where that remains over the top of my head, and that's how you know that she's stalking. Again, 9CKS542. This is P.O.C. That's amplified plane while I'm moving. She's going to prison. And the entity is doing so with regard to impunity. These are psychopaths that sit around in their vehicles. This is an African-American hefty demon that is gang stalking. Okay, stalking with light and doing so in alignment to me with what I'm doing on my communication device inside of my apartment. She's going to federal prison and she acts with impunity. This is a sex offender that's also exhibiting hostility toward her exposure, and she's incriminating everybody because this whole property is in violation of the Violence Against Women Act. Okay, that's the ease with which the entity, they disengage in surveillance. They come onto the grounds to share in the elements of monitoring, and they're doing so under the fake sun. None of that is sunlight. While it's setting, while LAPD is gang stalking by helicopter at 4:52 p.m. This is where the LAPD is gang stalking, where the fake sun is rising over me in LA. This is where the fake sun is rising in Ontario, California, over this particular building, where it's not going to still be sunlight. Those are the shadow of the trees. That's the shadow of something that the engineer light is touching, appearing at a great distance away. That's not sunlight. That's a demon that's going to prison. 9CKS542, and the wealth of documentation about her gang stalking with impunity is relevant to what all the rest of the demons at Woodside Senior Apartments are doing, also with equal amounts of impunity. That's the depth of engineer light reaching that way. Remember this documentation, the fake sun is remaining in alignment. That's not sunlight. And it's also reaching into the depths with regard to maintenance of light, and so is keeping your foot on the brakes while the entity flies over by helicopter and planes. This is what Mike Lorenz is being removed for. This is what Paul Leon's being removed for. This is the ongoing criminal contribution to public corruption by a perverted and psychopathic population who was stalking together, and the mental illness is a national security threat. Okay, they tend to do so in concert with minor children, because that's what they are, little gang members in training, gang stalking with the people. They're all being prosecuted gang stalking together. All right, it is currently, again, when you're looking at that and the entity is gang stalking under a fake sun, and they do so because they're fearful of this very evidence that I'm showing you right now. They're all going to prison for it. When you're looking at what is not a sunset, because the sunset is not going to occur at the same venue where you have a sunrise, and you're witnessing their mental illness while they act with impunity, and they're being exposed to the world, and they're being prosecuted by the feds, and they just presented their identification again. Okay, this is where the entity has the fake sun over the top of my head. This is what's inspiring the criminal monitoring by Ontario Police and helicopter right now, and they are providing ongoing evidence as to why these demons going to prison at Woodside are not ever getting out. These old people are going to likely expire in prison, which is where they belong. You see them going out to gang stalk in the parking lot by just stalking in the path with their vehicle, while helicopter and plane activity, criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment, psychologically torturing, a violation of the Violence Against Women Act, while they are acting with an intent to obstruct justice, while they are being reported to the feds.
Engaging in whatever methods, but that is never going to be the sun. It's still going to be here at 3:30 p.m. It's 11:20 in the morning. Okay, at 12:30 p.m. from right now, but it's an hour and 10 minutes from now, it's at the same location, 12:38 p.m. I documented that already. But it's also seen in the same location over apartment number 51 at Woodside Senior Apartments. No, Woodside Senior Apartments is the third-party facilitating venue, just like this is the third-party facilitating venue where state surveillance is underway. And to the demise of the whole entity, because every single last one is going to slice down that entity. I'm going to prosecute them.
Just like you saw the demon gang stalking in her vehicle, in relevant position, and in what is engineered light. That's not sunlight that's touching all of the venue. That's not sunlight that's creating the shadow of trees, while engineered light shoots through like a laser and creates the shadow of those trees on the buildings at what is speaking to horizontally shot laser light, which is speaking to no sunset that happened in Los Angeles on the same day at the same time, where you have gang stalking by helicopter, where I'm showing you what is an idle fake sun. That's exactly what is going on at Alvarado Gardens. That's exactly what's going on at Woodside Senior Apartments, and they're going to federal prison. They are all gang stalking, just like this overweight African American gang stalking elder is doing by gang stalking, engaging in the elements of monitoring by sitting in her vehicle and creating a method of light activity, while the fake sunset is remaining at the same address where I'm showing you the fake sun at 11 o'clock in the morning over my head. And you're looking at the juxtaposition of what is an impossible occurrence regarding the natural environment that would never have the sun on at the same time of year, down to even the same day and same time, in the same zenith manner over the top of my head in two different regions. That's where the demons that are monitoring on the venue of the internet employ helicopters and airplanes, while the demon-possessed psychopaths who are the elderly at Woodside, they're all going to prison. And so is this demon that's engaged in gang stalking by going in to sharing the elements of monitoring with the demons that are amplifying helicopter and plane activity.
By name, that you're living at a crime scene with children, living at a crime scene or coming to the crime scene using what you have at your disposal to monitor, using your company name, engaging in whatever methods, but that a state utilizes through the people. That's how the system works. You're gonna prosecute for that. You're gonna prosecute for all of that. That you have minors that are engaging in criminal monitoring. Criminal monitoring is a sex offense. Criminal monitoring is terrorism. And that's exactly how those minors that the state is using, that's exactly what's going on their record. That's exactly what they're doing. All right, that's the entity itself that's going to face the consequences of engaging in terrorism, violating the constitutional and human rights of an American citizen. And the answer is not threatening more and stalking more and intimidating more with helicopter activity. That's what these psychopaths engage in. And it's going against the whole entity. That's what happens when you engage in such a high crime as one, and you're going down as one. P.O.C.
Alrighty, that is the entity that is indeed engaged in criminal acts of obstruction of justice, like I just captured on video in real time. It's happening under the idle fake sun. That is at 11:14 today, documented, and is remaining as I'm documenting even in this video under what is the fake sun that's still in perfect alignment with me after I'm capturing images at 4:52, juxtaposing what LAPD is doing, the same gang stalking by the Ontario police. And you're witnessing a terrorist organization that they've given up on, under any circumstances, even seeking to appear as anything other than a bunch of gang members who are violent sex offenders, inclined to rape, inclined to sex trafficking, inclined to pedophilia. And this is, again, while they're inclined to sex rituals, while they practice witchcraft, they are a part of this witch coven that is gang stalking throughout the state of California, targeting American citizens in service to Satan. The Ontario Police Department is entirely demon infected, and so is the population, especially the population that's being prosecuted and is going to prison in units 33 through 64, and that are employed by AVANATH, a third party who's being prosecuted for Ontario police gang stalking with them, for the city of Ontario gang stalking by planes over their venue, psychologically torturing and harassing and interference with quiet and enjoyment at their venue, and in doing so in concert with the entity that is maintaining the elements of monitoring, as I captured in this video. It's the prosecution of the landlord that is a threat to American citizens, and they are equally a threat at every other property that they maintain in California. While I captured this highly approbative video speaking to the shared P.O.C. amongst LAPD, which is the state of California, and Ontario PD, and they provide the generous addition of evidence against them by just arriving in the video, and you're doing so with the amplified helicopter activity. And why do they do that? This is the mental illness of the demon-possessed who engage in this sort of conduct when they're fearful of what it is that I'm about to show you. So not only am I going to show you like I did, I'm going to show you what they do when they engage in what is monitoring on your communication device, and they engage in what is exhibiting mental illness. The demons that are gang stalking a helicopter in this video, that demon's identity is not remaining a mystery. They will be producing their IDs. They're going to prison. The demon gang stalking in her white vehicle, using her vehicle as a means of stalking in the path with light. They're all stalking in the path with light while a fake sun remains over the address. Engineer light is covering all over the building. That's not a sunset that's going to be shared with Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD is engaged in the same exact gang stalking system where the sun rises and the sun sets over me. And because they're so obsessed with my genitalia, because they're so obsessed with me and everything that I am doing, they also exhibit what is an inclination to commit murder and kidnapping and violate all of my rights with seeking to psychologically torture, because I'm exposing them to the world and I'm reporting them to the feds. No police department, no demon-possessed government actor, which are the people of the state and the state directly, shall ever interfere with the federal prosecution for domestic terrorism in the United States. It's not going to happen. This is what the mentally ill, demon-possessed population commit, though, and that's what they did in this video as well. It's speaking to what is corroborating evidence regarding what I've already proven. It is currently, by the way, 5:47 p.m. This is speaking to the P.O.C., and as you are looking at the same P.O.C., this is engineer light that's coating the patio glass door, and this is the remaining engineer light inside of the apartment. It's 5:47 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, documentation of what is the entity gang stalking. This is pacing. This is a demon-possessed gang stalker that represents the corrupt terrorist organization. This is the Ontario police who are on video gang stalking under the fake sun that is also at the same time setting while I'm living and working at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles on this day in 2024. And I also documented the sunrise through my living room, where that's evidence of what is an idle fake sun, and the police represent the government that are gang stalking. And this is what is the specific environment as I'm juxtaposing it with what is under no circumstances going to be the documentation of what is both a sunrise and a sunset. With this, also, none of this is sunlight that's covering all the grounds, while the demons are engaging in the pattern of stalking with light activity. So this third party, 9CKS 542, the African American driving the white, I believe that's a Volkswagen or an Audi. She's heavily documented on video today. She is gang stalking. She's engaged in ongoing criminal acts of retaliation. She's going to prison along with the demons that are gang stalking by helicopter, whose identity shall be provided. It's going to be produced. This is how prosecutions work in court. They will be producing their own identities. I've already identified the gang stalkers at Woodside that are acting with the entity in the ways in which the elements are being executed. Everybody else that's going to prison is in units 33 through 64. That's already covered. This same third party with license 9CKS 542, an African American elder over 55 or older, relying on what is the federally funded housing, where she is in violation of it, stalking me, and also gang stalking me in violation of that federal law, and doing so with impunity. She's doing so pursuant to knowledge of the fact that I'm reporting that she's stalking me. She's doing so with knowledge of the fact that I'm reporting that she is stalking me with the state, who is arriving in helicopter in a manner that is perceptible in order to communicate an unlawful threat. And at 5:53 p.m., while I am capturing screenshots of this African-American female with license 9CKS 542, the demons are pacing in helicopter in a manner that is amplified inside of the apartment. I was getting ready to say hotel. Inside of the apartment, this is the same P.O.C. that I was documenting when I'm documenting Kimberly Appaloo. The same pattern of conduct that I'm documenting, that is underway inside of the apartment when I'm documenting Jason Knighton, speaking to the same. This is exactly what Jason Knighton was engaged in. He's going to prison. He's going to prison for acting in furtherance of committing murder and kidnapping while maliciously what is masquerading as a police department, sworn under oath to engage in what is domestic terrorism. And such terrorists are subject to what is permanent removal from law enforcement. And this gang stalker, who was a documented kidnapper seeking to obstruct justice, is the same corrupt agency that's exhibiting demon possession, engaging in domestic terrorism, encouraging and approving such public corruption amongst the elderly community who cannot even pay their rent, while they are being fully exposed as predators, as psychopaths, as bloodthirsty, demon-possessed stalkers, engaging in domestic terrorism as a community, including with minors, who you will see in a group crossing path and engineer light, knowingly and intentionally gang stalking. This is what the state of California is engaging in. This is what they teach their children to do. This is why the demons in Unit 41 are losing custody of their kids, by the way. But I just want to point out that they are the teenagers are gang stalking with the same corrupt government in the same ways, the same sexual violence. This is the stuff they teach their kids sexual violence. They inflict sexual violence against their kids, by the way, with regard to making sure that they serve Satan as well. That same demonic spirit is passed on to them, that they are engaging in the same violation of other people that they were trained by while through their demon-possessed gang stalking parents. Okay, so this is relevant with regard to the prosecution of the demons that are Woodside, that are contributing to the delinquency of minors while they're engaged in the elements of monitoring with the police in this video that I just captured, that you just listened to. And I want to make sure that repeating it, this is the demon that's doing nothing other. They're not going anywhere. When you're seeing them in the video in the sky space, you're looking at an amber colored sky with regard to what is the demonic means of what is stalking with light in the path. Okay, so you have what is a fake sun that's not setting and rising at the same address. And it's also not a sunset that's coloring the sky. This is breaking down that whole illusion, while a demon-possessed agency that's being disbanded, who's going to produce the identity of all the demons that are gang stalking in helicopter. This is the entity that is going to federal prison. And they did so while I'm capturing this previous video because of what they are triggered by. You're looking at the fake sun remaining over me in Los Angeles at 11:14 a.m. and the fake sun at 11:15 a.m. when I started the video. And you're looking at the fake sun over me in the same manner in its zenith while I'm looking outside of the same apartment where you're looking at what is not a sunset. You're looking at what is the same thing, stalking with light, which is not the creation or cause it's not caused by the sun that would be in a position where the sunset is also coloring and causing the sun to be an amber color, and it's supposedly setting at the same address where it was present over me 5 hours earlier, where I'm documenting it rising at the same venue over 10, 11 hours earlier, because the sunrise is documented on February 28th. That was 7 days ago. The sunrise at 7:26 in the morning. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, after 5 p.m. That's 10 hours. That's not the sun set at the same apartment. This is the demon-possessed Ontario Police gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, engaging in psychological torture, just like I've been documenting on podcasts all day long, using what is helicopter as opposed to the amplified booming, with ongoing real-time knowledge of what I'm documenting. And this sex offender, this gang stalker, this predator that's in violation of the Violence Against Women Act, gang stalking with the government by residents, and doing so as a matter of what is a pattern, which while she's documenting the evidence that's going to be used against her, criminally interfering with with an ongoing federal investigation against her, which no state government is going to do and get away with, but no state government is actually engaging in this. There is a supremacy doctrine, and the state government is not stopping any federal investigation about it when it's engaging in domestic terrorism. These are the psychologically sick. Okay, while they're engaged in psychological torture, these are the psychologically sick, the mentally ill, demon-possessed gang stalkers who are always engaging in what is obstruction of justice. While she's gang stalking with the Ontario Police, exhibiting demon possession and doing so, license 9CKS 542. And at 5:43, while I'm capturing her screenshots, she's going to prison for even longer, and so is the rest of the entity gang stalking, including Linda Reyes. Okay, all the employees and all the demons in units 33 through 64, all the demon-possessed gang stalkers using what is the exercise of fictitious authority in the corrupt courts that are gang stalking and kidnapping and stealing my property, with the demon-possessed Ontario Police who are gang stalking again, and another video in this specific environment showing how the demon-possessed are targeting American citizens, serving in Satan's system of surveillance in California and in this country, and doing so while I am exposing them in real time. All right, so this is speaking to obstruction of justice, documentation, impunity, and malice, coloring how long all the documented terrorists are going to prison. I named off Jason Knighton, Jay Burnett, S. Patty, A. Morris, Scattell. See, Scattell, you have what is the entity that's going to prison. Many of these demons I'm documenting, you're looking at them gang stalking. They're all going to prison and they're not getting out. And neither will they ever have it. The Ontario Police is being disbanded. All of those demons are done with. You will not be prosecuted and exposed for domestic terrorism in this country as a corrupt police department and then pick up and go to another state and be engaged in law enforcement. They're done. They're done with law enforcement. They've shown their disregard for the Constitution. They treat it like wiping up fecal matter off of the backsides of dogs and cats. They are engaging in what is the hostility toward an American citizen whom they are seeking to murder and kidnap. And they're mad. They're hostile, as demons are. Psychopaths, as demons are, because they're being exposed. And they're not just being exposed by being outed for being demons. They're being exposed to the federal government because they're going to prison, including the demon that's gang stalking in engineered light that you can see in the sky space, and doing so with regard to amplified audible activity, which is psychological torture of a demonic nature by a demon-possessed person who's stalking in helicopter with the intent to obstruct justice. All of those facts are relevant to what is, again, the demon that's gang stalked with license 9CKS 542. This chuckling, hackling, overweight African-American demon-possessed sex offender. All those adjectives apply to this defendant who's going to prison, documenting her impunity on more than one occasion. She's going to prison regardless of whether she lives in units 33 through 64. All right. And the body of evidence is speaking to that. And she is also engaged in what is the act of seeking to obstruct justice, while the demon possessed with whom she's gang stalking me amplify helicopter activity again with simultaneity to my capturing screenshots of this African-American demon-possessed sex offender gang stalking and license 9CKS 542. I just want to be clear. This false narrative, this distracting narrative regarding Black Lives Matter, these are the demon-possessed that are gang stalking in the state of California, providing false narratives that will distract you away from what Satan is actually doing when they are indeed murdering Black people. But this is not based on what are white people that hate Black people. White people that hate Black people, it's a spirit. The same demon possession is what is inspiring federal group stalking and monitoring. Racism you can look at it as a subset of a demonic spirit. This is not what is controlling what is the main point regarding why people are being murdered, and they are being murdered with regard to what are demons who are in law enforcement who tend to engage in violating the constitutional rights and civil rights of American citizens. They do so, yes, they are animated by race. This is Satan that's using the corrupt police in California. And the demon-possessed gang stalkers, by the way, who are monitoring, who are serving Satan, will use race to distract you away from what is spiritual. The black, the white, the Latino, the Asian, they're all gang stalking alike. They're all demon-possessed alike. And there is no value of one race over another. That is also demonic. It is demonic on its face when you are paying attention to that. And the fact that there is a history of racism in this country, the institution of slavery does not justify hatred of any race. That is not of Christ. It's the same satanic spirit. And a lot of times people thinking that they're justified. I'm speaking this as a black woman. I'm very much aware of the ways in which I am subject to prejudice and what are false ways of classifying me, trying to classify me as something that I have never been. Okay, but that's not deterring from what I know to be the truth of the word of God. He is not concerned with race. That's Satan. That is Satan. That's a distracting narrative. You're looking at this black-faced demon in the parking lot, gang stalking me with the so-called racist law enforcement officers. It's not about race. Those demons are one and the same. They're gang stalking me together. It's black on black crime with regard to federal group stalking and monitoring. It has nothing to do with race. My whole black family, they're demon-possessed gang stalkers acting with corrupt police. They are demons alike. That is something that should not be spoken of amongst those who are following Christ. It's a distraction. You are uttering is the narrative, the ideas that are born out of hell. And so, in other words, Satan's purpose, Satan's motive, you're talking about what is a world that's given over to wickedness. So yes, Satan will use targeting you by your race in order to have that spirit, that demonic spirit, that hatred, that hate-filled spirit infect you. Understand where it comes from and do not mimic it. Racism is of Satan. And because people want to falsely, and that's Satan that's using people, you can falsely depict me all you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it true. In the same way, you can deny the evidence of a fake sun all day long. It doesn't make it true. Science, nature, and common sense all together prove that the sun will never be setting such that there is an amber-colored sky where a bunch of demons are stalking within a pattern of conduct. The facts speak for themselves. Demons that are of all races are gang stalking in the state of California. And I'm showing you another black-faced demon that is gang stalking with the police. These are not actual police officers, but just so that you understand the agency that's engaged in the pattern of conduct directly. That's why I'm referencing the term police. It is a term of art. No Satan, no demon-possessed demon that is playing costumes, playing Halloween by dressing up like a police officer is actually a police officer. And that's why they get no respect from me, because I will never submit to Satan. And that's what the demon-possessed have sought to do. This is what Satan has sought to do through possessing this third party that wants to be revered as my mother. This is not a mom. This is Satan. This is the spirit. And I will prosecute her like any other demon-possessed gang stalker whose name I don't know. There is no difference amongst the races. And you're looking at what is no longer some sort of division amongst the races when you got black people acting with the police. So then what do you have then? So what is it then with regard to Black Lives Matter when they're gang stalking with the police? The police are literally the starting point for the P.O.C. Engaging in what is kidnapping and getting a targeted individual into the system. And those are the same demons that want to distract you. I'm talking about people that are black, African American, in California. They want to distract you with Black Lives Matter narratives. And there are people that are ignorantly parroting that. I'm not going to say that all of them are malicious. The demon-possessed are maliciously doing that. There are those that are ignorantly parroting that. And it needs to be known with regard to this pattern of conduct, which is demonic. This is a distracting narrative. And the reality of those who are racist, this is not speaking to the fact that there is no such thing as racism. That's not what I'm saying. I'm stating that that is of Satan. And the fact that that form of hatred, that is of Satan, that is not an excuse to parrot that and return that and claim that everybody that's black is not capable of engaging capable of acting with the police in order to target me or something ignorant like that. It has nothing to do. I have first of all, these demons that are blood related to me are gang stalking with the police. You have what is the interests that are on its surface appears to be competing. Okay, you have what is this gang stalker Eric Corey Spencer. This is a black man. who again, to you intentionally, is supposed to be someone that is contrary to what are the interests in under any circumstances cooperating with any means of law enforcement. But that's exactly what he's doing, gang stalking me with the corrupt police. And he's done so with Tracy Banks on many occasions where they were actually found to be on the same team. And that's what demons do. They will link up all races, all ages, all economic brackets. Oh, there's no more dividing, no more division amongst them when they're coming against a child of God. They want you to be divided in such superficial means. They want you to be ignorant in that regard and fall for that. It's the devices of Satan. This is a black woman targeting me with the police. And this is the same demographic that will claim that Black Lives Matter in California. They're gang stalking in California. You need to understand that this is a malicious and distracting narrative in this state. They're a bunch of demons. All races. They're a bunch of demons and they're targeting. I am a black woman, and so I'm speaking directly to it. I'm going to speak directly to that spirit. They are acting full throttle with the corrupt police departments, and they're the same ones. Don't forget, because they're the same ones that are out here organizing. You know what they're doing under the fake sun? I've documented them using Black Lives Matter to organize, and they were gang stalking me. They were doing that in LA. They were doing that out here in Ontario when people lost their lives, and they were using that as a means to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring. That's how despicable the demon possessed of the black race in California are. If you want to make it something having to do with race, it has nothing to do with race. They will use anything, including a farmer's market, in order to maintain presence and activity under the fake sun, organizing with regard to people that actually died at the hands of corrupt police who are gang stalking in this country, who have done it to those that are not only black, they've done it to those that are of all races. Okay. And they are using what is racism as a means of igniting fury, distracting you, separating the populations. This is what Satan's job is. This is his job. This is his role. The institution of slavery was the work of Satan. Okay. It's wicked. I'm not conceding that, oh, it's okay, and you just act like no. And I'm a black woman. I know all about being discriminated against. Even when I open my mouth and I can intelligently communicate, you have demons that are still so determined to try to classify you in one way or another. I don't care about that. It doesn't matter. Who is your identity in? Is it in Christ, or is it in what some demon-possessed person that's stalking me? You're obsessed with me. And you think that you wish you could define who I am, and you can't. You can't put me in that box. And it doesn't work just because you lie about it and put it on the internet. And by the way, when you're gang stalking me, that's called criminal defamation. You will find yourself in prison. If you go across the wrong line, you'll find yourself in prison. So the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. And I want to be clear what is relevant about that. What you are always paying attention and paying attention to the details of everything that I'm exposing, because what's happening to me is informing you about what's going on in this country. And it is the work of Satan. The blacks are gang stalking with the police. That's P.O.C. Police gang stalking. And so is Tracy Banks. And so is the demon in unit number standing right in front of 43, 44, 46, 47. Yeah, this is the same demon you see gang stalking under the fake sun at 7:26 in the morning, the Latino male with license 8GEN 832 with his grandmother or mother. And Ontario PD is gang stalking by helicopter at 6:25 p.m. This is the time where I am transferring the audio and video that I just documented of them gang stalking with the demon with license plate 9CKS 542. The demons are monitoring evidence, and they're also engaging in what is psychological torture in concert with the government. They're all being prosecuted under the Violence Against Women Act. They're all sex offenders that also are aware of and monitoring and interfering with my privacy in the bathroom as my legs are spread apart, my genitalia is exposed, and while they're in custody of minor children, engaging in that sex offense as a community and using what is criminal acts of obstruction with the to be disbanded Ontario Police Department. A bunch of gang members who are obsessed with my genitalia. They're obsessed with they use helicopters because they're that obsessed with my genitalia, and they are hostile to me telling you about their obsession with my genitalia, while all these demons living in units 33 through 64 are pacing around in engineer light after the fake sun remained all day long, doing so with simultaneity to my uploading the podcast. And this is happening at 6:26 p.m. These are all the demons that are going to prison together, including the demon in the helicopter. Okay, this is what Mike Lorenz. Tracy Banks is gang stalking. She walked into the apartment. She walks out. She is still on the grounds. License 9HUZ 740. She's going to a mental asylum. This is the same agency that she kidnapped me with, engaged in criminal defamation in concert with, and she is still gang stalking me with that same agency. She just walked out, and while I'm in operation, this is the exact same thing they did while I'm documenting Kimberly Appaloo, the exact same thing they did when I'm documenting Jason 910, reading the license plates, reading the case numbers, and ongoing amplified booming. So the amplified audible activity right now, the method is the same psychopaths of the Mike Lorenz. This is a sex offender. This is a Caucasian male who is obsessed with a black woman's genitalia. If you want to make this about race, this is a white male that's stalking a black woman. If you want to make this about race, this is a predator who is stalking me in violation of the Violence Against Women Act. Him and the entire department is obsessively consumed with spending thousands of dollars on a daily basis on keeping me under surveillance through things such as their police vehicles, where they're stalking with the use of their sirens, and helicopters, where they are stalking, exhibiting demon possession, and using stalking with the means of helicopter activity in concert with the whole community that is Woodside Senior Apartments. They're doing so pursuant to the demonic formula with simultaneity to my accessing my audio in order to process it, and then I'm going to upload it. They're doing that while you can hear that helicopter activity. The same Latino male, look at the video documentation published on February 28, 2025. This is, again, license 8GEN632. This is the license plate. This is the Latino male that's gang stalking, walking around in relevant position in engineered light at nightfall while the amplified helicopter activity is occurring in that engineered light with simultaneity to the operation of my communication device. This demon that's gang stalking under that fake sun in the morning, where the same demon is gang stalking where the fake sun is seen setting, where these demons in helicopter are gang stalking pursuant to real-time monitoring on my devices. Okay, he's going to prison. You'll see this Latino male, him and his mother or his grandmother, whoever he is. He's a grown man that's living with somebody, and neither one of them can afford to pay their rent while they're gang stalking with the government at Woodside Senior Apartments. And this is what AVANATH is being prosecuted for. You hear the helicopter activity? It's the prosecution of AVANATH Capital Management. All right, me reciting the documentation of the demons gang stalking by employment and gang stalking by residence is the prosecution of AVANATH Capital Management. This ongoing psychological torture, the amplified audible activity, and the impossible light that is also filling the evidence speaking to the prosecution of the entity is a prosecution of third-party group stalker AVANATH Capital Management, who is engaged in 24-hour psychological torture as a corrupt third-party company, who's engaged in gang stalking with the government by virtue of extending its property, where a fake sun is rising and setting, where a government is gang stalking in helicopters, where a government's engaging in surveillance on the grounds of your venue in concert with the population that both resides and works there, and also comes onto the ground to engage in that criminal conduct. This is the prosecution of AVANATH Capital Management, as you heard, that helicopter activity. This is serving to drain the pockets and also punish through what is the damages that shall serve to, it's literally designed to devastate that corrupt gang stalking domestic enemy that thinks that they will engage in business and exploit the Constitution in California and in the United States and make money off of what is the organized crime of murder and kidnapping. That's why damages are going to be designed to devastate corrupt third-party gang stalking landlords and companies, commercial actors like AVANATH Capital Management. And that is while you hear that helicopter activity. It is currently, again, 6:29 p.m., where the entity is gang stalking with, again, the third-party license plate 8GEN632. I believe 8GEN638. I can confirm that right now. Let me go ahead and get it while I'm on here, because I documented them so much. The entity is engaged in an obsessive endeavor of gang stalking me, doing so with impunity, repeating the same exact formula. I've recited it so much, you know exactly what they're doing as they do it. Yeah, it is license 8GEN638. Engaging in what is the stalking in violation of the Violence Against Women Act, doing so with the government and unprecedented bases of violation of the Violence Against Women Act. He is losing him and his mom, whatever she is, his grandma, his auntie, his sister, whatever she is, whatever they are, they're both being prosecuted, and he is gang stalking with the Ontario police. And doing so with Tracy Banks, the hitman. She walked in and out of the apartment, and she's gang stalking with the Ontario police, who are amplifying helicopter activity, which is relevant to audible activity, monitoring me. This is a police department engaging in a sex offense, and they're doing so while they're gang stalking with the whole community that the police are continuously incriminating while they are being prosecuted and removed from the housing that they rely on. They can't even pay their rent. They're not going to be able to get past the next credit check, and this is when the demons in 33 through 64, if they ever get out of prison. Okay, this demon with license 8GEN638, he's acting with impunity. He's gang stalking under the fake sun that was rising. And then you're looking at what the Ontario police is doing with the same demons that are gang stalking at this apartment complex while on video gang stalking with what is under no circumstances the sunset either. This is exactly what I was just analyzing in the video that you heard and in the analysis that I followed that evidence with. Okay, they're doing the exact same thing that LAPD were doing on this day in 2024. In other words, it is the P.O.C., it is the pattern of conduct. And those that are engaging in this pattern of conduct by residence and by employment, like Linda Reyes and AVANATH Capital Management and the demons in units 33 through 64, they're going to prison. They're going to prison. This is what they were doing while I was the property manager at Alvarado Gardens. The entire property, keeping me under surveillance while I both live and worked, keeping me surrounded while I both live and worked, and doing so in concert with LAPD while I both live and worked at Alvarado Gardens. That entire property, okay, including corporate actors that were gang stalking me, they're all going to prison. The corporate employees are going to prison. So the entities engaged in the pattern of conduct, and the evidence is supporting all of that. The entire venue engaged in gang stalking the property manager. Absolute disregard, no respect whatsoever. So audacious. And their prizes, federal prison. And they're going to federal prison for this same exact P.O.C. that I am able to I'm not able to make up the facts in order to have some sort of means whereby it seems like I'm just able to just luckily be consistent with the evidence. This is indeed the very exact same pattern of conduct, and it is even shown through also what I don't control is what the decisions that the bunch of foolish defendants continue to make, and the environment where the foolish defendants continue to make those decisions, which is going to equal life in federal prison, life in the mental asylum. That's what Tracy Banks is getting while she's gang stalking me, walking out of the apartment with the demons whom she's living around, keeping me under surveillance. This is a hitman that's gang stalking her own daughter, and I'm exposing her, I'm prosecuting her, and she's never getting out of the mental asylum. It is currently 6:32 p.m. That's Ontario Police. This is Mike Lorenz. They're all done with law enforcement. And the Ontario Police Department, I've documented, like you are aware of, March 6, 2022. Those two demons gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square, they're going to prison. This was the criminal system they were engaging in. As I documented, there's no statute of limitations. It necessarily takes an amount of time to prove the allegations that the government is engaging in. And that's just speaking to the fact when you go to prison, you're not getting out. And I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm serious. I am dead serious. You're not getting out. And you're also not ever having anything to do with law enforcement. You're not getting out. Okay. And this is, again, justice, because what is the alternative? Oh, these demons thought that they were going to murder me and steal everything that belongs to me in doing so. OK, this is why federal prison for and disbanding of a bunch of gang members who are wearing badges that they are unworthy to represent. They literally put fecal matter and bring shame and embarrassment to anybody that actually is engaged in law enforcement in this country, because it's not in California. I said exactly what I said. If anybody is ignorantly in law enforcement and they don't serve Satan, you need to know, first of all, they only hired you because they intend to sacrifice you. You're going to be subject to corporate bullying. You're going to be subject to harassment. You're going to be subject to a setup. OK, where they're talking about, oh, you know, a criminal took the life of a fellow officer of mine. You've been set up. That's the P.O.C. This is what they do to those who don't serve Satan, whom they hire unto law enforcement, because the demon possessed are engaged in law enforcement in California. The demon possessed. These are terrorists. They set people up. That's what's gang stalking in helicopter right now. And if there is anybody that is not in service of Satan, ignorantly a part of what is, again, some bootleg version of some mafia, because they're not intelligent. They don't even have to graduate from college. Many of them are not college graduates. Not that that makes somebody intelligent, because I'm clearly showing you how all these so-called professionals, these so-called educated people are gang stalking me under an idle fake sun. And nobody could put any two clues together to figure out, you know, she's talking a little bit too much about this. This might be an identifying factor. This might work against a lot of us at the same time. Nobody was smart enough to put two and two together. None of them. And they still aren't. That's speaking to what the value of education of these so-called educated professionals out here that are gang stalking in California. OK, the entities engaging in this P.O.C. with the demons that are going to be disbanded, and they're going to prison. Every single demon possessed gang stalker affiliated, employed by the Ontario Police Department, they're going to prison. And this is the evidence speaking to that is not an overreach. They're all going to prison. And so is everybody in units 33 through 64. Okay, the demon that you know, you can look at him on video. He's gang stalking, crossing path while engineer light on the sidewalk at 7:26 in the morning. In that video, it appears and disappears while that demon walks by me. And the fake sun is present over the same apartment building where you saw the Ontario police gang stalking. And that's nothing, that's no sort of sunset whatsoever. You saw the setting where they're all gang stalking with the police. They're all going to federal prison in units 33 through 64. All of them. It is currently, again, 6:36 p.m. This is obstruction of justice. While I'm going to continue publishing this podcast, and this is going to be added to the weight of the evidence against them, and none of them are going to survive. They're all going to prison, like I said they are. This is P.O.C. All right, it is currently 9:40 p.m. It's still Friday, March 7, 2025. This is documentation that I want to make sure that I openly include in what is the prosecution in the state of California that is subjecting me to gang stalking for purposes of murdering me and also getting away with what a lot has already been committed. This is, again, the entity secretly and maliciously engaging in things in corrupt courts such as and these are things which, again, I am suspecting and that I discern that, again, this third party, Tracy Banks, that is gang stalking me, doing so with every relative that I am aware of, that I've been around. They were part of the same pattern of conduct, and what I've shown also the state of California is engaging in. In doing so, it's basically a lottery over my life while the entity is seeking to derive a benefit. That is everything that belongs to me, even things that I have never been told to me about, trying to conceal it from me in order to steal it, in order to keep it a secret that it has already been stolen, whatever it is, whatever property, personal property, real property that it is. So I want to give context regarding what I'm documenting, what I remain subject to. And the entity that is engaged in the pattern of conduct is doing so with the intent to do just that. It's not, it is based on the fact of my identity in Christ. It is a system of persecution. It is satanic at its core, as I've shown the pattern of conduct, which is criminal activity, which is under all circumstances, regardless of your faith, regardless of whether you're an atheist or whether you are a disciple of Christ, you maintain a constitutional right to not be subject to the P.O.C. But I want to give context regarding my particular specific circumstances and the things that I want to make sure that the feds are aware of. And these are things that would surface in your own investigation. I remain open with regard to every area of my life. And so that includes the fact that I am subject to the P.O.C. and I don't have any privacy. And I haven't had any privacy actually my entire life while I've been living in the United States, majority of my life. I did live in Europe for a little while I was a child. And that is speaking to the pattern of conduct that he's not my stepdad anymore. They're divorced, but Tommy Allen Banks goes by Pete. This is a convicted sex offender, and he's still a sex offender, gang stalking me, and he does so, as I've documented, for example, on Tracy Banks' communication device, monitoring me, and doing so while this third party is one that's a part of the military. So I do want to speak to, not only is Tommy Allen Banks, and I was subject to this system since I was a child. So the military is engaged in this pattern of conduct that I've been subject to, keeping me under surveillance everywhere that I live with Tracy, that has been acting in concert with the state to keep me under what is this sort of system into my adulthood. And this is the circumstance that I'm in now. I'm exposing it and prosecuting it. And it is tied to the military. Tommy Allen Banks was in the Air Force. And even Leroy Lomax's Spencer. This is somebody that is my father, and he is also in the military. And this is the pattern of conduct, again, that I've been subject to since I was born. And so I'm only mentioning those details with regard to the military being a part of this pattern of conduct that the states are practicing. And I have chiefly lived in the state of California. I was born in California. I have lived in Europe. I lived in Germany. I lived in England. And this was, again, travel that was accommodated based on the fact that Tracy Banks, my mother, was married to someone who was in the military, and I have always been subject to the targeting system. So it has happened abroad. It's not like it took a pause and then resumed assumed when she was a single mother, back in California, I remain subject to the system at all times, at all places. And I have lived overseas. And I also was in the household with those who were a part of the military. And I was subject to this system. So I want to make sure that that's known as well. I want to also speak to the fact that I have stated before, and I'm going to reiterate, all of the criminal acts that have been committed against me in concert with the government. Any acts seeking to establish control over me, over the circumstances in my life, over, for example, as like a power of attorney would do, the type of person that has on paper would have the authority to control any aspect of my life as a fully functioning, healthy adult, as a legally trained practitioner in the law, a licensed attorney before the entity is engaged in gang stalking me to the degree that I'm going to property management. And as I documented at Alvarado Gardens, where you're seeing the pattern of conduct that I've been subject to, interfering with the ability to merely get a paycheck, in other words, to pay for what's included in being an attorney is paying to be a part of that club, which is the annual fee. So you're talking about what is merely financial, and that's based on the targeting system that the state has been exacting against me for years, and as a matter of documentation since 2018. But for a prolonged period, while I was being gang stalked while I was at Cal State San Bernardino, I was being gang stalked when I was in law school at Whittier Law School in Costa Mesa, California. This is the entity, and the whole time while I'm studying for the bar and taking the California bar exam, the pattern of conduct remained underway. And so all of this needs to be the federal government, that who I am exposing this system to. I want you to be mindful of these details. And in addition to that, where I have focused majority of my adult life on schooling, I have never been in any sort of romantic relationship with anyone that was remotely serious, where I've ever called anyone besides third party Joshua Kayam Quaid. This is somebody who was referred to actually as a boyfriend in high school. These people don't even count, so I'm not even going to name them. But you're talking about one boyfriend in high school, and that's just because I have never come across anybody that actually just. I felt, not to put it, but to be frank, no one that I found substantial enough to allow in my life under those circumstances. And by the way, you can see why, because the lifestyle of those who are of this condition, who were also secretly targeting me, a lot of times I'm finding pitfalls in the personal relationships with them, and it's never going beyond what is a surface level friendship, what is nothing other than it's not moving on beyond a friendship. There is a level of a cordial relationship, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. Not only did I maintain nothing more than friendships with the males that were gang stalking me, essentially, I want to also be clear, I've never had any serious relationships with someone. And the reason why I'm speaking to this is because the entity is not only engaging in what is things such as collateral harms that I've pointed out on my website. The entity is engaged in the pattern of conduct with the intent to criminally defame you, to also derive some sort of benefit from you, where perhaps they want your money, your property, but they just don't want you around. So accomplishing your murder and your kidnapping is what will accomplish that. So you have what are third parties like Tracy Banks. You have third parties like any of the sex partners that she's had, which a lot of them were in my social circle, which again, this is why there would not be any substantial relationships with these third parties, not because I knew they were having sex with my mom, but because there is a lack of any substantial connection, relationship, and interest on mutually speaking. If there was interest toward me, it wasn't interest that I returned, and I can see why, because I was discerning something spiritually, but I wasn't aware of exactly what that was. I have never made any of these gang stalkers what is a partner in my life. I have never given any of them authority to exercise any sort of control over anything that I own, even it's something that I own, and the people like Tracy Banks, who are aware of it, who have been trying to control my life circumstances unbeknownst to me. Okay, I'm an adult person. I move out of the house to go to college. I go to Valley College. I go to Cal State San Bernardino. I go to law school, and you have this psychopath Tracy Banks, who was in the background with the state of California, California's assistance, okay? Engaging in all manner of criminal conduct regarding my identity, regarding exercising any control, and that would only be on paper, because I don't go to her for permission to do anything in my life, nor have I ever, nor do I legally have to. All right, and so the entity that is gang stalking, the state of California, is aware of this secret means to try to essentially take over my life and assume responsibility for me while they're repeatedly kidnapping me as well. This is when I'm getting to the point of documentation. So it just was brought to my attention, and I think that it's important to mention that the criminal acts that Tracy Banks and those who have gang stalked that have been engaged in the federal group stalking and monitoring against me, the entity using those and acting via those who were in my personal life, who acted in concert with Tracy Banks, criminally cooperated with her in such efforts seeking to steal anything that belongs to me. I just want to be clear, it is nothing but theft. I have never consented to, nor have I ever been aware of anyone exercising control over any property that is in my name. And anyone feigning to be a spouse of mine, they are lying, and they know that they are lying. They are maliciously engaged in what is theft of my property through posing as a spouse of mine, where I have never been married. And that's why I'm stating I have never even been in a serious romantic relationship with anyone, because I've never come across anybody that was worthy of that sort of position. Okay. And then come to find out I'm being gang stalked, and that's why I've never met a man that was worthy. And I've never given anyone my affection to that degree to where I found them to be husband material. Okay. So I want to be clear. This is theft, and there is no one that is engaging in that sort of position, exercising any sort of authority over any money that belongs to me, personal property, over any real property that belongs to me, over any sort of inheritance, if any sort of thing that would be left to me upon the death of some unknown party. I'm just speaking with regard to under all circumstances. Anything that belongs to Erica Lorraine Spencer, that Tracy Banks is unlawfully exercising control over. She's doing it with regard to her motivation for gang stalking me and as a hitman who fully intends to murder me. And this is why the pattern of conduct remains underway. And those who acted with her, those who are under any circumstances currently or were in possession of anything that belongs to me, which would be discovered upon investigation. The entity engaging in fraudulent acts trying to steal property, which the state of California helps them accomplish, while they're gang stalking me at the same time and trying to falsely depict my character at the same time, and also keeping it a secret from me that which has been left to me in someone's will or by an inheritance, or that has been literally gifted to me for whatever reason, doing so while engaging in criminal acts against me by feigning that you have some sort of power of attorney. I'm just speaking to anything that the entity could have possibly engaged in, which is, again, Tracy Banks is at the center of it, and anyone claiming to have any sort of connection, that is not true. Eric Spencer has no rights. Nobody has ever been married. I've never married anyone. I've never even made anyone a serious boyfriend. And this, I want to be clear, no one is ignorantly stealing anything or exercising control over that which belongs to me. And anyone that would claim that to the federal government, that you would be investigating it or that you are discovering it, and you're wondering whether I would enforce my rights against that person, absolutely I would. Everyone that is gang stalking me is intentionally and maliciously gang stalking me and sought to murder me while they were trying to literally trifle through what belongs to me, steal it, and then do away with me. This is the purpose of it. And there is nobody that can truthfully claim that they have ever been married to me. They have property. If they have property that belongs to me, they stole it, and they did so while they knew I was being targeted by the state, and they anticipated on my demise in order to keep that which they have stolen, and they are not ignorantly in that position. And anyone claiming that they were ignorant about what they participated in, stealing unbeknownst to them, is a malicious and a false. It's a misrepresentation of fact, because the entity that's gang stalking me, for example, the entity that is secretly engaged in any marriages with Tracy Banks to accomplish any fraudulent acts against me, they did so knowing that they were feigning to be my friend while at the same time targeting me in concert with the state. They're not ignorant with regard to anything that's going to result in that sort of criminal transaction. And it becomes a criminal transaction when you're marrying somebody that is related to me. You also remember all the totality of circumstances, any marriages that Tracy engaged in, or any marriages that people would claim to me on paper. I was never invited to the wedding. I never participated in the ceremony. I have no knowledge of it. And that's, by the way, not a lawful marriage either. That's not a contract of marriage. And neither shall it be honored under any circumstance. And then anything that was acquired from me, it was done unbeknownst to me. And it is a criminal act against me. And I have full intention to exercise my right, enforce my rights to that. And I want to make sure that the feds know that. In addition to that, there is nobody that is in any sort of personal connection or relationship to me that should be trusted by the feds to come anywhere near me. The entity that is gang stalking many of the people of the state who I have identified in the folder entitled The People of the State, these are third parties who represent a threat to me. And they are misrepresenting their relationship with me. And there is no existing relationship. I have changed my phone number. I have ceased communication with the entity as I realize I remain subject to the pattern of conduct and that the entity was actively engaging in what is threatening my life as I documented by the LAPD. And this is what the entity is still doing while I'm in Ontario, California. And I'm looking directly at this third party, this hitman, fully aware of and apprised of everything that she is doing. However, the entity was gang stalking me when I was unaware of it, targeting me and trying to rifle through all of that which is and property that belongs to me, for example, or things that belong to me that have been perhaps bequeathed to me, unbeknownst to me, and the entity sought to just do away with me in order that I would never learn about it so that they can keep it, either by seeking to exercise unlawfully some sort of power of attorney or claiming that I'm mentally incompetent in order to have me kidnapped, it's seeking to gang stalk me in order to have me murdered so that they can keep it and steal it, claiming that they're a spouse of mine so that they can, while I am being declared unlawfully as a criminal act as mentally incompetent, while they maintain exercise over property that belongs to me. And any sort of income derived from theft of property is income that belongs to me. And anything that is gained and any benefits derived while the entity is gang stalking me, I want to be clear. That's why I'm stating this, because the entity that has done any of this is a part of the criminal pattern of conduct. And justice requires that all of that be returned to me. I have no intentions of sharing that which belongs to me with anyone. I am not married to anyone. I've never married anyone. I haven't forgotten that I was married to someone. I've never been married, and it's not something that I forgot. Okay, I have never had an addiction problem. I've never been someone that's suffering from any sort of mental illness. This entire malicious and farcical narrative has been created by the same entity that seeks to steal property from me. And I want to make sure that that is abundantly clear. No one is in any position of being trustworthy. They represent a threat to me, and anyone from my past whose name I already know represent that threat. And they are in no position whereby they are justified or properly maintaining control and authority over anything that belongs to me, and they should be held accountable under the laws. And they are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, where they have exercised anything that is or stolen anything from me that while I am subject to this pattern of conduct, they were not ignorantly doing so. And while they're acting in concert with Tracy Banks, you are not ignorantly engaged in that theft from me and that assumption of my identity in order to accomplish theft from me, in order to assume control over any property, personal or real property that belongs to me. And it's unreasonable to claim, if any third party were to claim, that they were ignorant about what Tracy Banks was doing while they were in a marriage relationship or in a sexual relationship or doing any favors for her while they are functioning in the government. That is incompetence, and that is a dereliction of duty, and they should be held accountable for it. And everyone helping Tracy Banks is engaged in that pattern of conduct in furtherance of murdering and kidnapping me. So it is insufficient. It's not good enough to claim, well, you just didn't know. This is while they were practicing witchcraft. They're engaging in the satanic system, practicing sex rituals while they were together, worshiping Satan while they're engaged in this and sexual activity together. And then on the other hand, they want to claim, well, I was ignorant about the fact that Tracy was conspiring to steal Erica Spencer's property. I was just having sex with her all the time, but I didn't know that she was trying to frame her for this criminal activity because she wanted to steal her home that was bequeathed to her and X, Y, and Z. I'm just giving you an example. It is unreasonable, and it's actually not the truth. The people of the state whose name I know, they were gang stalking me well before I started documenting it. They were gang stalking me with the police when we were talking on the phone. They were gang stalking me when I would go to their house. They were gang stalking me when I would go to their house. When they would come to my house or when I would go to their house. They were gang stalking me while we were in communication the whole time. So the entity is acting with regard to what is being untruthful, where anyone is claiming that they have, where you are investigating and you find that they have any parts of exercising control, stealing, deriving any benefits off of property, personal, real property that belongs to me, that the entity has sought to keep concealed from me, and that they would also claim that they were ignorant about it. Or even if they just want to blame Tracy Banks for it. Tracy Banks cannot act by herself. She was not able to engage in this by herself, and this is not in defense of her. This is exposing everybody that should serve the penalties that justice requires, while this entity sought to murder me, and they thought that they were going to get away with it. And now I am blowing the whistle on everyone, and everyone should be liable for the ongoing attempt on my life, because the state of California wanted to steal what belongs to me and then do away with me in doing so. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. I have never married anyone. I haven't even been in a serious relationship. I have never met anybody that was boyfriend worthy, let alone husband material. Never. Never. And nobody that has anything to do with this will ever be my spouse. I will not be marrying any former Satanist. I will not be marrying any former sex partner of Tracy Banks, any ex-husband of Tracy Banks, nobody that was formerly engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring against me. Anybody that is even capable of doing that, you are not my husband. That is not God's will. This is not anything that God is leading me to do. And in the physical, I want to be clear, it is a violation of my rights to let anybody that has anything to do with this criminal pattern of conduct continuously exercise control over property that belongs to me, while they're sitting around watching me and just sitting on property that belongs to me. And sitting and prolonging justice is not going to change my mind on this. I want to make sure that the federal government is very clear on my stance. Anybody that had anything to do with stealing my property, and that's what they're doing, while they're engaging in any false marriages, while they're engaging in or helping a criminal like Tracy Banks and anybody in my family, seeking to both criminally defame me and gang stalk me, while at the same time trying to do things like assume my identity, engage in any fraudulent acts against me, trying to frame me for crimes that I never committed, or engage in what is claiming that they are married to me on paper. Tracy Banks is not able to engage in any of this, nor are any other third party ignorantly engaging in this. It's not a coincidence. This is why I'm subject to federal group stalking and monitoring. And I want to make clear my intent and purpose to fully enforce my rights to the furthest extent of the law for every single third party that has anything to do with it. Third party and state actors that have anything to do with it. The state has knowledge about property that has been left to me. The state has knowledge about property that is actually mine, that belongs to me. And this entity sought to gang stalk me in order to murder and kidnap me in order before I could learn about it, or before I could gain what is authority and power over that which belongs to me in the first place. And that's an unlawful violation of my constitutional human rights as well. And that's what every last one of these demon-possessed gang stalkers are also aware of. This is the motivation behind gang stalking me, besides the fact that they're demon-possessed. And I want to make sure that it is based on what is greed and the intent to profit from my demise. And there is nobody that is under any circumstances, in any position, a level of closeness or relationship. They're lying about it. They're misrepresenting fact. They are feigning ignorance if they're stating that they didn't mean to steal this, and they didn't mean to help Tracy Banks commit that, and they didn't mean to help in furtherance of essentially targeting me. It's at the very least dereliction of duty. And any government actor that would claim that, first of all, I've documented the police. That's not, I'm talking about at the federal level, because the police are gang stalking. So at the federal level, you're talking about the entity that is fully engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and they are engaged in facilitation, period. Just like the people of the state, just like no state actor has any legal excuse with regard to ignorance, you're engaging in the elements of monitoring, and ignorance claiming you didn't know that the fake sun was over your apartment, so you didn't know that you were monitoring is insufficient. It's also not the truth. They are aware of the fake sun. They're aware of the entity that's gang stalking through the government, in concert with the government. And I want to be clear, the government that is under any circumstances helping a hitman like Tracy Banks, who wants to steal property that she knows rightfully belongs to me. This is a psychopath that is stubborn, and until the day she is 6 feet under, this is somebody that will never admit the predator that she is, the psychopath, the multiple personalities that she has with regard to her targeting me and literally wanting to be me. and getting as many people as possible to join in on that. And this is not some story that I'm telling, in the same way that I never made up the fact that the government is stalking me everywhere that I go in helicopters and that a fake sun remains over me. This is the greater context. And everyone that had anything to do with it. And unfortunately, this satanic system includes those who were sex partners of Tracy Banks. Look directly at them. All right, claiming that they were ignorantly in custody of. There is nobody that is any spouse of mine, and anybody claiming to be a spouse of mine is acting in furtherance of the pattern of conduct, which is done in furtherance of seeking to murder and kidnap me. All right, so I want to make sure that that's clear. They are misrepresenting fact if anyone is trying to claim that position, and it's untenable. And it's unreasonable, and especially for any government actor, anybody that works for the federal government, anybody that aided in what is maintaining criminal investigations about me as a means of keeping me under surveillance, gang stalking me. Because that's what the entity does. Talking about an investigation, placing you on things like a terrorist list in order to gang stalk you. And anybody claiming that they didn't know, that they were ignorantly, that's somebody that is at the very least derelict of duty, and they should be dismissed from their post. Okay? Because that's an organization that I would never want to work for. That level of negligence, that level of dereliction on the job, helping a terrorist like Tracy Banks murder and kidnap me. She did it with the aid of the government. Okay? I mean, they're doing it with regard to wanting to steal what belongs to me. And also doing it by seeking to assume my identity, lying about criminal activity that I never had anything to do with. And the fact that I document everything in my life is just relevant, ongoing, additional context. But even before I was documenting it, I've been focused on my academic career and building my career. There is nothing criminal about anything that I've ever done. So aside from that, I just want to make sure that I point out that there is nobody that is in any position to share ownership or share in any benefits, any income generated from anything that belongs to me and to me alone. I will not share it because it is something that belongs to me alone, and that which belongs to me has been stolen from me, and the entity has sought to take it from me and never be caught for engaging in that. And anybody posing as a spouse of mine on paper, because we never stood before any officiator and were married. They lied about it. And they're not ignorantly in that position. They know that they lied about it. And if they're being investigated, they don't want it to be known that they were conspiring to murder me. That's why they were acting like they're a spouse of mine on paper. And that is no person that is trusted by me. Whoever they are, whatever the details are that you are continuously learning about and unearthing, while you're witnessing me prosecute the state of California for federal group stalking and monitoring, understand the ongoing motives that you are investigating and learning about, and all those other supportive angles with regard to this P.O.C., they belong in federal prison as well. They are no friend of mine. They are no trusted state or third-party actor pursuant to me. And they represent a threat to me. That's why they engaged in such acts that they are not reasonably found to be ignorant about. Neither is that sufficient when the entity is engaged in domestic terrorism in this country. It's not enough, and it's insufficient. It just requires that you are serving the penalties for it in whatever way that you facilitate it, because people's lives are hanging in the balance. So incompetent federal officials that are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, they belong in prison. They belong in prison. Perhaps not life. You know, the facts and circumstances will support that, but they belong in prison because they're aiding in what is the murder and kidnapping of an American citizen. And because they don't know how to control their genitalia, because they like to have sex with witches, because whatever their issues are, it's absolutely irrelevant with regard to prosecuting and achieving justice. So I want to make that abundantly clear. Shattering all illusion. Anybody that is currently exercising control over property that belongs to me, it's property that they sought to steal while they were hoping that I would be murdered and kidnapped, while they were hoping that I could be falsely depicted as mentally insane so that they can keep it, so that they can share it amongst the demons who are gang stalking me. That is no friend of mine, none of them. No spouse of mine, never been married, never even been in a serious relationship, nor would I with any of them. Nor is that going to be the case in the future. So do not be deceived. You heard it right out of my mouth. This is documentation that I want to make sure that is added on the record. It's 10:09 p.m. on March 7, 2025. And this is P.O.C. And that is a criminal interference with quiet enjoyment by the gang stalking entity that is still engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring that is going to be disbanded. This is the entity that is doing so with regard to the purpose of stealing property that it knows belongs to me, seeking to conceal that from me, and wanted to accomplish murdering and kidnapping me through demons like the Ontario Police Department, who are flying over a senior citizen complex, and it is amplified inside of the apartment. And the fact that they're doing it moments after I just recorded the lengthy addition to documentation providing relevant context about the motive of the gang stalking entity acting in concert with this hitman, Tracy Banks, doing so in helicopter, okay? This is, again, speaking to AVANATH's prosecution. Pay attention. This is called criminal interference with quiet enjoyment, and the demon that is gang stalking at 10:10 p.m. was simultaneity to my documentation of the entity that is gang stalking, and doing so as a means of what is harassment while I'm exposing the motivation of gang stalking police officers who are going to prison, who are doing so with hitmen like Tracy Banks, who intended to steal property that it is secretly maintaining, retaining, keeping from me, and also trying to steal it at the same time, and also trying to get away with what they've already stolen, and doing so while I am documenting this on my phone. So I want to make sure the demons in units 33 through 64, they're the ones who are going to prison, and so is the demon stalking pacing in helicopter at 10:11 p.m. This is a 55 plus senior citizen community. The fact that you can hear it inside of the apartment, and it's also vibrating the apartment. This is where Tracy Banks is gang stalking, and does so by doing things such as claiming power of attorney. She's doing so while she's gang stalking me with the police seeking to murder and kidnap me. She's doing so while I document her and I speak to her criminal engagement that she could only commit with the corrupt government that is indeed gang stalking me, and doing so while feigning what is again, trying to claim crimes or have me, quote unquote, investigated for crimes that the entity has manufactured and or committed itself, trying to frame me while they're gang stalking me like the Ontario Police Department are doing right now, pacing over a senior citizen complex, doing so because the demons are very fearful of the truth that I speak. You need to know that anybody that is on paper trying to claim that they're married to me, they are doing so in furtherance of trying to murder and kidnap me. They are gang stalkers by virtue of that position, okay? It's maliciously underway. It's the ongoing motivation showing who is engaged in that POC. I have never even had a serious boyfriend because none of these demons, now that I know, who are gang stalking me were ever worthy of that sort of position. It has never happened, and it won't happen. And this is the entity that is engaged in gang stalking with the Ontario Police. That's the same entity that would be assuming that they're married to me on paper, and they did so to accomplish stealing property from me. And the simultaneity of the Ontario Police pacing over the senior citizen complex, over all the demons who are going to prison, and the prosecution of the gang stalker AVANATH. That's what's also relevant. The demon that is over the Ontario Woodside Senior Apartments Sky Space at 10:10 p.m. until 10:13 p.m. That demon's identity is speaking to what is federal prison, and they're doing so while it's letting you know the greater context and the truth about what I speak. The demons are always confirming the truth of what I speak while they arrive in helicopter, and by arriving I mean they were already present stalking. They tend to engage in amplified audible activity by stalking while they're monitoring. This is revealing the demon possessed who are sitting around hostile as I continuously tell the truth about who they are and what they tried to commit against me. And demons, anybody that assumed the identity of being my spouse is due federal prison. They are no friend of mine, and they're no spouse of mine. And they were gang stalking, targeting me while trying to steal my property on paper, claiming to be a spouse of mine. If these are the circumstances, I'm letting you know exactly what was their motive and their knowledge in doing so. And the simultaneity of helicopter activity while I'm inside of this demon Tracy Banks's apartment. This is speaking to the truth and this ongoing surveillance as I expose that truth inside of the venue, which is, again, criminal interference with quiet enjoyment at 10:14 p.m. Okay, this is a psychopath that's flying in circles pacing. Tracy Banks is licensed 9HUZ740. She is being greeted before with helicopter activity, and then this psychopath is going to walk into the apartment. She's going to a mental asylum, and this is her diabolical and malicious agenda to steal from me in concert with demons that claim to be her spouse, her sex partners, gang stalking me together with Ontario PD. She's walking in the door right now at 10:14 p.m. All the demons at Woodside in units 33 through 64 are going to prison along with her. Helicopter activity circling around while she walks inside of the apartment. And this is federal stalking under Title 18 as well. She is doing so on an ongoing basis with the entity while I expose things such as the intent to steal property and doing so with the ongoing impunity and malice that is exhibited. The entity is speaking to what is severe mental illness, and this is why she is going to a mental asylum for the ongoing theft of property that has already occurred and the ongoing theft of property that the entity sought to procure through my murder while they were seeking to, on paper, establish me one way and gang stalking, psychologically torturing on an ongoing basis simultaneously. So the entity is seeking to assume my identity. This is an elderly woman that looks nothing like me, behaves nothing like me, has nothing sharing with regard to property, has never graduated any college course, and as doing so while she sought to steal property belonging to me, having sex with everybody that I know in order to acquire as many partnerships with regard to gang stalking me as possible. And they were all engaging in that ongoing conspiracy to murder and kidnap and steal that which belongs to me. Ontario police preceding the entrance into this apartment is the elements of monitoring. And it's also a psychopath that knows exactly what I exposed about on this podcast before the demon walked in the apartment. That's what's going to a mental asylum. And that's also what is Eric Spencer, gang stalking, seeking to steal property that belongs to me, a malicious psychopath, hostile to the exposure of it, going to federal prison, just like the demon gang stalking, flying over a senior citizen complex. And then you're hearing the demon walk in while the entity is vibrating the apartment, flying over a 55 plus senior citizen complex at 10 o'clock at night and consumed with what is my volume while I'm reporting her to the feds. This is the entity that is maliciously targeting on an ongoing basis. And as I continuously reveal the motivation for conspiring, engaging in the calculated system of trying to psychologically torture before murder and kidnapping regarding theft that has already occurred, criminal defamation, and these corrupt gang stalking courts that has already occurred in concert and on behalf of the people of the state, okay, who are gang stalking. They're all going to prison in units 33 through 64. And while you heard what it is that I just expounded upon moments ago, immediately follows the psychopaths who are stalking in helicopter with this demon that walks inside of this apartment. She is going to a mental asylum for the rest of her life where she will expire, and everything stolen from me by her and everybody else participating in that massive theft while they conspired to murder and kidnap me. There has never been anybody that married me. I've never been married. I've never claimed anyone as in any serious relationship, and anybody that she secretly married, this loving mother never invited me to the wedding. That's speaking to the ongoing purposes, criminal purposes of the entity that wanted to accomplish something on paper in order to, while they were simultaneously gang stalking me, which is again, the ongoing P.O.C. with the government that's flying over this apartment complex. And the relevant context is that it is uncharacteristic with regard to a senior citizen complex of a whole bunch of old people who are not sleeping. They're all awake while I speak to the truth about what is the motivation behind gang stalking, beside the fact that they're demon possessed and they practice a system of targeting American citizens and killing them for the purposes of deriving a benefit. Here it's stealing property that they wanted to conceal from me while trying to get rid of me by gang stalking me until the point of murder and kidnapping. Okay, that's what just walked into the apartment, gang stalking with the Ontario police, and that's what's going to a mental asylum as well. And remember the gang stalkers that she's acting with, everybody claiming to be a spouse, married to her, or claiming to be married to me, they're maliciously and intentionally engaging the P.O.C. in doing so. Okay, this is documentation of her gang stalking son, gang stalking on her communication devices while they share in the elements of monitoring, seeking to steal from me, seeking to falsely depict my character. He's going to prison while his gang stalking mother walks in gang stalking with the Ontario police. This is the same entity. Okay, he doesn't have to live at Woodside Senior Apartments. He's in Oakland, California. He's heavily documented. He's going to prison. It's 10:18 p.m. This is speaking to the same exact criminal controversy, and Linda Reyes is going to federal prison while the police are flying over the venue where she's working, systematically engaging in the pattern of conduct and seeking to murder and kidnap me. That's why the entity is gang stalking me, and doing so while I am exposing the fact that the entity is motivated by the prospects of stealing property that belongs only to me, which I will be sharing ownership with no one, and I will not be sharing any benefits derived from exercising control over my property and anything else that belongs to me while the entity sought to murder and kidnap me. And there's nobody that is in a lawful position to do that. Nobody but the government itself handing over property that belongs to me. And understanding what is this psychopath, this sex offender, this serial killer's purpose in seeking to target her own daughter who she wants to steal from. And willing to steal to the extent of committing murder with the same demons who are gang stalking in helicopter. Okay, it's 10:19 p.m. We're again at a senior citizen complex. Helicopter activity from 10 p.m. 10:10 p.m. to 10:13 p.m. Vibrating the apartment and amplified it because you can hear it on. So all I did was hold the phone up, and they're doing so with regard to the truth about what I just spoke. And it's not a coincidence that this demon walks in the apartment moments later. That's the mental illness, the multiple personalities. That's the predator. That's the sex offender. That's the demon possessed witchcraft practicing psychopath. Okay, and none of that is hyperbolic. That's what's going to be treated in a mental asylum. It is currently 10:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. So let me be even more specific. Glenn Anthony Williams, I've never been married to him. Alanson Bintu Lashley, I've never been married to him. Joshua Kayam Quaid, I've never been married to him. Let's see. Anthony Jawan Kennedy, I've never been married to him. Jason Isaac Fields, this wasn't even a boyfriend. This was nothing other than a gang stalker that would talk to me on the phone while he was targeting me with the state in the same way that Tracy Banks does on her phone while pacing around inside of her apartment. It's a means of engagement in what is surveillance on communication devices and the elements of monitoring while the fake sun remains over me over her apartment. This is what this third party was doing, gang stalking me while we were chiefly exchanging conversation on communication devices. And he was doing so with the state of California and the state of Nevada while he lived in Nevada. And if anyone is claiming to be a spouse of mine, I just want to be clear. I have never married that person. He wasn't even a boyfriend. You're talking about we never even went on a date. And I haven't talked to this person in a prolonged period of time. I haven't seen his face since 2018, where he was gang stalking me with what would be the Rialto Police Department. He was living in the city of Rialto. Any sexual activity he's had with this third party that walked into this apartment is a secret affair. Any marriage that he's had with this third party that walked into this apartment is a secret occurrence. And I was never invited to the wedding. And it happened for the criminal purposes of trying to assume my identity, steal property that belongs to me. And it is within the pattern of conduct by the state of California that's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring with serial killers like the one that walked in this apartment and is engaged in the ongoing effort to try to steal that which belongs to me, and then trying to falsely depict the character of the one whom they want to steal from, the one that they literally want to be. All right. So this is the entity that is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, having sex with everybody that I know, and then and laughing like the demon possessed person. That's what Satan does. Laughs when Satan is exposed, and is crossing path in doing so while listening to the embarrassment of her high level of promiscuity while she spreads Satan's spirit amongst those who I befriended, having sex with everybody that I did not have sex with, that I was merely talking to on the phone, or having sex with anybody that this demon-possessed stalker thought that I was interested in, while she was, again, conspiring my entire life and has been conspiring to steal property which belongs to me. And any of my so-called male friends whom I've never married, never even been boyfriend and girlfriend with them. I want to be clear. Any of them engaged in any marital relations with Tracy Banks, married her on paper. They did it to accomplish stealing from me. They did it while they were gang stalking me. They are documented state actors engaged in the P.O.C. and doing so. Understand all the aspects of the P.O.C. Okay, so they are not ignorantly engaging in what is marrying this demon-possessed gang stalker and then simultaneously claiming that they were ignorant about what was going on with regard to targeting me at the same time. Nor should you be held accountable, especially those that are in the position of government. Okay, it is that which should be at the very least removal from that position in any government position. But I want to be clear, anybody that was engaged in marrying her, they were gang stalking me. So you're not ignorant about any thefts, any ongoing attempts on my life, any ongoing gang stalking, anything used with regard to marrying me and in furtherance of seeking to accomplish a theft of property that belongs to me. All right. And this is what, again, psychopaths with multiple personalities like this demon that entered the apartment while the entity is flying over repeatedly over a senior citizen complex by helicopter, and then can do nothing other than laugh at what is very highly damning evidence, which is insurmountable, and that which is not, it's irreconcilable. And it's also where this demon possessed gang stalker can do nothing other than laugh where the fake sun rises and sets over this psychopath's apartment. There's nothing but that Satan can do other than laugh about it. Also, with regard to having sex with every male that I've ever befriended, there's nothing that this promiscuous demon possessed Jezebel spirit can do other than laugh about the fact of the embarrassment behind being known as a whore while she was focused on gang stalking her daughter and stealing property that belongs to me and not her. Okay, it is currently 10:24 p.m. I want to make sure that that's clear as I name people, third party, just off the top of my dome, but it would be anybody that has any sort of relationship, because the whole focus of this third party is to literally accomplish murdering me and stealing property from me in doing so. So you're looking at all of the relationships in this demon's life with regard to ways in which they were targeting me and acting with people who were targeting me, including those in government. That's what the Ontario Police Department is doing by gang stalk by helicopter, by the way. That's literally the criminal relationship. But even those that she's having sex with, she's establishing relationships with, those in positions of government, gang stalking, getting in any marital relationship with somebody that I know. If this is a part of the fact pattern, the federal government that's investigating will know the details pertaining to that. And I want to make sure that it's clear right now. There was never any wedding invitations. And why was I not invited to my loving mother's wedding? I want to be clear, to a former friend of mine. Okay, of course, this wasn't an actual friend, but why wasn't that the case? Why wouldn't even my brother, Eric Spencer, invite me to the wedding? Is this a wedding that was kept secret from Eric Spencer too? She didn't invite any of her kids to the wedding of one of our peers. Eric Spencer went to high school with Jason Isaac Fields as well. I went to high school. I didn't know him in high school because I didn't talk to people that were younger than me, but I used to talk to him on the phone before I knew he was a demon-possessed, gang-stalking psychopath that likes to have sex with everybody, including your mother. All right. This is the entity that is gang stalking, and any instances of seeking to be on paper establish themselves as spouses to me, they're engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, and they're lying. It's a misrepresentation of fact, and it's a very obvious one when you're engaging in the P.O.C. by having any sort of relations, because that's the knowledge of acting with Tracy Banks. The entity is not ignorantly targeting me. They were doing so, and by claiming to be a spouse of mine, which you were never, by engaging in any the pattern of conduct by seeking to control property that belongs to in concert with Tracy Banks, they did so with knowledge. Okay, so you also know that because before they engaged in that level of the P.O.C., they were talking to me, gang stalking me on the phone. Okay, so they were engaged in the elements of monitoring with the Rialto Police Department. They were gang stalking with the entity that was gang stalking me while I was living in 2014 when I was living in Moreno Valley, talking on the phone. This demon, before he engaged in marrying Tracy Banks in order to steal from me while gang stalking me, in furtherance of murdering and kidnapping me, he is very much aware of it and not ignorant of it. I want to make sure that that's clear as well. There is nobody that is innocent nor can reasonably claim ignorance. This is the entity that's engaging in a pattern of conduct, and they are delusional psychopaths in doing so, gang stalking for the entirety of the relationship that I had with him, which never exceeded what is merely being friends on a phone, telephone conversations where the elements of monitoring remain underway. So I want to make sure that that's clear. The entity gang stalking by helicopter again, while this third party Tracy Banks is on her communication device, where the phone records are going to be used to prosecute the entity at 10:26 p.m. while I am speaking to all of the secrets, speaking to the criminal motivation of an entity, seeking to accomplish stealing property that it knows very much belongs to me, and gang stalking me in furtherance of that ongoing criminal conspiracy. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for seeking to steal property and in furtherance of what is gang stalking me in order to murder and kidnap me so that they can accomplish that theft with this hitman that's on a communication device murdering me with the third party on that phone. All right. It's currently 10:28 p.m. That's Eric Corey Spencer. His license plate is JABO. He is in Oakland, California. He's gang stalking with Tracy Banks on the communication device. They've both been engaged in criminal defamation. The entity is engaged in what is exhibiting severe mental illness, and that's why she's going out of her way to yell on the phone. Wow! That's a demon that is obsessively wanting to appear, and it doesn't. She looks desperate. She wants to appear as though she's not consumed or nervous or fearful of what it is that I'm exposing, while the police are flying over her apartment. And she calls her co-defendant, Eric Spencer, and because she doesn't even love her son, and she further exposes him to more time in federal prison while he's gang stalking with the police. He's already going to prison. But that's, again, a desperate demon that is calling and yelling on the phone so that you can hear her in the background, so that she can maintain what is unpersuasive, where she lives under the fake sun, where she's gang stalking with the police for a prolonged period of time. And she wants you to hear her laughing in the background. It's audible activity. This is the same apartment where you see engineer light moving across her kitchen cabinets, where you see engineer light moving across her ceiling. This is a demon that practices witchcraft, and she also practices witchcraft while she has sex with everybody whose name that I know. All right. This is, again, Eric Spencer engaging in that criminal engagement, the pattern of conduct. It's mental illness exposed. And this mentally ill psychopath with an issue with promiscuity is engaging in the P.O.C. because she sought to steal from me in secret. So I want to make sure that that's open to the public, and everybody helping her engaging in that by feigning to be a spouse of mine. I've never married anyone, and I never would forget that I married anybody. That never happened. And everybody engaging in that fraudulent act, collateral harms pursuant to the pattern of conduct, doing so with the cooperation of the corrupt courts. Okay. They're doing so with knowledge, and you should be held accountable for it. And I have every intent to enforce my rights to the furthest extent of the law for everybody helping this hitman. Okay. And every bit of property, every dollar, every real property that belongs to me, and any benefits derived from it, I want it all back. And I'm not sharing it with anyone because I never married anyone, and I never gave anyone consent or authority to exercise such or derive any benefits from that. Okay, this is what the entity was doing while it was seeking to murder me and do away with me before I could find out about it, and do away with me before they could be held accountable for it. That's the ongoing relevant information regarding the Ontario police flying over this defendant's apartment, this psychopath's apartment, as she walks in and while she's on the phone yelling at the top of her lungs, talking to Eric Spencer so that you can hear somebody that sounds uninterested. This demon is absolutely interested while the fake sun is rising and setting over me at her apartment. This is a delusional psychopath with several personalities. Okay, the open shame of the demon possessed is relevant to the prosecution of the demon possessed who are gang stalking, and they engage in this system of trying to steal that which belongs to the target individual, wanting to falsely depict the character of that target individual who they want to steal from, and they also want to be that targeted individual. Okay, this is again the P.O.C, and this is relevant to exactly what it is that I'm talking about. I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear and make sure that the feds who are already investigating this demon, you already know what she stole. You already know what she is. You know all the people that she's had sex with. You know exactly what she's doing because it's relevant to the multiple personalities, the psychopath that she is. Okay. None of this is name calling. These are facts. Okay, so I want to make sure that it is clear. So I want it to come out of my mouth while the police are flying over her apartment, further incriminating her, corroborating the truth that I'm speaking. I can't make these things up. I can't make these demons do what they do. They do it proving the facts regarding what it is that I'm speaking. Okay, so I want to make sure that that is clear. And also there is nobody that is in any trusted relationship with me. They represent a threat while they had any relationship with this third party, and doing so in furtherance of trying to steal property from me. And I want to make sure that that remains abundantly clear. It is 10:31 p.m. and this is P.O.C. at 408 West G Street, where the people over 55 years old have a helicopter flying in circles over their apartment complex. And it's the same thing where they are also aware of the fact that a fake sun remains over them at the same exact building where they're gang stalking day and night with that same corrupt government who is again seeking to engage in an act of retaliation and obstruction of justice, because I'm speaking to the fact that the entity conspired to murder and kidnap me because they want to get away with stealing property that it sought to keep from me, keep a secret from me, and kill me off before I could learn about it and enforce my rights against them. This is the motive behind federal group stalking and monitoring. And the Ontario Police Department fully continuously demonstrate why they belong disbanded, which is exactly what's going to happen. Okay. It is currently 10:32 p.m. This is P.O.C.